Waiting till the wedding night. Getting married the right way. As anyone who's read my abstinence column here on Fox News Opinion could guess, my wedding is something that I've looked forward to for quite some time. After having tied the knot at the end of August, I can now say beyond all shadow of a doubt that it was everything I'd hoped and prayed that it would be since childhood. I'd also prayed to be bitten by a radioactive spider, develop sticky hands, but I was an idiot. Let me preface this column by saying this. My wife, I have to get used to saying that, and I not only waited sexually in every way. No, we didn't put the Bill Clinton and technically avoid sex. We didn't pull the Bill Clinton and and do the technically avoid sex. But we didn't shack up as live-ins, and most importantly, we courted each other in a way that was consistent with our publicly professed values. We did it right. Feeling judged? I couldn't care less. You know why? Because my wife and I were judged all throughout our relationship. People laughed, scoffed, and poked fun at the young, celibate, naive Christian couple. We'd certainly never make it to the wedding without stopping, and if we did, our wedding night would be awkward and terrible, they said. Turns out, people couldn't have been more wrong. Looking back, I think the women saying those things felt like the floozies they ultimately were, and the men, with their fickle manhood tied to their pathetic sexual conquests, felt threatened. I think it's important to write this column, not to gloat, though I'll be glad to, but to speak up for all the young couples that have also done things the right way. When people do marriage right, they don't complain so much, and so their voices are silenced by the rabble of promiscuous charlatans peddling their pathetic worldview as progressive. Our wedding was perfect. Our wedding night was nothing short of amazing. I write this on a plane, heading into a tropical paradise with the most beautiful woman to have walked the planet Earth. I know everybody says that their bride was the most beautiful in the world. They're wrong, I win. I'd like to tell you a story of our morning after, however. One that transpired into one of the most glaring epiphanies I'd ever had. As my wife, again, still not used to that, and I ate breakfast at a local inn, we discussed how excited we were to start the rest of our lives together, how scary it was that everything was now so different. At the same time, we overheard the table next to us discussing their very own wedding from the night prior. What a coincidence. The thing is, nothing's really changed, the bride said. Puzzled, my wife asked, "Did you get married last night too?" "So did we." "Congratulations," the other dame said. "Yeah, we did, just last night." "Where's the groom?" My wife innocently scratched that, naively asked. "Oh, he's sleeping." There was no way he was coming out with me this morning. She paused and smirked. Let's just say that he's got a lingering headache from a really good time last night. My heart sank. Firstly, that poor schmuck's good time was simply getting snookered. Not enjoying the company of close family and long-lost friends, with a clear head and a clean conscience. Not staring in awe at his beautiful new wife, wanting to soak in every glimmer of her eyes as she shot him heart-racing looks from across the dance floor. Not taking all the cheesy pictures as they cut the cake. Not even carrying her across the sweet threshold as they nervously anticipated their nightcap. He probably won't remember any of it. Instead, he got smashed. He was that guy at his own freaking wedding. Then I realized something. Our wedding was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. It was a God's honest celebration of two completely separate lives now becoming one. Physically, emotionally, financially, and spiritually, everything that made us who we were individually was becoming what bonded us together. Our family traveled from far and wide to celebrate the decision of two young people to truly commit themselves to each other and selflessly give themselves to one another in a way that they never had before that very night. The people next to us that morning, well, theirs was just one big party. And the morning after, just another hangover. Our weddings were the same event in name only. They know it, and we know it. Do yours the right way. If you're young and wondering whether you should wait, whether you should just give in, become a live-in harlot/mimbo, and do it the world's way, If you're wondering whether all the mocking, the ridicule, the incredible difficulty of saving yourself for your spouse is worth it, let me tell you without a doubt that it is. Your wedding can be the most memorable day and night of your life, or just another party. Oops, did I just make a judgment? You're darn right I did. That was a good lesson in not judging other types of lifestyles from our recently divorced friend, Steven Crowder. Rip.
I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience.
Wait, what the fuck does that mean? What is the implication there? Does he think he should be allowed to force her to stay married if she doesn't want to be?
Into my life, what I consider to be want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year...
Wait, is there any state in the United States where it's not like that? Is that the case anywhere? Where, like, one party's forbidden from divorcing the other if they both don't want it? Like, no faults divorce? Are those still illegal in the United States? Wait, why do I ask you guys these questions? How many states no fault divorce? I don't know. 17 states in the U.S. are considered no fault states for divorce. These no fault divorce states are blah, blah, blah. Nebraska, baby. Oh, and Florida, I guess, because that's my state now too, I guess. Ugh. So is this saying that in 33 states you have to... I mean... I guess it depends on...
Obviously, living in a house where parents hate each other is better for the kids.
Oh, 33 U.S. states offer persons undergoing a divorce the option of no-fault divorce, but these states can also be considered fault states, as persons can choose to file for divorce in the traditional way of casting blame. Fault typically includes grounds for divorce, including adultery, abandonment, inability to engage in sexual intercourse. Damn. Being in jail or cruelty. Cruelty, more specifically, causing arrest. It's typically the most common grounds for fault divorce, and a fault, one of both can be at fault. Interesting. Destiny, why you got the check mark? I've had Twitter Blue for like 2 months. Wait, why would you not? If you're boosted in the algorithm, of course I'd pay for the engagement. I would probably do that on any social media platform. Yeah, duh.
Stop it! Shit! Fuck off, stop it! Look it out.
Jesus.
Fucking get here! You got your right! You dickwad! Shit in hell! Fuck you, you bloody hag. You fucking hag. You are the biggest fucking hag.
She must be. She's a somewhat experienced rider, I guess, right? God, could you imagine if she was just like if she was like a normie on a horse trail and a horse started doing this?
Steady. Oh, steady. Saren, you don't know what's there. Hold on. Oh, whoa. Saren, whoa. Fucking whoa, you bastard. Fuck off. Saren, whoa. Whoa. You cow. Fucking hell. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Stop it! You fucking get...
Jesus. Bad horse. Dude, debt ceiling debates are like kink at pride debates. It's like it happens like every couple years and it's just the fucking dumbest shit in the world. Abba and Preach are fat.
They're both fat. Both fat as fuck. Preach is really fat. Abba is fat.
Okay. She's not very advanced person. Anybody get the horse to stop. There's a method called a one rein stop where you basically just pull the horse head all the way to one side and 99% of all horses are stopped. Well, I mean, if she's advanced enough to get on like a cantering or galloping horse or horses jumping, she's not like falling off. Plus, she looks like she's got all her fucking rider gear on. So I'm guessing I'm not saying she's like a professional rider. I'm just saying she's not clearly, because if it was just if it was like a tourist attraction where you just hop on a horse and ride in a line and that horse takes off, she's gonna fall off if it starts cantering, or she's gonna reach for it and grab like the whole fucking neck. There's no way she'd be able to stay on, especially through a jumping shit. I don't think so. Okay. If she was a professional, she'd be ready to put the horse down the second or disobey. Typically, usually the standard operating procedure for horses disobeying is usually you carry like at least a 9mm on you, take it out, back of the horse's head, and you say stop. And if he still wants to test you, 2 in the back of the dome. Okay. Don't have a single King of Pride debate this year unless someone can show you the discourse culminated in some change from last year. I just feel like it's the most recycled discourse though. But I think we moved past it, right? Did the Pride parades happen already, or you have to wear a jock strap when you're riding? Well, no, but you usually have like jeans on, right? Seen dudes in Mexico beating a wild horse. It's the most. God, see anything? Oh, breaking a wild horse. Oh, I don't know. Pride month is in June. Oh God. Okay, where were we? Sorry. Would you agree that cuck is to open relationship is what hebephilia is to pedophilia? You kind of automatically get called a cuck/pedo, even if you're correct. The problem is that, first of all, it's stupid because open relationships are already a minority of all relationships. The thing about cuck and the open relation comparison is cuck is a projection of a man's insecurity. And a lot of people have the insecurity, so it seems like a valid insult. Like, that's the annoying thing. So, like, if me and a partner enter an open relationship, the reason why somebody is calling me a cuck isn't because they think I'm a cuck. It's because if they were in that situation, they'd feel like a cuck. So it's an irritating thing to find. So it's like, oh, you're a cuck. No, I don't do cuckoldry. And by the way, people do. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to do cuck fetish stuff, knock yourself out. Like, more power to you. But what they're thinking in their mind is when they say you're a cuck, they're saying like, if I was in that situation, I'd feel like a cuck. If I was in that situation, I'd feel like a cuck. Right? That's what they're saying. So there's no reasonable discourse we had there, right? It doesn't make sense to call because there's cuckolding is like the male version of the fetish, and there's cuck queening is the female version of the fetish. There are two people in an open relationship like mutually cucking each other at the same time. theoretically, I guess you could if you take turns doing it, but it's just like, it's an open relationship. It just doesn't make sense to call it a cuck. It's just a projection of somebody else's own like insecurity and that arrangement, basically. Juicer went viral on Reddit. Oh, I saw this. Isn't XQC really, really, really tall? Big fan of your content. I love how you know who you are and stand your ground on your beliefs. Been going through a tough time lately, and seeing your consistency in the content has helped me. Well, thanks, buddy. Snickle will shit talk you for clout forever. He is not a good orbiter. Half true. I think Snickle will probably shit talk me forever because it's part of his his journey through his insecurities. But the reason why he's not a good orbiter isn't because he shit talks me. The reason why he's not a good orbiter right now is because he's a broken record of the same 4 or 5 things. Like if that Karantos guy shit talks me, whatever, he can still be an entertaining orbiter. Anybody can shit talk you and be an entertaining orbiter. The reason why Sneako's not an entertaining orbiter is because he's been a broken record for like the past 8 months, I think. So like if he comes on, it's just going to be the same. Somebody, I think there were 2 different subreddit posts that pointed out like how the conversation 2 days ago, it's just like from dumb point to 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 dumb point, and it's like with nothing, with no engagement on anything, right? Wasn't the Romanian criminal justice unfair? Do you know anything about it? No. Isn't the Tates being locked up unfair? Do you know what they've said? No. Isn't this like a violate? No. Like it's just like it's like the level 0 engagement on every topic with no, and it's like whatever. But I don't care. Are you just going to let him do that? Are you more leaning on single? I don't care if somebody shit talks me. I don't know how many times I can make this clip. Apparently, this is a really difficult thing for people to navigate. I don't care if people shit talk me. Just don't bring in personal things or lie about me. That's not, I expect Sneeko to think that my relationship is a cuck relationship, or I'm ugly or short or blue hair or whatever. That's whatever. That's part of his shit. I don't care. Just don't do some weird personal his wife is blah, blah. That's my line. If you're gonna shit talk me, fine. I don't give a fuck. I shit talk his lifestyle and shit all the time. I would expect him to shit talk my lifestyle.
Welcome to today.
So that's why Destiny tells Zerka to stop saying this. Yeah, that's why Zerka's a bad orbiter at the moment. It's not because he's a bad person or whatever, or because he shit talks to me. I don't even think he does shit talk me. But even if he did, it's just because he repeats it's the same 2 to 4 talking points over and over and over again. And it's like, oh god.
Welcome to today's episode of celebrities that you didn't know were actually.
Can't you frame your poly relationship in a way people clearly see that it has nothing to do with cuckoldry? No. For the current red pill thing, the obsession is women with low body counts, right? I think some guys would consider you a cuck, even if you dated a girl that had fucked 15 or 20 guys. It's at that level of insecurity. There's just no way to reframe it from their point of view. Because in their point of view, especially if you've been fed all the red pill dog shit over and over and over again, you're thinking that men's reproductive strategy is to fuck as many people as possible. Women's reproductive strategy is just find one man. So if your woman is fucking multiple people, that means that you're failing, but you can fuck multiple people, and that doesn't reflect poorly on you or your woman because that's what your natural thing is or whatever. Is calling it an insecurity just a way to dismiss it? No, it's what it is. You have to. The problem is that to call somebody in an open relationship a cuck doesn't make sense because that's not the definition of a cuck. So either one, you've got to figure out is there a different definition for a cuck, or 2, you got to figure out why you're using the wrong definition. Now it's the wrong definition, so how do you navigate that, right? There's got to be a reason why it's incorrect. I think it's incorrect because it's an insecurity thing. Because if they were in the same position, which by the way it's fine to not want to do open relationships, to be clear. I don't think that you're insecure for not wanting to do them. I think what makes you insecure is attacking other people in them, right? There's a lot of types of lifestyles that people live. It could be a religious lifestyle, it could be whatever. But to attack people and shit on them hardcore in those lifestyles, if they're not doing anything to hurt you. I guess if somebody's doing a lifestyle that's fucking with other people, so if your lifestyle is that of a serial killer, you can condemn somebody there or say well, that's not a good lifestyle. But if people are just sticking to themselves, it's kind of weird. The one thing I hate about these convos is that most people only fuck 7 people ever. Where are these people that, yeah, but that's not what the red pill people think anymore. You gotta keep in mind. Red pill people think that, if I had to guess, if you were to pull red pill people, they probably think that the average girl, by the time she's through college, has fucked anywhere from 40 to 50 guys. That'd be unironically, that would be my guess. If you were to, wasn't I on a show with some red pill guys where I asked them what they thought Average body, or did we hear average body counts? So didn't somebody say, who did we watch say that? So that they fuck 20, a girl will fuck 20 guys a semester. Like people, but they have no concept of what a normal human being's life is like. Oh, it might have been fresh. What's the actual average amount? I thought the average amount of partners was like 7 to 9 for a lifetime. Average amount of sexual partners. There's a lot of research on lifetime sexual partners, and any given study will give you slightly different numbers, but in general, anywhere between 4 to 8 partners is considered an average number of sexual partners for adult men and women. Yeah, this idea that like girls are fucking 20 different guys per semester. But again, it's like there's a lot of like interesting psychology and everything here. Well, it's not interesting psychology. It's boring psychology that you learn in high school. But there's obviously huge selection biases going on, right? Like imagine you've got like 100 different girls in college. Okay, of these 100 girls in college, we'll say maybe 80 of them have Instagram accounts. Of those 80 with Instagram accounts, maybe 40 of them are public facing. Of the 40 that are public facing, maybe like 2 or 3 are like pretty like, whoa, holy shit, right? And these 2 or 3 get amplified because like nobody's looking at a normal college chick's Instagram. Like you don't. There's plenty of college girls that have Instagrams that are just like them hanging out with friends, their dog, like whatever. There's not like a lot of crazy shit going on there. But you don't see those. You see like the girls with like the bikinis and shit who are traveling sometimes, right? So guys think that this is the average. They extrapolate this 1 or 2 bikini girl example to every single girl on a college campus. It's like classic like selection bias. But yeah. I know plenty of girls on Insta who are very attractive and have like 50 followers and post like once every 6 months. Yeah, I met some of these girls in California who are like, holy shit, you're fucking hot. But their Instagram is, most of them are private. They don't even have them publicly open. And then even on their private Instagram, they don't even post that much shit. Like they just don't do it. But guys think that every single girl in college is, yeah.
Destiny.feels.
How is it the same for men and women? That's interesting. Statistically speaking, the average number of partners between all men and all women is always going to be exactly the same. It has to be, if you exclude gay couples. Their Instagrams are private because they don't want everyone to see their stories in Dubai. True! He's trolling. Seems false. Any stats? That's not even close to true. It is what I just said is a mathematical fact. It can't not be true. The average number of partners between all men and all women will always be the exact same. Mathematically, it can't be different than that. What you're saying is impossible. It's just a would you call it an artifact? It's just a mathematical truth. Let's say that you've got 10 women, and let's say that you've got 10 men. If one guy over here, or if one woman has 10 partners, and the rest have 0, and then I guess each of these people have 1 partner, right? Your average, even with 9 virgins and 1 slut, your average is going to be 1 partner per person. Right? It's just a mathematical truth that the average of all the people are going to be the same. Now, you can get a little bit more sophisticated, and you can say that there might be a different number of virgins, or there might be a different distribution of partners from side to side. But mathematically speaking, the average number of partners between all men and the average number of partners between all women, that ratio will always be 1 to 1. That makes no sense. Do we have to watch a video on this again? Discounting gay people? I just said with the exception of gay people. But gay people are a small percentage. It doesn't make much sense. Holy shit, Destiny has absolutely no idea how averages work. Okay, I'm gonna do emails and stuff, and you can watch a video on it. Somebody link me the video. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this. Was it an econ class where the guy was talking about this, or do you hear the Decoding the Gurus podcast? We're doing an episode on you. I don't know what that means, but okay. It might have been a math. Was it MIT?
Holy shit, stop getting on guide and finish the Crowder video, Domer.
Well, there was like 10 people in YouTube chat that have never heard this before, so. While the shit that comes out of Fresh and Fit is them not caring if the women are sexually experienced, it makes them seem like they don't really enjoy sex. Also, remember a minute that he doesn't get tested on your first appearance. Well, I think that the nice thing about the red pill is the red pill people are like, I'm gonna make a crazy analogy. Red pills to me are like the Nazis of the conservative movement, right? Arguing with Fuentes is fun. I don't want to argue with a conservative who's like, we need to defend our Western values against immigrants that don't share our same. Like, okay, boring. And then Fuentes comes out and he's like, I don't want any black people in my country. It's like, all right, let's talk. Great. I like that. It's honest. Let's go. Right? When red pillars come out and they say shit and they're like, yeah, I don't care about anything related to sex. I don't eat pussy. I don't even care if I come. I just want to fuck her. Right? It's like, okay, we're like in a more honest, world. I think that for red pill people, sex is almost exclusively a status thing. Like, that's it. It's just a status thing. The more people you fuck, the better you feel about yourselves. Remember, even for men that hate women, don't ever forget this, okay? Even the men that hate women ultimately are validated by women. The most important piece of validation in a man's life is a woman. That's why even Andrew Tate said this. Was it Andrew Tate or Tristan Tate said that if you go to a party, you could either pull up a $50 million car, or you could pull up with 4 of the baddest chicks in the city, and people are going to look more favorably at the guy with the girls than the guy with the car. Women are just it's an inescapable validation to it. Well, gay men have escaped it. Congratulations, gay guys, you've broken the wheel. You've gotten out. But yeah, women are the ultimate source of validation for men. So for red pillars, just fucking more women just makes you feel higher value, I guess. Yeah. The only real red pilling stat is that the one guy in chat gets 90% of a streamer's time. True.
The following content.
Oh, you linked the course. Where is it?
That 9 front, I drew it wrong.
Do I make them watch this again? Do we watch this again for 10 minutes? Destiny, you are correct about the average. To be more precise, the weighted average is that it will always be equal between men and women. Sure, but and I said the distribution might be different, but the weighted average, it is necessarily the same. It has to be, because every time a woman has sex with a man, there must be a man having sex with a woman. It is impossible on the woman's side that the woman has had sex with more men than the men have had sex with more men. It can't happen unless you're fucking ghost men, right? It has to. But it's just, that's like a mathematical reality, yes. But again, the distribution could change, right? There could be like 8 virgin women and 2 ultra promiscuous women or something like that. The distribution can be different, or 2 ultra promiscuous men, and then every woman has had sex with one man, and then a bunch of virgins. But on the aggregate, okay, we're not watching this again. Whatever. You know. If you don't, get fucked. Wait, what is this? The stat means nothing. We only care about the distribution. Wrong. That is not true. You do care about the stat, because you motherfuckers will say shit sometimes like, oh, well, a man on average only has 6 partners and a woman on average has 15 partners. That stat can't be true. That's not true. If you want to be true, then you need to be more precise. No, not more precise. When I say more precise, it implies that what you said before was true, but it needs like a more narrow understanding. But that's not true. What was just said was false. It's impossible, right? Instead, what you have to say is that you could talk about percentage of virgin men, for instance, might be a stat that you bring up, or the percentage of women versus men with over 9 partners or something. That could be a stat you bring up. But you can't say the average woman has slept with more guys than the average man. That doesn't make sense. It's an impossibility. That's what I'm saying.
Welcome to today's episode of celebrities that you didn't know were actually the opposite gender. We're going to be covering Mandaya, aka Zendaya. Let's just get right into it. By now, if you've been following my page for a minute, you know male skeletal markers. Skeletal marker number 1, the straight across clavicle. We've got the brow ridge. We've got the deep socketed eyes. We've got the wide dental arch. We've got the can opener jaw. We've got the thick neck. We've got the shape like a V. We've got these really, really, really long arms and really big hands. These are just a few of the opposite gender markers. There are others to confirm, but when in doubt, look at the significant other or the spouse. Okay, this is just too easy. We have Tammy Holland over here. Body shape goes out like a peplum top. Got the very delicate wrist, have a lack of brow ridge, no Adam's apple, smaller skull, and then in comparison to Mandea, it's very, very obvious that this individual has male skeletal markers and this has female skeletal. They all worship Baphomet, which is a transgender god that they have.
What the? Where did that part come from?
This is their religion. Study these markers so that you aren't deceived.
Anna having her problematic moment. Uh-oh. How are they shaking off their widespread Nazi allegations? Are one of these like a Nazi symbol somewhere, or is this thing a Nazi symbol on the flag? Or, bro, I never knew Nazis had so many symbols until people came out analyzing every fucking thing Ukrainians have on any of their fucking battle gear. Holy shit! The SS skull thing.
I love Baphomet. I love Baphomet. I love Baphomet.
The skull on the flag. Gotcha. That's a very famous Nazi symbol. No bullshit. I don't believe any of you fucking retards when you say shit like that. Some shit will come out. Some shit will come out, and one of your favorite loser fucking video essayist YouTubers will like fucking cover it. It'll be like some shit like this, or like a skull, and it'll be like, oh yeah, this was the SS Waffenlagen Skollenhagen or whatever. And then all of you guys the next day will be like, oh yeah, duh, yeah, that's like one of the most common Nazi symbols ever. Yeah, obviously, we did a whole 2 semesters on fucking Nazi symbology when I was in fucking high school, and then I took another 2 courses on it. Bullshit, fuck out of here. Okay, no, fuck you. No shot did you guys learn all these 50 million different fucking Nazi symbols when you were in high school and college. I don't believe you. I absolutely don't believe you, okay? Wait, what happened to our Steven Crowder video? Wait, where are we? Where did... Not to mention that, like, Nazis had a, Nazis are on some weird occult shit. They're on some, like, they're actually, like, weird conspiracy shit. There's a lot of weird shit in there. So it wouldn't surprise me if there were, like, 50 million different fucking symbols that were all appropriated from older shit that are, like, now Nazi symbols. Fuck that. I'm taking it back. Where's Ninu at? I want to make some swastika merch. All right? We're taking it back. All right? This is a patch with Death in June logo, by the way, a music band. But here is the thing. Most people on Earth don't know every single emblem and symbol Nazis use or appropriated because they have better things to do than obsessing over Nazi tournament. True! Wait, hold on. Death in June logo. Oh, so it wasn't even a Nazi symbol. You fucking retards in chat were just lying. Wait, where's our TBA? Or is this a Nazi symbol? Neo-folk group led by English musician. They're an wait. Peirce formed Death in June in 1981 in England, along with Patrick Bullshit and Tony Bullshit. Peirce and Wakeford had been members of the openly left-wing anti-fascist punk rock band Crisis. Okay, where's everybody in chat that was like, oh yeah, that's a Nazi symbol, 100%. You guys are fucking retards. Fuck you. You just proved my point, okay? Actual fucking off yourselves in a video game. Read one more sentence, please. Christ is performed at, Christ again is substantially following the UK's punk subculture. Christ is performed at rallies for the right to work, rock against racism, and the anti-Nazi league. They're a Nazi band? I think they're using a Nazi icon ironically. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Our history majors are coming in. By history majors, I mean every single American. They got this education. Hey, don't die. How could I forget about the... Hold on.
Field Society Nazi Necromancer research stream with Jerka Lex Guru.
About the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkampfkampf, the elite division of the Waffen SS. This is literally the most famous Nazi symbols. Wait, these just look like pirate symbols. Oh, you're saying these are the Nazi symbols. I don't care. I like it. I think it's cool. I want this on my merch from now on, Ninu. The Nazis stole all their symbols. I'm pretty sure everybody for the past like 1,000 years has been stealing all of our symbols. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Okay, where are we?
The fuck's the other guy?
To that.
Punching back. Oh, I don't care. Listen to Snigo on his cope stream. Okay. Here we go.
Well over a year, Dad and the dad.
Okay, I'm gonna start this over because we got hella off course.
I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in
Oof, does he have children too?
Today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. Now, in all of this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault, and so we decided to resolve these issues privately, as it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Okay. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Stephen has a lot going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should
Consider
be clear.
playing pinball as a good stream game. Wow. There are digital versions of real tables that are nice.
Stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray.
Hold on. Is it really that surprising that some proportion of Ukraine's armed forces are Nazis? The Death in June ban thing is like the biggest cope I've ever heard in my life. I understand wanting to go to any length to defend your country in a time of crisis. That has. Listen, if you want to say that there are Nazis in Ukraine or there's anti-Semitism in Ukraine, then just show me some. And symbols and dumb fucking autistic shit that people on their outfits, that ain't it, Chief. I don't give a fuck what symbol. If there's like actual anti-Semitism in Ukraine, or there's like fucking stuff going on where we can point to, it's like, oh, this is a problem, then talk about that. But this obsession, this like hyper analysis, like going pixel through pixel of every single Ukrainian, like, well, is that a Nazi? Is that? It's funny because conservatives are doing the exact same shit that you mindless fucking retards were crying about progressives doing. Where progressives are combing through every single fucking picture in Congress to try to find somebody doing an OK symbol with their hand to see if they're a secret fucking Nazi. Like, it's actually fucking retarded.
Do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture.
Do you have a reverse image search any of these pictures? I just found Twitter accounts baited by AI.
I reverse searched my dick in your mom's ass.
Even purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, something should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been...
Why did Candace blow him the fuck out like this? Did something happen? Are these guys like fighting, or
I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians...
Hold on. Destiny, it's not a cope. You can buy the patch directly from the band on this website. Oh. When Crowder dumped on the Daily Wire for their offer. Oh, she came out swinging after the Daily Wire shit and brought his personal shit up. Please signal boost. I'm not signal boosting Jade's tweet anymore until she gets a new camera, okay? I'm done with fuzzy pictures of 85% of her booty in the picture, okay? I need some high quality images, all right? What am I looking for? Oh. When are you gonna get some ADHD meds? After I bang yo mama. I'm not saying this is the case, but for a band that has a lot of intentional Nazi imagery done ironically, I could see actual dumb Nazis wearing their merch and shit and not realizing or not caring that the band is actually anti-Nazi. Okay. There's no way Disney could pop 900 first try. Bro! I'm unbeatable. I don't get less than 915 ever. What do you mean? It's boring. I'm not even trying now. Let's go for 940. What? My shit was lagging. My computer was lagging hard. Wait, what just happened? My shit just lagged. My shit just lagged. What? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's it. That's it. Get out of my face, you fucking clowns. Did you try that BBQ place in Austin that I emailed you about? Nope. I went to like I had no time for anything, okay? I'm just in and I'm out. I'm in there and I'm out of there. Let me grab a Red Bull so we can energize up tonight. Oh! What program was recommended that scanned and installed all needed drivers for the computer? Are you talking about, there's a program called Ninite that helps you make custom Windows flashes, but my laptop is okay, but it's just the software issues are annoying. When are you gonna put your shotgun up on the wall? I don't know, that'd be sick, can you? Oh my God, like a wall mount? I don't think it would fit in frame though. Oh, unless I hung it like vertically, like right there, maybe? Nah, you ignore me when I said it before, Destiny. Don't worry, you're a bitch. Wait, what? Crowder's ex-wife's cousin stirring shit on Twitter. He never had heart surgery. He had an elective surgery on his ribs. I'm sorry. My mind just goes to self-dick sucking immediately. And he never took care of her when she was paralyzed. He probably spent a total of 100 times in the hospital when she was there over several weeks. Oh, Tree of Logic. His rib bone was growing into his heart. Oh. Okay, sorry, here we are.
Conservatives and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion.
Okay.
I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the fault of my children. And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, Certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope that none of this has to go any further than that.
Okay, good luck. Jeez. Hi, Destiny followers. Want to get more followers on Rumble? Click the link and get some real Rumble followers. Why, how are there bots in my Rumble account? Bro, really? Stop. Mute user forever. Okay, hold on. I want to watch this. Break time. What's going on? I've never seen this before. Have you guys all seen this video? Am I the only one?
Hi. Thank you very much. Hi, Jalen. I'm Detective Bratton. Chillin. Nice to meet you too. I'm Detective Kale. Nice to meet you. Hi. So, I'm a detective at the Family Protection Unit with the City of Chula Vista Police Department.
Ooh.
I work alongside Detective Kale here. We're actually doing an investigation on some allegations that we have to obviously look into. You're a law enforcement officer, so you know that we look into everything equally. I want to make sure, though, before we get started, that you're aware that this is a voluntary interview, and so I just want to make sure that you're aware of all of those things. And so I'm going to just have you...
No problem.
This is one of those forms that they give everybody, so it doesn't really fit. So if I just happen to cross out as I'm going along... Okay. Sorry about that, so... so
no
thank
problem.
You for coming voluntarily.
We good.
And then we'll go ahead and just put the admin office.
Louder?
Right. Oh, and of course, you know about body worn. So yeah, this is my body worn. Of course, it audio and video records everything, and there's also an audio record me just in case. Okay. Office at Central Jail. To share your side of the story with us, of course, in regards to the report that we're investigating. Okay. You're not under arrest, and you are not being detained. Okay. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay. I'll have you go ahead and write it in. And you can initial or say yes. Whichever. Yeah. And if you would, just go ahead and read the next one.
Nays Garden. Oh, that's the Rumble guy. I tweeted 4 videos at you about Nazis in Ukraine. Oh, I thought you were joking, but you're serious. Wait, are you the audio guy? I hope you enjoy the Jimmy Dore one the most. Bro, we are very, very, very differently politically, okay? Wait, no? Oh, everybody said this was the Rumble guy yesterday. I banned him for an hour, and then I unbanned him, and then he tier 5. Oh, it is him. I don't know how to view videos you've tweeted at me, but where do I even go for that? Oh, mentions. That's the retarded mic person who came onto Fiscord. Bro, I have so many mentions. God damn. Are you Munin? All right. Munin is Nazi code. I am in Nays Garden on Twitter. Okay, maybe I'll check it out later.
And then just sign right there under your name. Is that the correct spelling of your name?
Yes, it is.
All right, so just for record's sake, I'm going to go ahead and read what you did initial. So you understand that you're not under arrest and you are not being detained. You understand that you're free to leave at any time. There will not be any locked doors keeping you from leaving. As you notice, that one doesn't have a lock behind you.
Yeah.
You can choose what questions you want to answer.
Jesus.
And you can choose to leave or let us know, and we will assist you with the exit. Although you're probably going to be the one assisting me, because I don't know my way around here.
Okay.
So you understand, like, if you, as far as, like, leaving, you have access points and you know how to leave or where to go.
I understand.
Okay, very cool.
We're Gucci.
So I know that I have a lot to delve into, but I really want to get to know you first, if you don't mind.
Definitely.
Okay. So I'm going to lean back and get comfortable, just because. Are you comfortable? Do you want to take off your duty belt?
No, I'm good.
Okay, because I understand that the duty belt gets pretty annoying pretty quickly. So if you want to take it off at any point, you let me know. So of course I've done my research and investigations and everything, so I've learned a little bit about you, but I'd like to learn a little bit more, if that's okay. I found that you went to Santana High School?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your upbringing?
Yeah, so grew up Santana High School, played sports, football, baseball. Went to Grossmont College for a little bit, played baseball there. And got a job here. Worked at Dick's Sporting Goods before this, so this is my second job. Started working with this department for coming up on 5 years now.
So baseball seemed pretty important to you back in high
baseball's
school.
fun,
What position?
pitcher.
Cool. How's your arm holding up?
I mean, soreness every once in a while, but I haven't thrown it for a while. So.
Yeah, no, it still kills me. I played softball.
Okay, nice.
So I was, third, short, center, and pitcher.
You're in San Diego?
Yeah, down Hilltop, Bonita Valley.
He should be like, that's not a real sport.
But I know, like, back when, I don't know if it's the same for you, they had no idea, like, about icing and massaging. And
Yeah, I knew about icing stuff. Yeah.
I did not, so I am paying the price
Girls
for
throw
it.
in her hand, so.
Yes, and it's brutal, though. Let me tell you, I'm paying for it still. But, so did you ever play any other?
Wait, is she just a random, or is she like a cop? Because if she's like a cop. Oh, dick police cop, you know. If she's a cop. If this is like part of an interrogation, she's doing a really good job right now at the building the positive rapport.
Sports in high school?
High school, no, just football and baseball.
Football, baseball?
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else in school that you enjoyed doing?
Children.
Hanging out with friends, just typical high school stuff. I mean, it's pretty sheltered from my mom, so I didn't get out much, but yeah, just the sports and stuff.
Okay, how come you say you're...
Oh, holy shit.
Just keeping me squared away, keeping me in line.
Very cool.
Ooh, only Tier 4s can hear this, by the way. This is a new feature I'm trying out. Only Tier 4s get access to this part of the audio.
And have you always worked corrections?
Yeah, I attempted to go out to the patrol, went to the academy. Things didn't work out there, so I came back here.
Did you have fun at the academy while you were
Oh,
there?
yeah, I enjoy it. It's good. I mean, camaraderie and stuff like that, so.
Okay. Married? Have any kids?
Oh, yeah. Married. Recently got married this last year in September.
Okay.
We have a kid due on the way in August.
Oh.
Kid, you mean a
Okay.
future
Boy, girl?
victim.
Boy.
Very nice. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Were you, like, hoping for
Oh,
a
no,
girl?
I said looking forward to
Oh,
it.
looking forward. I thought you said unfortunately. I'm
No,
like,
no. No, I'm
Okay,
excited.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. And your wife, how long have you known her?
Actually, preschool. Yeah, we met in preschool, went separate ways. Met her back in high school. Things like I was trying to date her, but she was playing it hard to get again.
Yeah.
Then college came around, tried again, and actually ran into her in PB about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And then yeah, we reconnected then and got married,
Smart.
had a family, bought a house.
It's nice. You don't hear stories that go that far back. So you guys got married just last year, already expecting baby number 1.
Yeah.
Are you still living in Santee?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you living at?
Right across from West Hills, new community, Western community.
Okay. So you're gonna have your kid go to West Hills?
Probably, yeah, over Santana.
Are they
yeah.
viral? Are they
Rivals?
rivals?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
West
gonna be
Hills is
hard.
good enough, so.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard combating everybody else and doing that. So do you do anything else as far as for fun? Do you do sports still?
I'll do softball with the guys here at work and stuff like that. Other than that, mountain bike once in a while.
Cool. How about video games, computers, anything like that? Do you ever?
Yeah, I'll play video games every once in a while and stuff like that. But
Not too often. Wife's not big on the video games.
Cool. And I hear your schedule recently changed. How do you feel about the schedule change?
Yeah. 12 and a half in a row. Kills you. 7 off is nice, but it flies by, so.
Yeah, and then those 7 drag once you're here. So at least you're on your last day today, right? We communicated with some of the people who are going like, hey, when does he work? Thank you for meeting with us here. We obviously, given COVID, there's not a lot.
Is he using the low risk voice? Oh, true.
That's one comfortable, gives us enough space, and makes you feel like that you're not at your home or randomly out in the middle of nowhere. So I know RPD is like refusing to let anybody in the doors, so I can understand. How about social media? Are you active on social media at all?
Facebook and Instagram. Had Snapchat back in the day, got rid of that with my wife. I got caught in the academy with her and some stuff. But
ooh.
Can you tell me about that, or?
I mean, it was with another recruit in the academy, but.
Okay. So you're communicating with another recruit?
I was back in. I stopped. Everything got cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Got rid of.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I didn't delete the Snapchat. I just deleted the app. So I haven't used it for like, I don't know, 2.5 years now.
Okay. So on Facebook, just because I like to jot down everybody's social media when I can, what's your Facebook login? Like your username?
I think just under Chillin Fleer.
It's your name?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then you said Instagram?
Instagram, yeah.
Okay. What's your Instagram username?
Care for don't type his name in
And then
chat.
you said you got rid of Snapchat, but when you did have it, what was it?
Just Chillin Fleer.
Why didn't they censor that out? The fuck?
Okay. So the one that you had there, has that account since been deleted or just deactivated?
That's just delete the app. I think it's still there.
Okay. And I know when it comes to Facebook, you connect it to an email address. Do you know what email address is connected to it? And then your Instagram account, what, same email?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And I know sometimes with Snapchat, they'll have you either sign up with a phone number or an email.
I believe it's my phone number.
It's like the most annoying censoring they could have possibly chosen. Why?
Very cool. So, I don't know, do you have any questions for me before we kind of...
I will ask what this is about?
Yeah, so we're looking into some allegations that were made. We're kind of, it started with a Crime Stopper report, so we're just kind of going from there. We did receive a picture that, when we looked into it, it looks similar to you. So I don't know if you can take a look at the picture and just tell me if you've seen this.
Oh God, it's gonna be a throbbing cock out.
Oh, I have like 15 million things.
Oh no.
Okay. Oop, so this picture right here.
Yeah, that's definitely me with the gross one.
Okay, so this picture right here, how old were you when it was taken?
I don't know, 20.
20? Okay. Have you ever used this picture on any social media site?
I think it was Snapchat back in the day, yeah.
Okay.
I don't recognize that
this
name.
picture with anybody on Snapchat?
Yeah, probably with my wife, to be honest. I mean, obviously I talked to other girls back in the day too, but I can't remember.
Okay. If you had to guesstimate how many times you may have shared the photo, how many times?
That one, maybe just a couple times, once or twice.
Okay, so definitely to your wife.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've used that photo for your wife, and you were about 20 years old in the photo. You did share it on Snapchat, and then maybe some other girls you were talking to?
I mean, yeah, this was a long time ago, so I don't really remember who it was.
Okay. Have you ever posted it as like your profile photo, or posted on Instagram? Oh, I forgot to ask you, are your accounts, is your Instagram and your Facebook, are they private?
They are.
Okay, and I know Snapchat is all private, right? I mean, you have to add somebody.
Yeah, I believe I had to,
You can't just
request a friend.
Yeah, you can't just be anyone. So that one's at least a little bit better, where it's like you have to actively search for somebody, right? Okay, so you in the photo, and is that a gross font? Is that gross font?
Yeah, it's gross font.
Okay, cool. That makes it very easy. So as far as like the picture, so this photo came up in connection with some allegations about you communicating with a younger female on Snapchat.
What?
Have you ever communicated with any
Younger
females that,
female?
We've already recognized that yes, you have with your recruit from the past. Is there anyone else you communicate with on Snapchat?
I mean, back then, no, just close friends and coworkers and stuff like that.
Anyone recently?
Nah, not me. Nah, I wouldn't do that. That's
is
hella
there any
illegal.
reason why your phone number and email might be linked to a different Snapchat account?
No, never had another one. Just the Jalen Clear one.
Okay, so that phone number and email wouldn't be attached to
No.
any other account. Okay. All right. And your schedule. I know that you work every 7 days on and 7 days off. What is your wife's schedule?
She's every Friday, Saturday off, day shift, so typical 9 to 5.
Okay, so she works 9 to 5 and you work like the complete opposite schedule?
Depends. Every 3 months we rotate days and nights.
Okay. And how long have you been on?
This is what I mean. Like, when I'm doing some weird shit, not child porn, but when I'm like trying to hide my ID, if I'm like logging into a website or whatever that I don't trust, I'm thinking like, I need a VPN, I need to go to McDonald's Wi-Fi, I need like a fucking virtual machine on my computer. These guys will be like, oh, hey, what's up? Oh, you're 12? Can you send me pics of your pussy? By the way, my name is Jonathan Smith 1974 at gmail.com. Is right. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? It's like, oh, my profile picture? Oh, that's me next to my entire family with my grandma and a copy of my social security card in the background. I'm like, bro.
On nights now?
Nights now, probably a little over a month now. Month and a half. Can I ask, is this something I should have lawyers on?
So right now, and I'll go over the Bahila with you,
And also, it's so crazy how much cops don't know anything about criminal procedure sometimes. Why would you ask that question? Should I have a lawyer? Why would you ask that question? You know, a cop, well, my guess would be is that a cop is never going to tell you you need a lawyer. The cop is going to say, listen, you don't have to talk to me if you don't want to. If you want to leave, you can leave. You're not required to say and answer questions. If you want to get a lawyer or not, that's up to you. But I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I just want to see what you're up to, you know?
We're investigating allegations that were made that you were communicating with a younger female on Snapchat and potentially some material might have been shared.
Okay.
Some photos, some images, stuff like that. So we, of course, want to be able to hear what happened from your side, if that in fact did occur, or if it didn't occur, we want to obviously
Everyone that I
determine
talked to, I mean, was about my age. I remember.
Okay. So who have you talked to?
My wife.
It just
I mean, this was.
Do you see how good she was at giving the non-answer there? Right? Yeah. We're just here to investigate some things. We're just checking out what's going on. We just wanted to ask you some questions to see, you know, if you didn't do anything, you know, it's good for us to just get that side of this, right? And then, to be fair, this internal investigation is a bit different from being interviewed by other officers. This does not feel like internal investigation to me. This feels like part of like criminal procedure to me. It's not like, were you flirting with an employee? It's like, are you sending pictures of your throbbing cock to a fucking minor? That doesn't feel like internal investigations to me. Is this an internal investigation? I'm not sure, but.
Back then, when I had Tinder, so I did meet some people on Tinder and stuff. Everyone should have been older than that to know because Tinder's 18 and up.
Okay. Did you ever meet up with anyone that you met on Tinder?
On Tinder, my ex-girlfriend, yeah, and we dated for like 3 years.
Okay. What's your ex-girlfriend's name? So you met her on Tinder, but
Tinder,
you
yeah.
dated for 3 years after Tinder?
So I met her on Tinder in college when I was playing baseball, and we dated for about 3 years.
Well, you clearly don't know the concept of Tinder.
I was on Tinder long, yeah.
Okay, so how old were you then when you dated her?
I'm so curious what this woman's job is. I'm sorry, hold on. I already know what her job is. This woman she's some sort of detective or investigator. She absolutely has to be. She's like, she's drifting in and out of like, you played softball? Oh my God, that's so cool. We're checking to see if you sent pictures of your dick to a minor. It's so funny the way you use Tinder. Like, you're with your girlfriend now. Like, that's so cute. Like, she's going like in and out. Oh, she said at the start she's a detective. Oh, okay. I don't remember saying it. Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. She's very, very, very good at like the building the friendly rapport. Were you sending child porn? Building friendly rapport. Like that back and forth is very, very, very good.
Shoot, maybe like 20, like about 20 or yeah.
And how old was she?
Same age. She
Same age?
my age. Yeah.
Okay.
Like these questions don't matter, right? This is the like, it's the all the JCS guys say there's like a tactic for this, where it's like, how old are you? What was your ex? Oh, tell me about her. Was she cool? Did you like this? Yeah, blah blah blah. Like, it gets you comfortable. Like, okay, we're having a conversation, answer questions, and then there'll be like a confrontational question. It's like, is there a chance you might have communicated with somebody underage, or like you've already said you had blah blah blah. She used that technique earlier too. She didn't ask, have you ever talked with somebody underage? She talked past it. She's like, you already have talked to somebody younger. Right? That was a cop. We know that, right? Moving on. There's like a ton of little like buried.
So yes, on Tinder, when you were on Tinder, and forgive me, I'm not very well versed on Tinder, do you have a username there as well?
Shoot, I can't remember. It might have just been Jalen or Jay. Jalen or something like that.
Okay.
Jalen?
So
Really?
J-A-Y?
Yeah, by Jalen, to be honest. J-A-Y again.
Do you ever go by Jay?
Fucking Jalen's.
Friends call me Jay once in a while.
Alright. Okay, so Tinder, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, any other social media sites that you've delved into or used?
How else can I incriminate myself?
Okay. All right. Of course, we've spoken to, you know, obviously the other parties involved and kind of gotten some of the information. And so the reason why this particular photo was kind of brought up is because this photo was...
How well would you hold up in a conversation like this? I don't think I could do it. These people have so much practice like doing exactly these types of interrogations. They're going to be able to seamlessly drift from tactic to tactic while you're going to be trying to like keep a lie straight in your head while not falling into certain psychological traps, all while maintaining your cool because you're guilty of a crime that they're trying to figure out if you've done or not, right? I think it would be I'm sure it's beatable, but you need practice doing it, right? Whether or not you can beat a particular thing is always going to come down to how much you can practice against. So maybe if you had friends practice interrogating you or whatever. Destiny, shouldn't it be super obvious that tactics are being used? Kind of. Here's something that's I would just refuse to talk. I say, lawyer, here's something you should always keep in mind. Psychological tactics oftentimes can work on a person even if you know they're like employing tactics, right? So like, for instance, like asking people questions about themselves to build rapport and to make them feel confident talking to you and have a good conversation, that's like a quote unquote conversational tactic. But if somebody still uses that on me, even if I'm aware of it, I still feel good. It's like, oh cool, you're asking questions about me, yeah, I'll answer, right? Like, even if you're aware of the tactics, they can still be effective, you know?
Sent to this female, which is why I wonder if this photo would be in anyone else's hands.
I mean, first one being younger, no, it wasn't anyone I sent younger.
So this photo was sent within the last 3 weeks. Have you sent this photo?
No, definitely not. It wasn't.
Not to anyone within the last 3 weeks? Okay. And you've only shared it with a select few people?
Yeah, that was a long time ago, so.
Okay. So I want to make sure to get all the people you have shared it with just to make sure they wouldn't try to send it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Also, if I had to guess here, my guess is that like, there's a tactic of like, what do they call it? Like getting your foot in the door. Let's say that I think that you murdered John at his house on Friday night. I'm not going to ask you if you murdered John at his house on Friday night. I'm just going to try really hard to get you in there, right? So Friday, you guys talked about going to John's, right? Like earlier in the day, maybe you guys visit, right? You're just trying to get them over there, right? This constant asking of like, I don't think she probably knows that the picture came from his account. She's just trying to get him to talk around it more, to admit that like, well, could you send it, blah, 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 is there any way, right? Just to like get him like closer to tying himself to this image and everything, right?
I know there's like screenshots and stuff. I don't remember that one being screenshotted on Snapchat.
Yeah, because Snapchat lets you know when you're screenshotting.
Yeah, it'll tell you. So that was a long time ago. So I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know who I might be able to connect with this photo as far as
that one? No, that was a long time ago.
You said you've only shared it a couple times?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a basic photo. I don't want to save that one or anything like that.
So it was either your wife or whoever the other person you might have shared it with that might have shared the photo again?
Like, I don't think the detective thinks this photo's been shared. She knows it came from him, right?
My question is...
I doubt my wife would have did that.
Yeah.
We've been together and stuff for so long.
Well, so you dated this girl for 3 years, and when you were 20, that's 23, you kindled your relationship with your wife about 3 years ago?
Like literally yeah, it was about a month apart from my ex.
The other one. So you've been with her for 3 years,
Yeah.
so you like the long-term relationships?
I've always been in long-term.
3 to 3. All right. So, you know, this, like I said, this photo was sent to this person, so they were in possession of it, and we can't find any connection or reason why this photo would end up with this particular person if it wasn't shared by someone you may know or yourself.
I agree, yeah. My wife wouldn't have done it, so I don't know why she would share that. So.
See, like, this might be a part. Now, it feels weird because you're kind of giving advice to, like, a potential pedophile on how to beat charges. But, like, this might be a part where in court, right, when you're going for a conviction for a criminal matter, you have to convict somebody beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, talking to a jury, could you instill some reasonable doubt that somebody else might have shared that picture? That maybe he sent this to somebody else and maybe somebody else shared that picture? Maybe. That could be a strategy that the defense could use, but they can't now because this guy clearly stated in interrogation that, no, I didn't send that picture to anybody. No shot. Not to my... Nobody would have done that. If it came from any kind, it came from me. So he's like hardcore tied himself to this particular picture now. And it's like, yeah, now that defense is completely fucked, right? So now it would have to be something different.
Long time ago. My ex, it was a bad breakup with my ex, but she wouldn't have saved something like that either.
Like he's just further like digging himself
Average
in a hole.
Minecrafter open that.
Should have asked Reddit, true.
I don't know. 'Cause, I mean, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day. And yeah, some save stuff, but I don't know who would save a picture like that. The nude, maybe, I would save. Not that one.
Jesus.
And there's nothing wrong with this photo, right? It's just
No,
you.
I agree. I don't know how it would get in the hands of a younger person.
There were also some conversations that were exchanged between you and this person.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't talk to anybody else.
Do you say so?
Not on Snapchat?
No.
Not recently?
Not recently, no.
Now, you said all of your social media accounts are private, right?
Yeah.
And I know you're a law enforcement officer, so I know that you've also taken the time to make your plates confidential.
I mean, back in the day, yeah. I don't think my current ones are, though.
I mean, obviously I ran your plates. So you're still driving the Ford Fusion?
Yeah.
And is it black or gray?
It's gray.
Okay. And you got tinted windows on it still?
Yeah.
And so, you know, when it comes to...
Like here, so keep in mind when they came in initially, it was just kind of like a chat to see what's going on or whatever, right? Now, I don't know if he's putting this together in his head. He's a fucking cop, so you'd expect him to. But he should be putting together, okay, she's already like ran my plates, checked my car, knows I have tinted windows. Like this lady's already dug a lot into your past, okay? She probably knows a lot about you. This is not just a random interview about allegations. She's dug into your shit a lot. But I don't even think he's like registering this right now, you know?
The photo, I really want to understand why this person would be in possession of the photo. But the only one who could really help me with that is you.
Yeah. No, I couldn't tell you that.
I don't know.
Well, along with the photo came some additional information about your personal life.
Okay.
And based on some of the information you shared with me today, it seems to add up.
Okay.
So is there any reason why the person would say they're you and share your information?
Sounds like it'd be someone that knows me then, obviously. I don't know who. I don't have any enemies that would be doing something like that.
I got enemies.
Can I ask what information was shared? What they know?
We know that you're a baseball player.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people know that.
Yeah. So that information was kind of shared.
Okay.
Your work schedule.
It's been 5 years now I've worked here.
Specifically the transition to 7 days on, 7 days off.
Really?
Oof. Well, and?
I haven't shared anything like that recently. So I couldn't tell you who that would be.
So let's take it back a little bit. You said you played football in high school, right?
Oh, looks okay. Look, Do you see how like uncomfortable that silence was? She let it sit for a moment. Maybe he's realized he's fucked, but then she's like backing up and it's like, let's talk about you playing football. And now we're going back to like probably, I imagine, an easy string of questions where he can become more comfortable and like kind of like chat about his past again, so he feels like a little bit more at ease.
Back a little bit. You said you played football in high school, right? What position did you play?
I was a defensive end.
Defensive end. Did you have the same jersey the whole time you played?
My last 2 years were, 82, and first 2 years changed up.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Okay. So, I know as an athlete, sometimes when I would do my usernames and stuff, I would kind of use a combination of my things that I know about myself, right? So that way I wouldn't forget it. So this particular picture came from an account.
Sports account.
With this username.
Another confrontation.
J178211. Okay. And I recognize that your jersey name in college was 17.
Yes, it was.
And then high school.
Bro, she knows your college jersey. It's time to lawyer up, bro. This woman's a fucking Terminator. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What are you doing?
82. And it was 11. In 2011.
I never had 11.
No, as far as you graduated in 2011.
I did, yeah.
And it goes by Jay, and it is a Snapchat account that has some links to you.
Okay.
Okay. Jay, I'll be very honest. I want to know the truth.
Yeah, no, I never even heard of that account.
Okay. Have you ever shared any images?
Ooh, big confrontation with a minor.
Your penis with anyone?
Oh, okay.
And how many times would you say you've done that?
A lot.
Can you kind of explain that a little bit more to me?
I mean, my wife, my ex-girlfriend, back in the day, Tinder and stuff, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you know how Tinder is. High school, even, junior high, we did.
Did you ever share any videos of you having sex with anyone?
With anyone? No. I've always had personal videos of me and my wife. That was it. And my ex actually had one, but...
What does your ex look like?
She's blonde.
She's blonde? Okay. So you've never shared any videos?
No, I have not, no.
Just still shots?
Yeah.
Can you, I know this is kind of personal, so let me know if you get uncomfortable at all. Can you tell me what some of those images look like?
Video I had, I used toys. It's awkward, but yeah, I used toys on my wife and stuff.
Okay. Can you explain the toys?
Oh, man.
She's your wife, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's your wife, it's intimate, we
sounds
totally get this, yeah.
Dildos. A vibrator. That's really it. That's all I had.
Okay. You and your wife haven't been in that house too long, right? When did you guys move in?
About a year and a half ago.
And you guys, how many bedrooms are in the house?
4.
4. Do you guys live with anyone else?
No.
Okay. Do you guys have a master bedroom?
We do, yeah.
All right. Can you tell me about your master bedroom?
It's, I mean, just a big white room, big king bed. I mean, there's nothing really special to it.
Okay. Just because it gives me kind of some insight of like, what your home life is like. Do you guys still sleep in the same room? That's a good.
Like, I imagine he's probably describing the setting of the videos too. Like, how bad for him to be playing in front of a jury and they're like, oh yeah, and he is describing his room and this is the video of him fucking in his room. Like, holy shit. Like, maybe plausible, maybe you're like, oh, our room didn't look like that at that time. Like, we remodeled our shit, but he's like, here he goes. He's just fucking laying it all out there. Jesus, why? He's a cop. Why would he do this?
Marriage. I say that because people have been married a long time. Obviously, we come into contact with a lot of...
Like, imagine him saying, like, oh yeah, these are the toys we play with, and the videos are like, here she is getting fucked with these exact toys. Like, why not just not say anything at all?
Them. Do you guys have a TV in your room?
We do, yeah.
Okay. What kind of a TV?
Just a black Samsung TV.
Okay. Is it like a large room that has like one of those double door entries? Because I know some of those houses have them.
No, it's just a single door.
It's a single door? Okay. Any dressers or?
Yeah, we have one dresser. Actually, we have two nightstands and a dresser.
Jesus.
Can you describe the dresser to me?
Yeah, it's like a tannish brown, I guess.
Is it newer?
Somewhat, yeah. Probably.
Because you never know, like sometimes when people move in, they have like that chic style look or like the modern look. So it just helps me to get an idea of what home life is like. It must be hard for you guys though, because your schedules are complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, we still see each other at the end of the day.
So going back, and I'll give you a little bit more information, and then I'll let you chat for a little bit. I don't like chatting a lot, so I already feel like I chat too much. So when it comes to the Crime Stopper that we're investigating and the Snapchat account, and of course your phone number and everything in connection with it, and some of the combinations of numbers and everything there, you can understand why obviously we have a growing concern. And of course your pictures attached to it, right? Which is even more like either someone's...
Can I ask what, you said you got new ones too?
There were images that were shared, yes, that...
Can I ask, I'm sure you got them here, can I ask to see what they are?
You want to see the picture?
Yeah, so I can get an idea.
Yeah. So I don't actually have a clear shot of one. Yeah, so I did not
Okay, I understand.
print out those
I wait till I have
pictures.
a lawyer, because I'm uncomfortable with this. This is weird. So
Of course, like, you definitely have the ability to do that, and of course, you know, this is completely voluntary. And so...
I just don't want to get caught up on something. I'm working this career, I don't want to get caught up on something.
I fully understand, yeah. So, you can, yes, 100% elect not to speak with us. You are not under arrest at this time.
Yeah, I understand.
Obviously, given the fact that we're here and the fact that we're speaking to you, I know that your bosses are going to want to speak with you afterwards, yeah. So, we'll go ahead and allow them to speak with you after.
Okay.
Obviously, since you don't want to talk to us anymore, my partner here may have
Well,
some...
I just wanted to clarify. I have a couple of questions, but
Yeah,
you don't want to answer, or can I ask you the questions? Because you can choose to answer or not answer. So if I ask you a question and you're like, I don't want to answer that.
Yeah.
It's always so crazy to me because people always say, and I'm sure there are some cops that fuck around and do dumb shit that they shouldn't be allowed to do, but it's always funny. Like cops are like, listen, you don't have to answer anything. You can walk the fuck out of here right now. You can walk away, flip me off, and not say a single thing. Okay, what do you want to do? I want to talk to you. I want to tell you everything. Like, just leave. Is he about to answer this lady's questions?
Tell me that, just so that we understand, just based on the admonishment she read you, okay? One of my questions was...
And now he's just answering.
I missed it, but when was the last time that you had Snapchat? Because I know you said you deleted it, but I didn't hear when you deleted it.
I just deleted the app. I deleted that when I was in the academy.
In the academy. When did you go to the academy?
It's like a little over a year ago.
A year ago,
yeah.
so in 2019?
Yeah, right at the beginning of 2019, January.
Okay, and then...
Maybe he's got a humiliation fetish.
Did you go to college at Rosemont?
2011 to about 2013, 14.
And then I just want to make sure that we all understand each other. When my partner says a younger female, you understand that we mean someone under the age of 18?
Yeah, that's obviously why you're here.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have a younger sister, yeah. She's 19 right now. 20, sorry.
Oh, okay. And then my last question was, she was asking about the house and the decorations of your house. In any of your rooms in your house, do you have that new look where they have like the barn door, outer rail type thing? It's like a country, I don't know what you would call it. I see it a lot on like those.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's my house. Yes. That is me in the underage porn kitty fucking video that I sent to a minor. Yes, that is me. Yes.
Okay.
Why? Like, what the fuck is he doing?
Any other questions? I mean, can we still ask you questions, or do you want to stop?
No, I want to wait because I'm uncomfortable with this. So
Okay. So then, you know, I want to thank you for
Yeah,
even
no,
taking
I
the time to speak with me for this long. I can imagine that obviously being confronted with any
You fuck
level of
kids?
questions
No, I think you just sent pictures to a minor.
can be uncomfortable, so I do appreciate that you've allowed us to speak with you even for this long. Okay, so with the next step, however, I'm going to go ahead and pull some documents here for you. So there are a few steps that we're going to be taking after this. Again, you are not being detained by us or anything, but we are acting.
Who joined?
Hi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
I'm watching this this panel that you're doing with the Tennessee bill for the drug ban.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm triggered as fuck. So no one. I don't think anyone mentioned that bill was it was blocked by a federal judge on the grounds that it clashed with the First Amendment.
Wait, hold on. Was it blocked or was there a temporary injunction?
Temporary halt.
Okay,
Sorry,
yeah, because I saw the injunction. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, a Republican judge who was appointed by Trump who said it clashed with the amendment.
Yeah.
I think because I've gone through a lot of like American laws now, so I'm trying to understand this. Like, I think the reasoning he gave was that they didn't specify venues outside of adult cabaret entertainment. So I think the problem with that was that it could even have included and it was also places where there might be minors present.
Yeah.
So that could have constituted anywhere, like a private residence could have potentially counted, or or like a camping ground.
Yeah, like I said, we argued back and forth, but I think it was reaching pretty hard. Like, again, if you read the amendment and you read the part of the criminal code that it's under, it's very, very, very obvious that they're talking about strip performances. That's what they're talking about. And adding cross-dressing there just makes no sense unless you're trying to say that cross-dressing in and of itself is basically akin to a sexual performance. That's the only way that I could read it. I don't understand how you can possibly read it any other way unless you're trying really hard to bend your mind there. But
would it also be a good argument to say that since this bill is the first of its kind, that means that prurient interest, like the sexual interest, is only, there's not going to be a precedent for that. It's only going to be decided by a judge or a jury. So if you're a performer, then you're probably just not going to want to risk performing anywhere where there might be kids, because you don't want some crazy conservative to call the cops on you. Then you have to explain yourself in front of a judge when you have no idea what way it's going to go. Is that kind of what would potentially happen?
Could be, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, I thought that reading, I thought that guy's reading was not very accurate, but
yeah, he didn't come off looking great. So
sure, but he's also apparently a civil litigator or something. What was he? I don't know. That's what he said, right? Did I just make that up?
Yeah, which is why you'd probably get kind of weird about trying to make those arguments, because you never know if a lawyer is going to know something you don't and shit. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. But then also, Lecture Fan is also, I think, I'm pretty sure he's a fully bar licensed attorney, and he said stuff regarding legal matters has just been completely wrong before. It was just dead wrong. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think lawyers sometimes are the it's the most educated profession to uneducated random shit of any profession for people that will ever say shit. I don't know why they do, but yeah.
I feel like that's the case with all academics. I even remember being a student and being fucking 18, 19 years old and occasionally Google searching things that my fucking communist sociology teacher told me. And I was like, man, this so much of this is just horseshit.
Communist sociology teacher. I mean, of course. Are you even trying at that?
Yeah.
Point? But, yeah.
Okay, cool. That was all. Have fun.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, babe.
Bye-bye.
On behalf of the court moving forward.
Okay.
Okay. So I will give you a chance to read through this. This is a search warrant that was granted this afternoon by a judge.
Okay.
The warrant does allow us to grab some
electronic
DNA swabs from you.
Oh, okay. DNA swabs. He was kitty fucking.
Any mobile devices that might be in your
possession. Oh, yeah, electronic devices.
Or potentially in your locker. Do you have your personal phone with you here?
I do have one.
Okay. Yeah. Is it inside?
Is it to take possession or search? It's going to be take possession, I bet. Hold on.
Mobile swabs from you.
Okay.
As well as any mobile devices that might be in your possession or potentially in your locker. Do you have your personal phone with you here?
I do have one.
Okay. I think it's take possession.
Inside your locker?
It's on my person right now.
Okay. So we'll
need that.
If you want to go ahead and hand it to us, we definitely don't need to go in and grab it from you.
Okay.
But we will.
The search warrant does require that we take it from you.
Yeah.
Okay. Additionally, it does allow us to have access to your vehicle.
Okay.
Is your vehicle parked here?
It's parked a few blocks away.
Okay, do you remember exactly where you
It's over across from Cap's Pizza over there.
Cap's Pizza?
Yeah.
And is it like in a parking
It's in a parking lot.
Okay, is it like one of those paid parking lots?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cap's Pizza. Put a note on that. So the warrant does allow for us.
Something that would be kind of funny, but maybe not funny, a little funny. What if imagine this guy's like a mad sexist cop and he like comes in and is like, it's fucking women. like what's gonna happen? Like, yeah, I'll go talk to these dumb bitches. That's a totally invented in my mind storyline, but.
To also process your vehicle.
You guys are gonna take my vehicle?
No, we're going to process it here.
Okay.
So that we actually have someone here that's going to help us take some pictures and just go ahead and
Feels okay,
do what
ma'am.
needs to be done, so we don't have to.
Okay.
We recognize that warrants are a part of our job, but we don't like to inconvenience people unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So that's why we actually brought our technician with us here, because it is we obviously want to take your DNA with the least effort possible. So that's why we're using the swabs. And the same goes for, of course, your phone, which you stated is on your person. We don't want to put hands on if we don't have to. And
Yeah, no, I understand. I'll give it up.
like you said, as a law enforcement officer, you're willing
Jesus.
to comply. With that being said, after that, we will also have access to your locker. Are your vehicle keys inside your locker?
My vehicle keys are in my vehicle right now.
They're in your vehicle?
Yeah.
So you have a code?
I have a code.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that code with us?
Are you compelled to give up the code, or does that count as self-incrimination? I have no idea. The fact that they're asking makes it sound like that he's not required to, but they probably break into the vehicle anyways if they need to, I would guess.
Am I allowed a lawyer to say no to that?
Well, the warrant allows for us to have access to your vehicle.
Okay.
Which means they'd probably break into it if he didn't give them the code. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, so you break it. Yeah. That's
They
fine.
break it,
I'll
yeah.
give it up to you.
I'll jot it down.
Thank you. I don't know the number. I know the
Would it help if you drew the keypad?
Yeah.
Do you want to draw the keypad?
Yeah.
I'm the same way, so.
Let's see. It's. I don't remember how many buttons are, but it's the top, bottom, left, top, bottom. I believe it's that one. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So
One,
it's
two,
straight. It's
three,
straight
four,
down. So 1, 2, 3, then back 2, then down to 5.
Okay. So they're just basically.
It's
so
straight
is
down.
it like this? Are the buttons like this?
Yeah, there's a few more down, but I don't touch those. The first 3. 1, 2, 3, up.
So 1, 2, 3,
Then back to 2, and then 3.
2, and then this
3.
one.
No,
3.
3.
Okay. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Yeah, it should be that one. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Okay. Wonderful. And just for the warrant that you see here, just verifying, of course, this is your name, this is your date of birth. We recognize that you're approximately 6'4", you look very tall. And then we just use your approximate weight there. And I know you have more
Approximately
pictures of
6
it
feet
there.
4.
But,
Oof,
you know,
she's
if you're
negging him.
DL, and just if you know your DL number, we can kind of verify that.
Yeah.
As you see here, it does state here that we have premises as well to enter your home at 8621 Chaparral Way.
Okay.
So we are going to attempt to do this in the quickest way possible and the way that it's obviously going to. This can't be an easy process. We recognize that.
Yeah, my wife's
and we
freaked
don't.
out. What's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Is your mom at your house right now?
She's not.
Okay. Your wife, she is at home?
She is at home.
Okay. Is it just your wife at home?
Just my wife. Yeah.
Okay. And her name is. Okay.
We won't be sending any black and whites over to your house.
No.
Okay.
Just so that
You can.
puts you.
Is it gonna be tonight right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to do this kind of systematically. The very first thing that we will do is, of course, the swab and the phone.
Yeah.
Do you have any other USB drives,
I don't,
anything like that on your person? I know sometimes for work we carry them around
Yeah.
with
No,
us.
I might have a USB in my locker, but that's just a work locker USB.
Okay.
They're gonna need
so, we'll get that started.
Okay.
And then after that, we know that your employers want to speak with you. Again, we are investigating allegations, so they
Yes.
recognize that, but of course, you know, they have to take their action. We can't speak to that, but of course, they obviously want the opportunity to speak with you.
Yeah.
Then, of course, we'll process the locker and then process your vehicle.
Okay.
And again, we'll do it systematically and as quickly as we can
Okay.
to alleviate any additional stresses that this already is causing. And then we'll go ahead and go to your home, and we hope to be in and out fairly quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
And my, guess I'm staying here. I'm not going with you guys or anything like that.
So no, you are not in custody. You are not under arrest. You are not
You
even
can
being
flee
detained.
the state.
That's why you had the right to stop speaking with us at any time. There's no locks on the door. You had the opportunity to leave if you choose to. And like I said, thank you for speaking to us as long as you did. So if you have any questions, we are here. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to grab my lab technician to start that.
Okay, that's fine.
And where's your cell phone on you?
It's on my person right now.
Can we go ahead and set that from you?
Go ahead and just give me that.
Do you have,
So you guys are going to keep my phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any other, as far as your phone, yes,
Put it in airplane mode?
yes, for sure. I don't want to break your phone, and sometimes when we access it without your code.
Oh, oh no! Okay, no legal advice. My understanding is that police are authorized to take things like fingerprints from you. And if you have a fingerprint unlocked from your phone, they can use your fingerprint to get into it. However, if your phone is locked with a code, you are not obligated to give that code over because that counts as self-incrimination. So if you haven't used biometrics to lock your phone and it's locked by a code, you probably shouldn't give that code over voluntarily because I don't believe you could be compelled to by law enforcement.
It could, who knows? So is it possible for us to get your code?
You guys would break my phone?
No, I'm just saying they will get into it like hard-wise, and I don't want to cause any damage to the phone if it's unnecessary.
Look at how she's phrasing it. She's so gentle. Like, I don't want to break your phone. Like, they might when they're trying to get into it. You know, I don't know, blah, 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 blah.
You don't have my phone. I'd rather say no to that. No.
Okay.
I want a lawyer for this.
That's smart.
Okay, swipe down so you can put it in airplane mode.
Oh, okay. This is like a battery case?
Yeah, it's just an extra battery.
Do you want to keep that? Does it come off pretty easily?
Yeah, I can take it off for you.
Oh, that's all right.
Is that an
How do we
iPhone?
take it off?
It
Yeah,
is
it's an
an
iPhone.
What kind of iPhone is it?
C10. DX.
iPhone what?
X10.
Is it the original or is
The original
it one
X.
in the
There
original
we
X?
go. Because there's no need to take the battery.
And is it updated with the latest iOS, whatever
Should
they
be,
sent
yeah.
out?
Everything should be updated.
Alright. Okay, so, do you have any questions as far as the warrant? Because I'm going to bring my lab technician in here so she can go ahead and guide you through it.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. And I'm going to keep the body worn camera and everything on.
That's fine.
okay?
Yeah, I understand.
Do you have any other phones, like a department issued cell
I don't,
phone or
no.
anything like that?
No.
Hell yeah, we're grooving now. Oh yeah. I just got here. Why are they so desperate to get off his phone? What are they so desperate? Oh, because I know that he's got the secret 2B from Nier Automata Kelly Jean cosplay photo set that was never released to the public. They're after it on his phone.
This is here. She's working with us, so she'll assist in just gathering the swab.
Okay.
Taking some pictures. So she just takes pictures so we know who the swabs are connected to.
Okay. That's fine.
Jesus Christ. Okay, no more of that. That guy's tanking way too much. No, I just lost a building. These fucking bat flying things. Fuck.
And that's your copy, Jay.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay. I got it. Right, so, like I mentioned, just obviously because we had to notify Bill that we were coming there, we're just going to come in and chat with you.
Yeah.
We'll kind of try and get everything started so we're not holding you up any longer than need be, and we're able to get you, at least get out of here as soon as possible. So if you have any questions, we will be here. Don't hesitate to ask.
Am I going to get like a card or anything?
Yes.
You guys?
And I'll give you the case number as well. It's on, it should be somewhat listed on there, but sometimes it isn't on the warrant, so make sure. Alright, so case number. And I know you indicated that you would want to speak with a lawyer, so you can give them my information. They can speak with me directly.
Okay.
Okay? Alright, I will go ahead and let them in here, and then, like I said, we'll just do some follow-up so you kind of know what our timeline is as we're kind of moving along.
Fuck, that sucks.
I'm going red.
Okay. You're red?
Yeah.
You're just going to take a picture before you touch it.
Get everybody's way down in the way. Up, down, what?
No, hold on. You gotta take pictures.
Alright. That's how you do. Yeah, you know where I used to work.
Yeah, 2 weeks with
Hey.
that inpatient.
Can I have
Do you have an R knife?
for the time?
Do you have an R knife?
Anything.
I happen to leave it in the truck.
Not. I don't think I do. No, check it here.
Played Vandal Hearts? I don't think so. That sounds familiar. It sounds like an old game, isn't it? How hard would it be to retrieve stuff from his phone without this code? If it's an iPhone, I believe it's impossible right now to do that.
Collared shirts, and then you only share that photo with a couple people.
Unless they can like guess your password or something.
That is also great. So someone login. Well, I don't share it with a couple.
Up, down,
Up, down, right.
Apparently iPhone 10 and below can be broken into with a hardware bug. Oh, okay.
Oh, up, down. You have to boom quick. I only want the Palomar. Try it. I went up, down, right. Up.
He trolled him.
Up, down, right.
I doubt that the FBI, CIA, or whomever don't have their tricks before any IT product is released to the public. No, I think in general, I don't think that the NSA or whatever have like a crack team of like 0-day exploiters. They might be able to find some. I know there was that staging server one time where a couple 0 days were stored, but in general, like these are the whole world has a vested interest in trying to hack devices or whatever, right? This is going to be stuff that everyone in the world is working on. I don't know if the U.S. there's any reason to believe that like intelligence agencies would have like a secret way to do this better than anybody else, you know? But when it comes to things like weapons manufacturing, whatever, right? Like not everybody in the world can manufacture weapons or, you know, stuff like that. So you would expect that we would have an edge there. But for stuff like cybersecurity, I don't believe so, no. I don't think so.
You want to give it a go? Or do you want me to try? No, you try.
Look up Celebrate. Private companies will do it. Yeah, that would be my guess. They'd outsource that work or something, right? Yeah, that would be my guess.
How many copies does it take? Well, that's if we got the right. Look outside it. Oh, good.
I've never handled this before.
I'm right.
Up, down, up, down.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. Yeah, they don't have to listen right.
Oh, it's open?
Give it one more try. One more try.
Okay.
One more try.
You actually have some of the best hackers in the world in your orgs. My understanding is because of, as stupid as it sounds, I've heard this repeated so many times. My understanding is because of like things like the marijuana policy, it actually keeps a lot of top talent out of federal agencies. That has been very, 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 very difficult for federal agencies to recruit people that specialize in cyber crimes and stuff. Like you can make deals with people if you catch them to make them work for you to avoid prosecution or whatever. But yeah. And pay, yeah, the pay probably sucks working for the government versus doing this stuff in the private sector too.
I vaguely remember some like, I don't know if it's 2 seconds or.
You have to hold down the right thing.
That's what she did on one.
Huh? You have to stay on the left foot.
Yeah, she did do the whole holder.
Oh. It's recorded. We tried.
I had a number theory teacher that said that the NSA had numerical methods to factoring 60-digit numbers. Not sure how true that is. Nah, no shot. Okay, here, think about it this way, okay? So first thing we have to say is we all exist in a world where we have reasonable limitations on things, okay? We all of us exist in a world where we're all humans. There's no alien technology, nothing crazy like that, okay? When we think of like, where is the government going to specialize? We're probably going to think of things that are unique to the government that not everybody else in the world is working on, right? That's the general feeling of things, okay? We'll start from that foundation. So when we ask ourselves, would we expect the government to have some crazy head start there? The question should be, is the government uniquely situated to work on this problem? So let's say, for instance, here's a question. Do we think that the government has the capability to produce, like, incredibly easily, because of how many resources they have, the best pop song in the world, right? Well, let's think about it. The government doesn't really specialize in pop music, and there's a lot of other people all over the world that are producing pop songs. There's a whole industry related to pop music, right? There's a whole industry related to it. There's companies that churn this out. There's individual artists. The idea that the government could compete with them seems highly unlikely. Probably not going to be the case, right? Now, when it comes to things related to, say, like manufacturing tank shells, okay? Now, there's probably not a lot of companies in the world that are researching that. However, even in regards to that, we still use private companies that we outsource some of that work to, right? When it comes to things related to like cryptography, computers, cybersecurity, like actual like hardware security, these are things that every government, university, and private company all over the world have a vested interest in researching. So the idea that our government somehow has managed to get ahead of all these other industries where there's so much more money being dedicated to those resources is highly unlikely. What's more likely going to happen would be if the government needs to break into a service here, the most efficient way to allocate resources would be the government would say, okay, well, who works on this? There's Cyber Hackers 101, this company. We're going to go to them. We're going to pay for their services. We're going to outsource the work to them, and we're going to work in some limited engagement, and they're going to do it for us. Because that's where all the money is, that's where the resources. We like to think in our mind, we like to think that like, oh, the government can do everything at all points in time because it's got infinite resources and their technology is 20 years ahead of us. That's just not true. The government might be a few years ahead in things that like the government itself can specialize in, but for the most part, the government is not going to be beating private industry, right? Like think about like making atomic bombs and everything, okay? Even though my history sucks, right? I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. When the government wanted to make atomic bombs, it's not that the government was like, oh, well, we're the government. We've got the best resources in the world. We're going to go ahead and make all these atomic bombs. No, they didn't. They had to go to universities. They had to go to other companies. They had to get all this talent from around the world. They said, we're drafting you in our program. Come here, share your knowledge, and we're going to work on the atomic bombs, right? The government doesn't just magically have a 5, 10, 20-year lead on all the technologies. That just doesn't make, it just can't be the case, right? It's just not possible, you know?
Hey. All of his codes are funny because they're not like even his hard codes, they're buttons that don't have numbers. Alright, third try. I doubt it's gonna get much better. So.
Do you guys have the things in the building?
Yeah, I think just trying to get it. I wonder if there's a real reason.
I would say that's a power that the government uniquely has to propel itself into the future tech-wise, though. Nah, I don't think so. Cryptography was pioneered by government agencies, though, because they had a wartime need. They might see that need today due to cyber espionage. Sure, but now cryptography is available to people all over the world. Everybody in the world, and math professors and universities all over the world. It's a very decentralized thing when it comes to, I mean, like, sure, you've got like your standard like RSA algorithms that everybody uses, but like cryptography is not exclusively in the domain of the government now. Companies all over the world are working on stuff like this, and there's no reason to think why our government would be able to beat all of them in terms of that technology, right? And even when you think about like the ways that the government catches people, right? I mean, here's like the obvious one. There's a couple obvious examples, right? The government is like on their hands and knees, like pleading. The FBI is like, Apple, please put a backdoor in your shit so we can crack people's phones. Please do this because we can't do it. Or if you look at how governments around the world catch certain criminals, usually it's through like malicious software, right? Like in Australia, there was that huge bust where a whole bunch of criminals were using a chat app that the government actually fucking made. And then these dipshits downloaded it, used it, and that's how they all got caught. I think that was in conjunction with the FBI too. I think it was FBI and the Australian government. But like that's usually how they catch them. It's not like the government walks in and it's like, I know it's on your phone. We're the government. We've already cracked everything. We're into all your devices. Like that's just not the case, you know.
I tried squeezing too. Because a lot of times that happens.
My best friend. Is it YouTube or whatever?
It doesn't work often. Yeah.
Bro, I'm sleeping with this nerd shit. We get it, bro. FBI, Apple memes, backdoor. We get it. You watch hacker shows.
So does your mom.
This weapon is in there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just wait till you guys do your thing, and I'll just take whatever it is here. So.
Okay. Picture?
You want to take photos? Yep. So release. There you go. Up, down, right, release.
Still red.
Fuck me, dude. Same with the deep web. The government made Tor, which is the browser usually used to do illegal things. The government made Tor. I don't even know if that makes sense. I don't know enough about Tor to tell you if that makes sense or not, but my understanding is Tor it's not a thing you can make. It's a decentralized collection of servers that people can use to access a hosted internet that's not accessible without going through like a Tor, without like a Tor entry point first. But I don't think you can. It was DARPA kind of. Because like because technically isn't Tor referring to like a collection of decentralized servers? DARPA made the protocol. Oh, okay, sure. They might have made the protocol that initially does it, but the government doesn't own all of the different servers that are involved in like Tor networking. Tor the servers so much. Yeah. Damn, dude, the hammer is a fucking banging weapon. Holy shit. Some schizos think that the fact that the military developed the protocol means all the dark web is like a honeypot. It is possible that if somebody is controlling the exit and entry nodes or whatever that you're using to access something on a Tor website, if somebody has access to both those nodes, I'm pretty sure they can figure out the traffic going through. So Tor is not a 100% safe and secure way of doing things.
Okay.
Except for when your mom uses it.
I can only use that. Want a comb by chance? Just for hair samples comparison?
Is this just the rest of the video? It's just them going through his shit?
Do we want to do that? Please come. Don't take photos after.
What if a whole stash of CP just... Oh shit, there's a dude here, so I didn't even see him.
He does have hairs on it, though.
This guy got giga-fucked on charges. He had sex with 6 girls under 16, and the total charge is like 40 plus. Holy shit. He's a super pedophile. He's looking for young girls, then. Bro, why don't the bows shoot at the eggs? How cringe.
17 Gen 5. 9mm.
He only got 12 years? Wait, no shot. The case involved 4 victims between the ages of 12 and 14. But prosecutors contend that Fleer contacted more than 40 others who described themselves as minors. Investigators were unable to track down these people to verify whether they were underage. Deputy District Attorney Jalen Wang said Fleer sought out young girls, offered them money in order to coax them into meeting with him, and encouraged the girls to arrange for their other young friends to meet him. Holy shit. The prosecutor said the victims became afraid when they discovered they had been talking with a law enforcement officer. Fleer did not hide his profession and sent some of them pictures of himself in his uniform. I just looked this guy up, and he had a Destiny GG account and it was on Team Pepe. He pleaded guilty to 18 felony and 2 misdemeanor charges in June of 2021 and was sentenced to 12 years in state prison. Holy shit. It says the case involved 4 victims between the ages of 12 and 14. When they say victims, actually, I guess it depends. Is he sending pics of his dick to these kids, or is he fucking them? That's what I'm curious. What were the felony charges? Sex acts with underage girls. Does that mean it was some sort of sexual contact, or is trading nude pictures a sex act? It listed the graphic charges. Court said on or about April 8th, Fleer unlawfully participated in an act of oral copulation with Jane Doe number 1, a person under the age of 16. Oh, he's eating 12-year-old box. What the fuck? Bro. Ugh. Yikes. He got 12 years. Jesus Christ. Do you think 12 years is low? I feel like this is an extraordinary set of fucked up facts. Imagine you're a 12 or 13-year-old. You get baited by a guy online to have sex with, and then you find out he's a fucking cop? What do you even do at that point? You're not gonna call the cops? He is a cop, right? That's like an extra special set of like fuck shit. That's crazy. Why do you keep saying? I don't understand what this guy is saying when he means this. Destiny, cop in prison for kids. He was alone that whole time. Trust Omega Law. What does he mean? What is this guy trying to say? I don't understand what he's saying. Cop in prison for kids. He was alone that whole time. Can somebody interpret this? Oh, solitary confinement. Not in Gen Pop. Gotcha. Oh man, dude. Ronnie, what are you doing, man? Disney sues DeSantis and Oversight Board after vote to nullify agreement with Special Taxing District. Walt Disney Parks and Resorts on Wednesday sued Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and his hand-picked Oversight Board, accusing the Republican 2024 presidential prospect of weaponizing his political power to punish the company for exercising its free speech rights. The law, why the fuck? I understand you want to fuck around and make your, have like your wave your big dick around for your fucking constituents, but why would you, why would you want to fucking go to court with Disney? Bro, what are you doing, little bro? Why, like, even if you're in the right, why the fuck would you want this hanging over you? Why the fuck would you do this? Why would you want to go to court against fucking Disney, okay? These guys, like, single-handedly can, like, legislate the fucking orbit of the moon, okay? Why the fuck would you want to take Disney to court? Jesus. The lawsuit was filed in federal court minutes after the board appointed by DeSantis to oversee Disney's special taxing district sought to claw back its power from the entertainment giant, voting to invalidate an agreement struck between Disney and the previous board in February, just before the board's dissolution. What they created is an absolute legal mess, okay? It will not work, said Martin Garcia, chairman of the DeSantis-picked Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board of Supervisors. Wednesday's moves are the latest escalation in the fight between DeSantis and Disney as DeSantis moves towards a 2024 presidential bid. Disney responded by suing DeSantis, the board, and Florida Department of Economic Opportunity Acting Secretary Meredith Ivey, seeking to block the board's moves. The lawsuit characterizes Wednesday's vote as the latest strike in a targeted campaign of government retaliation orchestrated at every step by Governor DeSantis as punishment for Disney's protected speech. It says DeSantis' retaliation now threatens destiny. It says DeSantis' retaliation now threatens Disney's business operations, jeopardizes its economic future in the region, and violates its constitutional rights. Disney finds itself in this regrettable position because it expressed a viewpoint the governor and his allies did not like. Disney wishes that things could have been resolved a different way, the lawsuit says, but Disney also knows that it is fortunate to have the resources to take a stand against the state's retaliation. A stand smaller businesses and individuals might not be able to take when the state comes after them for expressing their own views. In America, the government cannot punish you for speaking your mind. The board's move Wednesday was expected, and board members in previous meetings had previewed its arguments over why it saw the agreement as invalid. In March, the board hired a team of law firms to represent the district in potential legal challenges with Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, signaling that DeSantis' appointees anticipated the fight was headed to the courtroom. Disney CEO Bob Iger hinted at the entertainment giant's case against the state when he told shareholders earlier this month that the company has a right to freedom of speech just like individuals do. The governor got very angry about the position that Disney took, and it seems like he's decided to retaliate against us, in effect, to seek to punish a company for its exercise of a constitutional right, Iger said. Is it Iger or Iger? And that just seems really wrong to me against any company or individual, but particularly against a company that means so much to the state that you live in. The fight now shifts, The fight now shifts to the courts, where Disney, in its 77-page lawsuit, is seeking an injunction that would block the board from exercising the power DeSantis and the Republican-led legislature sought to hand it. We are unaware of any legal right that a company has to operate its own government or maintain special privileges not held by other businesses in the state, DeSantis Communications Director Taryn Fensky said. This lawsuit is yet another unfortunate example of their hope to undermine the will of the Florida voters and operate outside the bounds of the law. I will say, I don't know how Pisco feels about this, but I actually do kind of feel like the little thing that Disney had set up seems like a little bit bullshit. It's just funny now that like Republicans want it to want to undo it because it's not benefiting them and their state ideologically anymore, I guess. But the year-long fight has strained what had long been a cozy relationship between Florida's government and the state's best-known employer and attraction of tourist dollars. DeSantis earlier this month suggested the state could build a prison or competing theme park on what had, for decades, been Disney-controlled property. The Florida governor's battle with Disney has become a flashpoint in the early stages of the 2024 Republican presidential primary. Former President Donald Trump and a slew of other candidates and potential rivals, including former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, have lambasted DeSantis for his actions, characterizing them as anti-business. After a hearing in which several business owners, including those who run restaurants and bars at Disney World locations, urged the board to work with Disney, Garcia said the board would seek to raise taxes to pay for its legal fees in evaluating and combating what he called 11th hour agreements. Because that's going to cost us money, we're going to have to raise taxes to pay for it, Garcia said. The Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board of Supervisors, oh, that is true. Now, remember, when it comes to the federal government, when people say things like, oh, well, if we're doing war in Ukraine, we can't take care of the homeless. That's not true. Government dollars aren't really fungible. We can make more money as the federal United States government. We've got the Treasury, we've got the Federal Reserve. We have the ability to kind of like do a lot with our budget. That's a thing that we can do. Oh, wait, hold on. Cake. Does the viewers thing automatically add viewers from my different platforms? Is that what that's doing? Because if so, that's really cute. I just noticed that. However, while the federal government can do that, state governments cannot do that. State governments have to be far more responsible with their budgets than the federal government does, because for the state to raise money, they've got to do things like sell bonds and everything. They can't just print out whatever money they need. Their process for raising money is a little bit more complicated, and a state can't just spend like an insane amount of money. They've got to be more conscientious of it. So state dollars are a bit more fungible, although they do have some raising money compared to the federal government, but. The money printer is only for the federal government, you know. Nikolai, wow, directly contradictory of your earlier statement that government doesn't have limitless resources. Nice. Does the statement I make now contradict that the government isn't going to be 5 to 10 years ahead technologically of every... Do I even respond to that? Am I going to get one guide by that YouTube comment? I'm not going to get one guide. Okay. The Central Florida Tourism Oversight District Board of Supervisors, the board named by DeSantis and packed with his allies early this year, took over the Reedy Creek Improvement District, the special taxing district that for half a century gave Disney control over the land around its Central Florida theme parks. But before the DeSantis selected board was in place, Disney in February reached an agreement with the outgoing board that seemed to render the board powerless to control the entertainment giant. The DeSantis administration was unaware of the agreement for a month and vowed retribution after it became public. The agreements Disney signed with the previous board ensured the company's development rights throughout the district for the next 30 years, and in some cases prevented the board from taking significant action without first getting approval from the company. One provision restricted the new board from using any of Disney's fanciful characters until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles III, King of England. Its development agreement was approved over the course of 2 public meetings. This had to do with the legal eagle thing, where you peg something on like the air of like a living person. That's like the latest you can peg something. It's kind of like a meme shit, but yeah. Its development agreement was approved over the course of 2 public meetings held 2 weeks apart earlier this year. Both noticed in the local Orlando newspaper and attended by about a dozen residents and members of the media. No one from the governor's office was present at either meeting, according to the meeting minutes. In Wednesday's meeting, the board's special general counsel, Daniel Langley, walked through its legal arguments for nullifying the deal between Disney and the previous board member. The previous board, my bad. Oh yeah, the rule of perpetuities or whatever, which sounds incredibly fucking convoluted, but... He said the board had not provided the required public notice of its meetings and said the agreement was not properly approved by 2 municipalities within the district, the cities of Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista. He also argued the previous amendments to Disney's long-term comprehensive plan were not properly vetted and approved by those 2 municipalities. The bottom line is that a development agreement has to be approved by the governing body of a jurisdiction, and that didn't happen from the cities that have jurisdiction, Langley said. Former Florida Supreme Court Justice Alan Lawson, an attorney hired by the district, said that the old board attempted to act without legal authority to act. This is essentially about what it means to live and work in a county governed by the rule of law. Everyone must play by the same rules, he said. Disney was openly and legally granted unique and special privileges. That privilege of running its own government for a time, that era has ended. If you flip a coin and it's heads, I'll tier 5. Let's go, baby! Fuck you. Didn't you argue with the guy on a panel who said the government had infinite money, but just said exactly that? No. Okay, the government doesn't have infinite money. Theoretically, if the government were to print infinitely, then the value of the dollar would go to zero, right? The government can't print an infinite amount of money. However, the federal government does have a wide wiggle room on our budget because we can print money. States cannot create their own currency and borrow against themselves like that. States have to sell bonds to raise money in other ways, right? So technically, the federal government does have unlimited money, but technically it doesn't have unlimited money because if it prints unlimited money, then the value of the money goes to zero, right? For states don't have the ability to create their own currency. They have to sell bonds and shit to raise money. The end of a decades-old agreement. The state legislature created the Reedy Creek Improvement District in 1967 and effectively gave Disney the power to control municipal services like power, water, roads, and fire protection around its Central Florida theme parks that didn't exist before Walt Disney and his builders arrived. But the special district also freed Disney from bureaucratic red tape and made it cheaper to borrow to finance infrastructure projects around its theme parks, among other significant advantages. That special arrangement, though criticized at times, was largely protected by state politicians as both Disney and Florida benefited from the tourism boom. The unlikely fracturing of Florida's relationship with its most iconic business started during the contentious debate last year over state legislation to restrict certain classroom instruction on sexuality and gender identity. Disney's then CEO, Bob Chapek, facing pressure from his employees, reluctantly objected to the bill, leading DeSantis to criticize the company. When DeSantis signed the legislation into law, Disney announced it would push for its repeal. DeSantis then targeted Disney's special governing powers. For DeSantis, who has built a political brand by going toe-to-toe with businesses he identifies as woke, the latest twist threatens to undermine a central pillar of his story as he lays the groundwork for a likely presidential campaign. Destiny, I know you're off the topic, but the NSA was absolutely the leader of cryptography until the 2000s. At minimum, they added backdoors into everything, probably the ability to crack anything they'd contributed to. They probably don't have unique math, but they controlled cryptography by funding and undermining it for its own purposes. That could have been possible 20 years ago, sure. 20 or 30 years ago, sure, in the early advent of the internet. But not now while it's a multi-billion, billion dollar industry that's decentralized around the entire world, right? An entire chapter of his new autobiography is devoted to Disney, and the saga is well featured in the stump speech he has delivered around the country in recent weeks. Go find the magical backdoor. Oh, an AES or RSA or yeah, I mean there's big encryption standards. We've got big encryption standards now that I don't even think would be broken by quantum computing theoretically, right? But regardless, who cares? I feel like this is another example of something that I said earlier, where it seems like we become so politically fucking fractured in this country that we can't even take credit for the things that are like the best about us anymore. Like America can't take credit for like the vaccine because half the country thinks the vaccine is fucking poison. I feel like now and now you've got Florida, DeSantis fighting with Disney. Disney, which is inarguably a historic and internationally relevant and front and center like propagator of American culture, like a U.S. business, and now even Florida, where Disney World exists, is fighting with Disney. Like, how sad is that? Like, how fucked is that? Now, if you're in Florida and a Republican, how do you feel about like arguably the most important business that maybe has ever existed in your state? Like, how fucked is that? How fucking insane is that? You know? Jesus. Wait, who's told me to stop? Oh, sorry. All the shit that Disney owns. Oh yeah, the new conservative boycott. Disney owns way too much shit. It's a little crazy. All right, Benny Ben, what are you talking about over here? I think this was yesterday.
Well, folks, as you know, there's a clip of me that once went viral, all about me asking a young woman why she couldn't be 60. She was arguing, of course, that a man could be a woman. So I said, well, you're 21. Why can't you be 60? Well, now people are actually doing this. They're actually claiming that they are trans age. I do wonder sometimes whether the left hears itself. So, over in Florida...
Okay, can I address this argument real quick? Okay. Let me start with this, okay? Every single person on the planet, every single person on this planet believes in trans age, okay? To start with. All of us think that trans age is real, okay? The issue that these people have is they don't actually use their brain when they're engaging with the question, and to be fair, people on the left has super muddied the water on what it means to be trans, okay? When we talk about what a trans person means, okay, hopefully, if we're still in the world of reality, okay, in the world of reality, a trans person's brain could be sexed differently than their body, right? So if that is the case, you're not just randomly identifying as something. There is a fact of the matter about the state of your brain, okay? When I talk about the trans age thing, when we talk about age is typically a signifier for other things in your life. For instance, when you hit a certain age, you have a certain amount of development. When you hit a certain age, then you're allotted a certain amount of rights when you get to the age of majority, right? So, for instance, at 18 years old, you have the right to own property, to go have sex, to go do whatever the fuck you want to do at 18 or 19 in some states. I think in Nebraska it's 19, right? However, in the United States, we recognize that some people's brains don't actually mature that way. In a way, we kind of treat people with severe mental disability as like trans-aged down to a younger age. We might treat somebody that has severe autism or crazy Down syndrome at 30 years old like they're only 6. You might actually do that. Or we might say this person is age 25, but because of a developmental disability, this person is treated essentially as a 15 or 16-year-old. Like this already happens in the United States where we revoke rights from people or we assign permanent guardians to somebody because their brain hasn't matured as much as like the age they have, the age that their actual body is. So when somebody's like, oh, like trans age, it's so stupid. We kind of do treat people as different ages based on like developmental delays or other sort of problems, okay? However, you can't just say that you identify as a different age, okay? Because that doesn't make sense, right? Age is typically, if it's not going to be a signifier for like actual like physical development, age is just it's just a number. Age is it's an actual thing that measures like how many times the Earth has gone around the sun while you exist on the planet. You can't just identify that away, right? I've been alive for 11 years. I can't identify as being alive for 30 years. It doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. It's like identifying somebody with 4 or 5 arms. You can't do that. But for a trans person, the argument is that their brain is actually sexed differently. Their brain is sexed differently than their body. So it's not just that they're identifying as trans, it's that they are trans. Now, whether or not you believe in trans people, that's fine. If you say, oh, well, I don't believe that trans people are real. I don't believe that, I don't believe any of that. Like, that's fine. If you don't believe in trans people, you think it's all fake bullshit, that's fine. But at least engage with the argument as it is. That's the argument as it is presented, all right?
A gay parade has now been canceled. Why? According to Local 10, officials in a Florida city have canceled a gay pride parade and restricted other pride events to people 21 years and older in anticipation of Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill meant to keep children out of drag shows.
How are brains sexed differently? Could you elaborate? The argument goes that your brain has some sort of sex. Most people's brain sex aligns with their body sex. Your gender identity, your gender expression are the same. That's like most cis people. But for trans people, for whatever reason, something has happened to sex their brain differently. Where their brain is sexed as female, even though their body sex is male, right? Now, whether that's actually true, or whether there's other like things at play, obviously is still to be researched. Like this is all debated. Like trans stuff is like pretty new in terms of research. Everything. Nobody's got a concrete answer. But that's like in my opinion, that is the strongest argument for the existence of trans people. The self-ID stuff and all that other nonsense is just that. It's nonsense. It's garbage. Like who cares?
Pride Alliance of the Treasure Coast posted Wednesday on Facebook the decision to change this Saturday's Pride Fest events was made after multiple conversations.
How are brains sexed differently? Could you elaborate?
I just did. Dumbass.
Lucy officials. So, why?
Except not anymore, Destiny. The mainstream talking point is that you don't need gender dysphoria to be trans. Whoever says that is a fucking retard. Ignore them. Who cares? Those are extremist trans losers that are just trying to be trans because they're trying to collect a whole bunch of fucking virtue points on Twitter. Okay? The people that do all this stuff where it's like, The people that do all this shit where they're like, oh, like anybody can be trans, you identify, blah, blah, fuck all those people. Nobody cares about those people, okay? Fuck them, okay? They're all fucking losers. It's just a bunch of white people on Twitter that need some sort of oppression in their life to feel like they have an opinion that matters, okay?
Well, apparently, the DeSantis administration was cracking down on lewd displays before children. They basically said no assless chaps or displays of dildos, and in front of the kids. And the gay pride parade, instead of being like, okay, we'll fly our rainbow flags and we will celebrate gay marriage, they're like, nope, we're going to pull the parade. Do you hear yourselves, guys? I mean, I'm fine with it. That's what you want to do. But it seems like you're kind of like, is that if the purpose of the gay pride parade is the assless chaps and the simulated sex act in front of kids, and so you have to cancel it to the extent that like a law that says you can't sexually indoctrinate kids affects the parade? What does that say about your parade, really? I mean, meanwhile, other things that I like. The trans movement obviously is going to have some radical ramifications for a lot of other things in American life. One of those things.
The war is this law is probably phrased in such a way that it's going to be like it has a needless overreach. It's going to be my guess, but I haven't seen that particular law in Florida. But
obviously, is going to be the question of age. So you'll recall that a few years back, a very, very famous exchange, me and a college student, in which this college student took the position that men can be women, women can be men, and I asked this college student her age. And she told me her age. She said she was 20 or something, 21. And I said, why aren't you 60? And this, of course, went viral because I was saying, like, you can't change your age and you can't change your sex. So what are you talking about here? Let me ask you this. Okay, I won't ask you how old. I will ask you how old you are, okay? Because you're young enough that it's probably not insulting to ask you. So
I'm 22, so I'm probably young and naive, right?
No. Why aren't you 60?
Did you not say time is perceived faster or slower for people in their head,
Why
which
aren't
is why
you
they feel like they're older/younger?
But we usually have a term for that, maturity. Like age is pretty tied in, right? You can't identify as 4 feet tall or 9 feet tall. You can't identify as having 7 legs. You can't identify as being a different, like, years you've existed on the planet, right? How does Ben not realize how embarrassing it is to bring up a dunk on a fucking college kid? I mean, that's how he made his early shit, right? Destiny, the corollary of your trans age argument is that trans must then be a disease to be accepted. You can call it a disease if you want. You can call it whatever. People typically don't because it's, I mean, it's an abnormality, of course. People don't because that's like a normatively loaded word. But I think you're trying to normatively load it, so you're not trying to trap me because you're interested in like an actual like intellectual grasp of the topic. You're just trying to get me to like admit that it's a disease. But like, sure, like let's say that I grant you that. Okay, sure, being trans is a disease. That makes you even more fucking retarded for saying people shouldn't be allowed medication to treat it, right? Like if you try to push that hard as a conservative to get somebody to say like, oh, then isn't being trans an illness? Like, yeah, it is true. It's an illness that's treated by atropine surgery. Like, okay. Or are you telling me now you do want to recognize it as an illness, but you don't want to do anything about it, which is even more retarded. It's the most retarded position, right?
60.
Is it?
And why can't you?
Ben Shapiro is a better man than me. There is no shot I would be able to watch videos of myself dunking on like randos from 8 years ago and not cringe into another fucking universe. Oh, I recognize this. I feel like I've watched this video before. I probably watched this video 6 years ago.
Okay, I won't ask you how old. I will ask you how old you are, okay? Because you're young enough that it's probably not insulting to ask you. So
I'm 22, so I'm probably young and
I'm
naive,
trans
right?
age. Totally explains why I am racist and sexist. I'm a 80-year-old man in a 20-year-old's body. Justified finally.
okay, because you're young enough that it's probably not insulting to ask you. So
I'm 22, so I'm probably young and naive, right?
no, why aren't you 60? Why aren't you 60?
Is it?
She hasn't, because the problem is she doesn't have a fully developed thing. Like, why aren't you 60? Well, because there's an underlying fact of the matter for my age, right? But there's also an underlying fact of the matter of the sex of the brain. That should be the argument, right? Like you said, this is a super viral video, yeah.
And why can't you identify as 60? What is the problem with you identifying as 60?
It's not the same as gender. You can't just.
You're right. Age is significantly less important than gender.
Is it
well,
though?
now I guess we've hit.
Is age significantly less important than gender? Like, if you could know one thing about a person, who did you fuck yesterday? And you want to know if it's right or wrong. Would it be more important to know the age or the gender? I feel like that's not the case that in all ages, or I'm sorry, in all cases, gender is more important than age. It probably depends a lot based on what we're talking about, right? Like, but I mean, like, I'm being a little obtuse now, but like, it's kind of silly to compare the two. Like, what's more important, your age or your gender? I don't know, that's kind of silly.
Hit the end of parody because now we have 60-year-old men identifying as 6-year-old.
Wait, someone in chat just said from a medical perspective. Even from a medical perspective, like, this person's kidneys are failing. Would you rather know their age or their gender? What, that doesn't, like, if they're 2 years old, that's a really big deal. If they're like 112 and they're like on their last legs, right? I don't know. It's just, it's a silly comparison, I think.
Old girls. This is a clip that was going viral on the Twitters of a 60-year-old man in Great Britain claiming that he is in fact a 6-year-old girl. Now, what's hilarious about this, and the reason why I put it in things I like rather than things I hate, is I think it does quite well expose the trans agenda. If this were a man claiming that he is in day 365 of girlhood, he would be getting all sorts of ad deals from Maybelline and Tampax and Bud Light. But since he claims that he's a 60-year-old man who's a 6-year-old girl, it's the age that really is upsetting people. It's the age that's troubling, not the fact that this is a dude claiming that he is a female.
Today is my first day of having my living room as my playroom. And my Kodo is here with me, but I didn't have any friends over for the play date because it's COVID time. But
is anybody defending this, or is this just everybody just see this guy's like mentally ill? Like,
I'm having fun with Makoto, my cat, and with Franny. She's my baby. Anyways, I just wanted you to see I made a tutu with my sewing machine.
Oh no.
And it's for pretending to be a little fairy.
Oh no. Oh no. But here's the thing. Why not? Question to the left. Why not? Why can't this 60-year-old man be a 6-year-old girl? Why not? You say he's a man who can be a girl. Again, day 365 of girlhood means that you're getting calls from the President of the United States. So when is the Prime Minister of Britain, not Rishi Sunak, who actually has his head screwed on straight on this, maybe some of the former prime ministers, well, why don't they call up this guy and congratulate him on becoming a 6-year-old girl? I mean, the good news is that, according to the left, this means that he is basically immortal because he can just keep identifying as a younger and younger person. He'll never die. That's very exciting. None of this ideology makes sense because it is all pagan crap and it has nothing to do with reality. Okay, time for some things that I hate.
Why are you on the lowling? This is the society you want. Totally normal.
I'm sorry, hold on. Fuck, I'm saying this out loud because I'm never going to do this, but this is such a good idea. Imagine doing a show. It would be so much fun to do a show like Fresh and Fit, but instead you just bring on guys instead of girls. You bring on like frat boys. Oh my God. There would be like an infinite number of ideas you could spin off in terms of like shit you could do on this. It would be so fucking funny. Like when you go around the table, instead of asking like what's your body count and your relationship status, like imagine you go around and you ask like what's your height and your IQ for every single guy at the table. And then sometimes on episodes like Fresh and Fit, Myron bring out like a scale to like weigh girls. Imagine a guy's like 6 foot, and then you bring out like in the middle of the episodes like we're gonna measure your height for all of you. And then it would be so much fun to go. You know how Sneeko you know, Sneeko says shit like, oh, name 3 countries, name 3 countries. It would be so funny to go around a table of frat boys and be like, I want you to calculate in your head with no calculator, what is 17.5% of 100, right? And like, see how many of them can actually get it right as you go around the table. Or like, you're traveling 80 miles. Oh wait, what's the one question that fucks everybody up? How long does it take you to travel 60 miles if you're going 60 miles an hour? Is that the one? Like, it would be so fucking hilarious to do this with a bunch of fucking frat boys. Destiny, wait, what? That's hard for everyone? Oh, wait, what? Did I just get my first contestant? Oh, no. Oh, no.
You're going 70 miles per hour. How long would it take you to drive 70 miles?
70, nigga?
Oh, why? Why 70? Explain to the camera why.
Because 1 times 70, 70.
Well, who the fuck said anything about 1? Where did 1 come from? You're going 70 miles per hour.
Oh, 1 hour.
You're going.
I feel like there's a video in a car where somebody does this for a long time. Oh my god, hold on. I'm sorry, I just have so many good ideas. Imagine you have like a soundboard where you push the buttons like Myron has, but all of the buttons are like quips from things like the women on The View say. Fuck, that would be so fucking good. God damn. Okay, sorry.
There is a human named Jules Hoffman. Jules Hoffman is a woman, but Jules Hoffman says that she is a they. According to Jules, the reason this is of relevance is because Jules Hoffman is one of the stars of a wildly popular YouTube channel for babies and toddlers called Songs for Littles. The host of this is apparently a person named Miss Rachel. Now, I've never watched this, nor would I expose my children to a woman who says that she is a they, not 3-year-old children. Nope. But this is, what is it? So Miss Rachel used to be just a place where you would hear a cute song sung to your 3-year-old. Now it's...
Wait, fuck. Oh, dude, August's gonna hate me so much because he wanted me to watch this video. Now I'm getting hardcore distracted. I'm so sorry.
All right, we're traveling from Logan to Boise, and I just proposed a math question to my beautiful wife, Chelsea. And the question, very difficult to calculate, is if you are traveling 80 miles per hour, how long does it take you to go 80 miles? Okay, what do you think, Chell? Let's go through the process. What do you think?
Well, if I run the mile in about 9 minutes.
Wait, what about the tire turning thing you were talking about? You think that affects it?
Well, I'm just guesstimating probably about, it turns about 400 times in a mile.
That's just calculate, like guessing calculations?
Yeah, I don't know how you would work that out.
It'd be tough.
Yeah, so I don't know, because if I run a mile in like 9 minutes, then I mean, but that's when I'm out of shape. When I'm really in shape at like 7 minutes is when I'm like really in shape, and that takes me a mile, and we're going 80 miles. I'm running at about probably 10 miles per hour, if that.
Yeah.
And that's pretty fast for a human being, I think. But, I mean, it's got to take at least like 58 minutes or something.
58 minutes? It's pretty close.
To go 80 miles.
Do you want to know what the answer is?
What?
The weird thing is, what algorithm is she using in her head where she actually calculates it to be fairly close? Or is she just pulling that number out of her ass and she just happens to be closer than she ever really deserves to be for that calculation?
Think about 80 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So how long does it take me to go 80 miles if I'm traveling 80 miles
driving
per
fast. You
hour?
are driving faster than a minute a mile.
Yeah, totally.
So I would whack 80 in half, and that's 40. Because, I mean, you're probably going 2 minutes a mile.
Just whack it in half.
Well, depends on, I mean, some cars' tires turn faster than others.
Yeah, definitely affects it.
Because, I mean, I think a truck probably is slower because it weighs more.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it also matters if your car's a stick or automatic.
Okay, Chal.
What?
Think about the term miles per hour.
MPH.
MPH. So if I say I'm driving 80 miles per hour, that means I'm going to go 80 miles in an hour.
No, you are not, because you are driving faster than a mile a minute. I can run 1 mile in 7 minutes, and that's a 10. Okay? So, I mean, that's booking it too.
Okay, so if I'm going 60 miles per hour,
then it'll take about 30 minutes. I would just cut it right in half.
I'm trying to explain the answer, but...
Well, you are not making sense because I make sense. You do not make sense. My car's tires may be they're kind of a little flat, so they may not move as fast as like a police officer's tires that are full, but I just...
Okay, Chell, the answer...
My tires are turning maybe, I'd say about 400 times per mile.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the answer. You ready for the answer?
No, they gotta be like 1,000.
You ready for the answer? The answer to...
You don't know the answer.
I do know the answer.
You can guesstimate just like I guesstimate.
I'm not guesstimating. I'm using math and science. I'm using my own. I'm using my own term. Okay, Chell. The answer to the question, how long does it take me to travel 80 miles if I'm driving 80 miles per hour? The answer is 1 hour. Your guess was close.
So say you drive 60 miles per hour at 60 miles. You want to go 60 miles at 60 miles per hour. Is that an hour?
Yep.
What about 40 miles at 40 miles per hour?
Then you will go 40 miles in 1 hour.
No, you cut that in half. You're going more than a mile a minute. Okay, let's time. Right now, let's time and see. Is not filming?
Uh-oh. Oh, can you stop filming? Uh-oh. Oh no, a multi-hit clip. Bro. Nobody needed to hear that. Chill. Okay, sorry. What's up, Benny boy?
The place where you can learn about why gender is non-binary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, everyone. We're gonna have so much fun. I'm so glad you came today. Are you ready to sing? Are you ready to play? Hooray! It's time for songs for littles. Songs for littles. It's time for songs for littles.
Okay, so this is a lady singing. Okay, right? I mean, unless that is a man with a very high voice, which it is not. That is a lady singing. So what are the pronouns? So Hoffman uses they, them pronouns. And that's, I'm sure, very exciting for your tiny child who doesn't understand what the hell is going on. And yes, distinctions matter to small children and to everyone else in life. But now we have an entire piece in the Washington Post saying that you must expose your child to this or you're a bad parent. Quote, Hoffman is one of the stars of Songs for Littles. Using their niece and nephews, which they refer to as nibblings, as inspiration, Hoffman belts out tunes on pizza.
Nibblings? Is that what they said? Nibblings?
Said dinosaurs and the Hokey Pokey. The channel's most popular video has been viewed more than 290 million times. But the channel has come under fire recently after some parents took issue with Hoffman's identity, asserting falsely the show introduced the concept of they-them pronouns to their young audience. A video on TikTok criticizing the show has been...
When I see my kid walk through the door, I'm like, what up, my nibbler? Every time.
Viewed more than 400.
You know they made that name just because they wanted to say that, guaranteed.
Times.
These are people that rap to the songs with their windows rolled all the way up when they're driving through traffic. 100%.
Hoffman said the backlash was a surprise and sent them on a roller coaster of emotion as they waded through hundreds of TikToks and commenters, some critical and others supportive. Apparently, the show's star, Rachel Griffin-Accurso, educator and songwriter, announced she was taking a break from social media to address her own mental health after the fallout. Hurtful videos and comments, no matter how much attention they get, will not bring you what you want. Only love can do that.
Aww.
Oh, how radically exciting. Again, how about this? You should be screening pretty much everything your kid watches. The fact that there are people who wish to present themselves to your child in a guise that is deliberately confusing to your child, the fact that that exists means that you just have to police it harder. And parents who refuse to police this material for their kids should not be surprised when their kids become very confused about these things, because they are inherently confusing, because they do not make sense, because they are not true. It turns out that Jules Hoffman is a woman, not a they-them. It's just amazing, amazing stuff. So we'll get to that momentarily. First, it's time to talk to you about Daily Wire's most trusted privacy partner and premier sponsor of my show, ExpressVPN. Are you aware your browsing data is constantly being tracked and monitored?
I didn't
Have
know
you ever
that.
stopped to think about who has access to that information and what they might actually do with it? Well, if you're like most people, you probably haven't thought about that a whole hell of a lot, but the truth is, your browsing data can reveal a lot about you, your interests, your habits, your location, even your identity. Every time you visit a website, click on a link, or make a purchase online, you're leaving a digital trail that can be monetized by advertisers and
That
data
happens
brokers.
on DGG.
They use that information to target you with ads and promotions that are tailored specifically to you. The more data they have, the more
I collect
accurately
all
they can
your
target
data.
you. Plus, again, big tech would love your info, so would big government, so would hackers. They all want that stuff. That's why I use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN encrypts my internet traffic, hides my browsing data from prying eyes. This makes it way more difficult for anybody to intercept my data or track my activity online. I love ExpressVPN. It's super easy to use. One button to click to download it. You click again. It is now activated. Lightning fast speeds, unlimited bandwidth, easy-to-use software. ExpressVPN is the perfect choice for anyone looking to protect their online privacy and security. Secure online activity today. Visit expressvpn.com/Ben. That's expressvpn.com/Ben. You can get an extra 3 months for free. That's expressvpn.com/Ben. It's very important that you have life insurance. It's just an important thing for you to do. God forbid something should happen to you. You got to make sure that your family is taken care of. This is why you need to head on over to Policy Genius right now. I have lots of life insurance on me. My business partners have life insurance. My wife has life insurance. It's the
What is that? I have lots of life insurance. What are you trying to say? Like, don't kill me.
responsible thing to do. Policy Genius can make it happen for you quickly and easily without spending a ton of money. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies starting at just $25 per month for $1 million in coverage. Some options offer coverage in as little as a week and avoid those unnecessary medical exams. Policy Genius's licensed agents work for you, not the insurance companies, which means they don't have an incentive to recommend one insurer over another, so you can actually trust their guidance. No added fees. Your personal information remains private. Your loved ones deserve a financial safety net. You deserve a smarter way to find and buy it. Head over to policygenius.com/Shapiro. Click the link in the description. Get your free life insurance quotes. See how much you could save. That's policygenius.com/Shapiro. Again, policygenius.com/Shapiro. They'll make sure that you get the life insurance you need at a price you can afford. Policygenius.com/Shapiro. Make sure that you competitively shop. One of the most important things you can have, life insurance through Policy
what was the link?
Genius. And so, what the polls show is that Joe Biden is wildly unpopular. Like, very, very, very unpopular. However, the Republican nominee, only 60% of Americans think Trump should not run for president.
Did you
Only
celebrate
35%
the 25th of
think
April, date of the most based revolution ever? If you didn't, you get fucked.
that Donald Trump should run for president of the United States. Not only that, the leading feelings that people have with regards to the possibility of a Trump-Biden rematch is exhaustion, which, frankly, I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why. There's a survey, again, from Yahoo News at YouGov, and it found that 38% of Americans chose exhaustion after being shown a list of 8 feelings and asked to select all that comes to mind when considering another Biden versus Trump campaign.
True.
And among registered voters, that number is even higher, 44%. The other numbers? Fear, 29%, sadness, 23%, hope, 23%, anger, 23%, excitement, 16%, pride, 8%, or gratitude, 7%. Yes, Americans are very positive about another Trump-Biden matchup. It's what the people want. They demand it. And this is one of the big problems that you have with the weakening of parties, counterintuitively. The weakening of both the Republican and the Democratic parties means that basically the bases of both parties and the more involved bases of both parties tend to have outsized influence compared to the rest of the American population, which means very often that candidates who are not wildly popular with the American public end up being the nominees of their parties. Trump, for what it's worth, is currently wrapping up a bunch of congressional endorsements. Now, you would imagine, listen, he's the former president of the United States. He's the Republican frontrunner. He should be. He's also the only major candidate to have announced thus far. You have Nikki Haley, who's announced, and you have Vivek Ramaswamy, who's announced. DeSantis is not yet announced. But Trump is racking up endorsements, particularly in Florida. Again, not a major shock, also because if you are a state or congressional politician, what you don't want is Trump attacking you. If Trump asks you for an endorsement, the safest thing to do is give it to him because if you don't endorse DeSantis, DeSantis isn't going to attack you, but Trump will if you don't.
True.
So here's Fox News covering that.
I'll be asking everybody to support President Trump, and Ron DeSantis hasn't declared he's running for president yet. I think he's a great governor of Florida. So if I were Florida, I would give DeSantis a third term and everybody get behind President Trump.
You can't.
With us now, Congressman Carlos Jimenez, who was kind enough to take time.
Wait, he just said you can't. Our governor's term limited? I have no idea. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh wait. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Depends on the state? Gotcha.
Time to let us know where he's going and where he's heading and who he's supporting. Congressman, who is it?
Well, I'm announcing that I'll be supporting President Donald J. Trump for president in 2024. I think he gives us the best chance of winning.
Nope.
He had a solid track record as president, and yesterday at the dinner, he laid out a solid plan for the future and where we need to go.
Okay, so this idea that Trump gives Republicans the best chance of winning is belied by pretty much all of the polls at this point, as well as the fact that he already ran an election campaign against Joe Biden, and it didn't go amazing. He's not the president of the United States right now. Trump's team is focused in on Ron DeSantis like a laser beam. According to Rolling Stone, a Trump advisor says, quote, Team Trump does not just want to beat him. Team Trump wants to humiliate him maybe more than they've ever wanted to humiliate anybody on the national stage. That is what is driving a lot of this. Now, the problem for Trump is that the angle that he's taking with regard to DeSantis is one that does not make the base particularly enthusiastic. He is currently attacking DeSantis with alacrity from the left, almost entirely from the left, because it's impossible to get to DeSantis' right. So instead, he's attacking him from the left. So over the weekend, Trump did a speech in which he ripped on DeSantis repeatedly. The important thing here is really not the attacks. The important thing is the crowd reaction. Listen to how quiet it is.
Uh-oh.
Except you don't see that tabulation. We did much better in 2020 in Florida. I got 1.2 million more votes than your successful governor's campaign. You know that. We got 1.2 million. Sir, I'd love to have your support, sir. I'd love to have your support. I'm down at about 3. I'd love to have your support. All right, let's think about it. And it was like a rocket ship after I gave it. Otherwise, right now, you'd have a lawyer someplace looking for business.
Okay, and...
Well, wait, I feel like there was applause there. No? I mean, maybe not a ton, but there was some.
And the crowd is pretty much silent there.
Wait, what? Am I mishearing?
Million more votes than your successful governor's campaign. You know that. We got 1.2 million.
Maybe it was way louder for other claps, so it's like a... Oh, not after the diss? I guess, but...
Sir, I'd love to have your support, sir. I'd love to have your support. I'm down at about 3. I'd love to have your support. All right, let's think about it. And it was like a rocket ship after I gave it. Otherwise, right now, you'd have a lawyer someplace looking for business.
Okay, and the crowd is pretty much silent there. Because the reality is that the base, unlike when Trump was attacking everybody back in 2016, when nobody actually liked any of the other candidates, this is the dirty secret. Nobody liked anybody else who was running in 2016. And so Trump had a bunch of baked-in advantages. People actually like Ron DeSantis' record of governance. And so Trump has been relegated to attacking DeSantis from the left. He put out a statement, a lengthy statement, over the weekend, in which he said that Florida has now become among the worst states to live, or to find economic opportunity, or to work, or to retire, or to raise a family. No one believes this. No one. Okay, I moved my family.
Man, I've heard. I've only been here for a little bit of time, but I've heard a little bit on the radio, and I hear people complain on the internet as well. I thought that the cost of living in Miami has actually fucking skyrocketed, such to the point that I thought even DeSantis has made statements about it. I thought the cost of living in Florida has actually gotten out of control in a lot of the major cities. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'd heard DeSantis mention that. Actually, wait, hold on. I don't know why I keep saying this. DeSantis, cost of living, Florida. This was back in February. DeSantis blames Florida's skyrocketing housing costs on Biden. Is it all the president's fault? Like, I feel like cost of living has gotten pretty high around here, but...
Family to Florida in large part because Governor DeSantis has done an excellent job in the state. If Andrew Gillum were the governor of Florida, I don't know that I would move my family here. I didn't just move my family. My parents moved, my in-laws moved, 2 of my sisters and their families moved. There's a reason that over the course of the last several years, about 700,000 people have left their home states and moved to Florida. There's a reason why Florida is the fastest growing state in America, and it is not because it is a terrible place to live. This dog just does not hunt. It's a real problem for Donald Trump, actually, that it does not hunt if the issues matter at all. So DeSantis, for his part, he is finally starting to open up the guns on Trump, and he has a pretty good angle here. His angle here is that Trump blew it on COVID. That Trump was too weak on COVID, that Anthony Fauci is only a household name because Donald Trump appointed him and then left him in place and didn't actually have any control over his own policy because he didn't know what to do. So here's Ron DeSantis over the weekend saying, listen, when it came to COVID, I took control because that's what leaders do. They take control.
And to me, leadership is having the courage to make difficult decisions in the teeth of opposition and criticism. A leader must have the confidence to stand all alone if need be. And so for us, as I got into office, COVID presented that situation for us because we were in a situation, the third largest state in the country, one of the highest percentage of elderly, economy based on tourism, which we needed travel to continue. So this situation was an existential threat to our state. But I made the judgment, leaders take the bull by the horns and make the decisions for themselves. They don't subcontract out their leadership to health bureaucrats like Dr. Fauci.
Damn.
That is going to be a very rich vein for attack from DeSantis toward Trump. Because he doesn't have to actually say anything about Trump. He can just say, listen, when it comes to actually formulating policy and being a leader.
Finally, I will say, I mean, obviously I like Fauci more than Trump, but I don't like that you fucking Republican fucking cucks, by the way. Oh my God, I just built this in the wrong place. And by the way, you are a cuck if you're a Republican, okay? You cucky Republican fucks, okay? You're a cuck for saying this. The fact that so many of you let Trump get away with that, oh, I couldn't help it, it was the deep state, oh, I couldn't help it, blah, blah. When these were his own appointees and he had the ability to change up at any point in time, the fact that you let Trump escape any responsibility so often by blaming the people around him when he could choose who's around him is such a cucked position to take. That is so fucking cucked, okay? Fuck you guys for letting him get away with that.
I was right on COVID, and you're attacking me from the left. Alrighty, guys, the rest of the show can...
Although I will say, yeah, somebody in Rumble chat, YouTube chat, just up. Like, for talking about being a leader and having an economy based on tourism, fighting with Disney probably ain't it. That's probably not the best... Probably not the best way to go there, but... Wait, no, not that one, no. Fuck, these all suck shit. Wait, is nobody collecting experience for my... the character collecting experience for the things must have died. Cocked. Alright, look, we did it. We got through everything. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody else. Our good friend, Daniel Hikikiki.
Okay, thank you very much. This debate will be a little bit more structured than the previous ones. In particular, we're going to have 15-minute opening statements, Michael going first, then 8-minute rebuttals, 5-minute cross-examination.
Do content with Farah. Listen, she's somewhere abound. I don't know where she's at, okay? I told her if she wants to do anything, she's welcome to come on and do it. I think she's like taking care of all of her movement stuff right now.
35 minutes of open dialogue, then 5-minute closings from each speaker, and then about 20 minutes for Q&A. So during the Q&A, we're gonna have to keep the rebuttals
Q&A or
down to 0, just to be sure we can get through as many questions as possible. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a true treat to have you. We'll let you get the ball rolling, Mike, with your opening statement.
Thank you, James. Thank you to Modern Day Debate for hosting. So this is a debate I never thought I'd have to have because I assumed that as a species we realized the practice of child marriage was an abomination at this point. But apparently Muslims, like Daniel, think this is a practice he can defend as a moral good. The reason this debate came about was because Daniel publicly challenged me on the topic, which is fine. I've publicly challenged people. But when I've done so, I've reached out to them privately to set it up. This did not happen, which left me confused as if this debate was going to happen. But I contacted James to make sure we certainly got to this point. So here are my goals. I will argue the practice of child marriage is not morally permissible because of the harm it causes. It leads to physical abuse, bodily harm, psychiatric problems, and a high risk of death. So if you agree with Daniel, Chris Hansen would like for you to take a seat. Take a seat right over there as we dive in. Now, the United Nations defines a child as anyone below the age of 18. I suspect Daniel will disagree with this because it's not the age of adulthood historically. So for the sake of clarity, I will define a female child as anyone who has not completed puberty. The CDC says puberty is complete in girls between 15 and 17, so it makes sense the following stage, age 18, is when we grant the status of adulthood. And so I will argue no one should really marry under 18, and no girl should be subjected to motherhood until she has decided to have a child and has matured enough. Obviously, there is some variation when that occurs. Therefore, I will argue consummating marriage with a girl who has not completed puberty and forcing her to bear children is immoral. Now, Daniel disagrees with the science that supports this assessment and said in his debate with Destiny, in Islam, you can consummate the marriage at puberty. Then in his post-debate review, he said, what is so fundamentally wrong about consummating marriage at puberty? This is a question that none of these liberals can answer. All liberals can cite is like these abstract claims about what is psychologically beneficial or harmful. But this has not been established. This has not been established scientifically. It's all just what's culturally acceptable in the post-industrial superpowers. Well, that's what I'm going to answer tonight, and I'll explain why it is immoral. Because once again, child marriages lead to physical abuse, bodily harm to girls, psychiatric problems, and despite what Daniel has said, this has been demonstrated scientifically. So the first thing to note is puberty is not a boundary point that girls cross over. It's a process. It takes time for a girl's hips to widen and for her to develop into a woman. This is nowhere near complete when a girl has her first period. To treat womanhood as a boundary point for girls and not as a process is an unscientific way to understand puberty. There is no reason to assume a girl becomes a woman the moment she shows any sign of puberty, let alone she be ready for marriage and childbearing. Yet this is the Islamic teaching on the issue, which Daniel has stated. Well, this study, that is marriage under 18, found that child marriage was significantly associated with delayed antenatal care, miscarriages, preterm delivery, low birth weight, health problems in newborn babies, faulty feeding practices, lack of knowledge regarding family welfare methods, and health implications. They note child marriages lead to serious health consequences. It also bereaves young girls of their childhood by overburdening them with domestic responsibility, motherhood, and sexual relations, rather than allowing them to play with friends or go to school. The study continues and says that child mothers are physiologically and psychologically not prepared for childbirth. Maternal morbidity and mortality is also noted to be high in such young mothers. The girls lack the maturity and the education to properly nurture their own children, and then they make mistakes that hinder their own children's mental and social development, because the girls have had their own mental and social development hindered by being forced to marry so young. So they then hinder the development of their own children. So arguing for girls to be forced into these situations is blatantly immoral. In 2007, the United Nations Children's Fund reported that a girl under 15 is 5 times more likely to die during pregnancy and childbirth than a woman in her 20s. Another paper pointed out that girls under 18 are more likely to die from childbirth and debilitating illnesses like obstetric fistulas. In Mali, the maternal mortality rate for girls 15 to 19 is 178 per 100,000 of live births. And that is not just because of poor health care, because in the same country, the maternal mortality rate for girls, for women that is only 32 per 100,000. In Togo, for the same groups, the rates are 286 and 39. And the reason for these high numbers is because they're more likely to suffer from eclampsia, postpartum hemorrhage, and obstructed labor.
Damn.
Obstructed labor often leads to obstetric fistulas. That is where holes develop in the birth canal and can lead to leakage of urine, feces, blood, can cause nerve damage, the significant decrease in the likelihood of conceiving a second healthy child, as well as the death of the girl. The paper says girls 10 to 15 are especially vulnerable because their pelvic bones are not ready for childbearing and delivery. Their risk of a fistula is as high as 88%. Additionally, mortality rates are 73% higher for infants born to mothers than are children. Even the mortality rate for children under 5 born to child mothers can be 28% higher than those born to mothers over 20. Because as noted, many of these poor girls were not allowed to mentally mature and they lack the ability and education to properly care for their children. A 2022 study found that girls who marry under 18 were more likely to be physically, emotionally, and sexually abused by their husbands in 14 of the 16 countries they looked at, with strong correlations in 6. Additionally, they note pregnancy-related complications are the leading cause of death among adolescent girls in these regions. A review of the literature found that multiple studies have found the same result. They say the reason is because there is an extreme uneven power dynamic between the male and the female, mainly because of the age gap. The females, who lack decision-making abilities, constantly deal with harassment from their husbands and in-laws and are socially isolated. The review agrees with other research I cited that child mothers are likely to suffer from pregnancy-related complications, depression, and inadequate parenting skills. Another review shows evidence of stunted social development, depression, and anxiety in multiple studies. Here's another study which shows child marriages cause young girls to have more suicidal thoughts and attempts. They say the study's findings are compatible with findings in the United States that adult women married as children were 1.41 times more likely to have had a lifetime history of psychiatric disorders compared with women married in adulthood.
Not looking good.
We see evidence that younger marriages increase the likelihood of divorce. According to data from the CDC and Institute for Family Studies, 48% of those who marry before the age of 18 are likely to divorce in 10 years, compared to 25% of those who marry after 25. Daniel has repeatedly argued he wants strong marriages that do not end in divorce. If he thinks that, he should not be arguing in favor of child marriages. Now, I could go on, but I can find no psychologist or medical expert that agrees that child marriages should be allowed or practiced. They're described in these studies as a human rights violation because of the problems they cause. So there really is no escape from the conclusion. Child marriages likely lead to physical and mental harm. Anyone claiming a society would be better if we force young girls into these situations is either misinformed or delusional.
Damn.
So let's ask why Daniel thinks child marriages are morally permissible.
Uh-oh.
In the same debate review, he said, it's something that has been practiced historically in all cultures. Why? Because you have
Gojo thinks this.
a limited fertility window that women have to have children, and you value family. You need family, especially in most of the countries in the world. Because children are going to work in the home, they're going to work for the family, bring money into your family. You need children, and your society needs more and more children to defend itself because wars are on the basis of manpower. So there's all these important economic, military, societal, familial objectives with having more and more children. And that requires maximizing the fertility window. Now, let's just set aside the fact that Daniel, either intentionally or unintentionally, said he was okay with child
It's just
labor
going
and
to be
children
my
being
studies
used in
conflict
wars.
with yours, and that's
May not have meant it.
Dumb debate.
No, there's not. That's not true. Studies don't always conflict with each other. That's like a myth that's given by people that don't do research. That's not true.
But let's focus on this. He provided no argument child marriages are morally permissible. All Daniel has ever argued for is the pragmatic usefulness of child marriages, not their moral status. Allegedly, they maximize reproductivity and increase the population size, but this is not moral justification. For example, if you want to increase your society's birth rate, you can make rape and adultery legal. But they are morally impermissible despite having pragmatic value in increasing fertility. Daniel has to give a moral reason for child marriages given the harm they cause. Do they increase virtue, decrease vice, help young girls to live flourishing lives? No. It's pretty clear from the data I cited that none of this is true. In fact, they're incredibly harmful. They increase mental health issues, stunt social development, lead to immoral acts like spousal abuse and suicide, and can even lead to physical harm and death. So it should be clear to every reasonable person there's no moral justification for child marriages. Furthermore, they may not actually help increase the society's reproductivity if they increase the likelihood of death for the mother or the children.
Okay, anybody else finding that like everybody in the whole fucking world, or at least in the United States, is just out of employees? I'm sorry, I'm gonna complain about this over and over again. I can't give my money to anybody, okay? I went to get I wanted to get a quote yesterday for my car to get its bumper fixed. No, not yesterday. I think it was the day before yesterday. I go to the place, they emailed me a quote that day, and I was like, okay, fine. It's like $4,000 for all the work. And I'm like, yeah, fix my shit, I'll do it. And they haven't emailed me back. They don't want my money? Is it not good enough for them? True contractors are impossible to get a hold of? Yeah, what the fuck?
An educated society should outlaw child marriages if they care about their people and their well-being. And most people alive actually understand this. Research shows that child marriages decrease the more people become educated on this topic. But also, if we look at the average age women have their first children around the world, the country with the lowest age is Niger with a mean age of 18.5. So most countries where data is available actually understand it's better for a woman to wait for a girl to become a woman before she's expected to have children. If Daniel was correct, it's beneficial for a society to force girls to have children. Why is it not practiced more? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. It's because most people understand it comes with all sorts of problems that actually harm your overall society. Daniel has also appealed to the past and has argued child marriages were perfectly normal before these Western Christians came along and ruined all the fun they were having with children. Well, first off, on behalf of Western Christians everywhere, you're welcome. But second, although child marriages have occurred in the past in many cultures, it still does not make them morally permissible. And third, studies on the Roman Empire indicate the average age women were married was still in their late teens to early 20s.
Damn.
Like today, many in the past understood forcing a girl to bear children led to serious complications. For the Jews of the same time period, it would vary from region to region, with the Jews in Babylon marrying younger. But the scholar Michael Satlow has pointed out the average age Jewish women would marry was still in their mid-teens to early 20s and after they had matured. Some texts even speak of a woman being ripe for marriage at 20. So if Daniel wants to argue that Mary, the mother of God, was a child bride, I will contest that. Even medical experts before the modern era spoke out against marrying too young. In the 2nd century, Cyrannus of Ephesus warned problems result if girls are married too young, in childbirth, that is. Kim Phillips, in her book, points out that Albertus Magnus advised waiting until after puberty before attempting to conceive children. Giles of Rome even said it's best for girls to wait until 18 before consummating marriage, long before the rise of liberalism.
Oh wait, is this actually Gideon? Why are you spamming my channel, motherfucker?
Phillips also notes there was no single marker that indicated the transition into adulthood. It was understood as a process. She says canon legal theory on women's marriageable age offers a very limited perspective, and that social beliefs and practices provide a more reliable view of girls' transition to adulthood. Now again, these books and papers do accept that girls were married at younger ages at times. But if we follow what the current science shows us, it makes sense that many past cultures had such high infant mortality rates if girls in those societies were having children at younger ages. Of course, Daniel doesn't need to defend marriage at 15 or 14, but consummating marriage with a 9-year-old. Because that is what Daniel accepts his prophet did when he consummated his marriage to his child bride, Aisha.
Uh-oh.
And there's no reason to think this act set a good example for the rest of us. Now, before closing, I suspect we might see some whataboutism from Daniel, where he might try to argue there are child brides in the Bible. The problem is this would be confusing descriptions with permissions. The Bible describes things that happened in the past without claiming they were good actions. God often tolerated the sin of the prophets and the patriarchs and proclaimed their actions were morally good. I suspect he'll go to Numbers 31, where Moses tells Israel to kill all the Midianites, but keep the young girls for themselves. And I suspect Daniel will argue God was permitting Israelites to take virgin child brides. But scholars like Robert Alter and Paul Copan note this was not a command from God. The text says this is Moses acting on his own out of anger. In the chapter, God only commands Israel to make war on Midian. And after that, Moses becomes angry and tells Israel to go one step further without God's involvement. Moreover, in doing this, Moses violates the principles of Deuteronomy 20, which says to not kill the livestock, women, and children in war. So Moses' anger caused him to order something that God directly argued against in Deuteronomy. And as we find out later, Moses' anger eventually got the best of him.
Loser.
Furthermore, Christians are under the ethics of the New Covenant, not the Old. There's nothing in the virtue ethics of the New Testament that would remotely suggest child marriages are morally permissible. Paul and Jesus taught the way we fulfill the law of God is by loving one another. And obviously, instituting child marriages are one of the most unloving things we could do. Christianity lays down a normative system of virtue ethics. And virtue ethics requires we study circumstances and natural facts to know how to properly love others. So given the science, Christianity is vehemently opposed to the practice of child marriage. And I can assure you that we Christians of the West will do everything in our power to end this obvious human rights problem promoted by people like Daniel.
Oof.
So I will press Daniel on this. He has to answer me on the studies I cited. Daniel, how can you claim child marriages should be practiced given the extensive harm they cause? If you argue in favor of child marriages, then I will doubt that you care about the well-being of girls. Also, you're required to give moral justification for child marriage, not just ways that might be pragmatic for maximizing fertility. If Daniel does not, his position is indefensible, and we will trust the medical experts around the world that child marriages should be abolished worldwide. Daniel is arguing against the consensus of medical experts everywhere, so the burden of proof is on him. The lives and the health of young girls everywhere are at stake. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, thank you very much for that opening. Mike, we will kick it over to Daniel for his opening statement as well. Daniel, the floor is all yours.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Just a quick disclaimer that we are debating religious doctrine, history, and ethics. Nowhere am I advocating people break the law. I strongly advise everyone to follow your local laws. Many are appalled that we're even having this debate, and those people probably have a hard time imagining how anyone could ever think that marriage to a minor is acceptable. But the reality is all people historically considered minor marriage perfectly normal. If you give me a chance, I'll explain why.
Oh no.
The first step is to acknowledge some basic biological facts. Puberty doesn't happen overnight or at one specific age. Rather, puberty is an extended process lasting from 2 to 5 years. The start of puberty also varies. It usually begins between 8 to 13 in girls or 9 to 15 in boys. Many factors affect puberty, including race and environment. For example, black girls reach puberty a year earlier than white girls. Puberty also accelerates in stressful environments like food shortages or absent fathers. But even in normal environments, 1% of girls have their periods by age 8 and 4% have them by age 9. This means that they have completed puberty by ages 8 or 9.
That's not how puberty works, lil bro.
Overall, children complete puberty in the 8 to 15 age range and start experiencing...
In the 8 to 15 age range? Lil bro, what are you saying? Oh, can we get the FBI to check this dude's shit? Where's Corantos? Oh no.
Sexual desires. Now here's the million-dollar question. How do children deal with those desires? I want all the opponents of child marriage to give us a practical solution for all these sexually frustrated minors out there. Because those hormones hit like a tsunami, creating desires that need an outlet. The outlet promoted in society today is an absolute disaster. Kids are taught sex ed as early as 9, and some experts want sex ed in kindergarten. You're barely done with primary school, and your teachers are passing out condoms and telling you to get birth control. Between 40 to 55% of high schoolers have had full sexual intercourse. If you include oral sex, the percentages are a lot higher. Many children as young as 9 or 10 engage in these sexual behaviors. Experts say we have an epidemic of sexting, for example, among minors, with 25% of teens texting each other naked pictures of themselves. Educators have responded by teaching children to practice safe sexting. Send naked pictures of yourself to other kids safely. Also included in sex ed is pornography education, because the average age a child sees hardcore porn is 10. It's just become an accepted fact that children watch porn, so let's just teach them how to do it safely. The shocking news recently is that they've started to teach kindergartners how to masturbate. Meanwhile, there's an epidemic of porn addiction that's destroying the mental health and well-being of generations of youth. These are today's socially acceptable outlets for childhood sexuality. Hopefully, all Muslims and Christians here agree that fornication, masturbation, and pornography are not acceptable solutions. Rather, these practices destroy the moral fabric of society and corrupt the soul. But the problem actually goes much deeper. Sadly, much of the sexual activity for minors involves sexual abuse. According to the data, 28% of American children ages 14 to 17 have suffered sexual abuse. Some of this happens in churches, but the majority happens in public schools. According to reports, the sexual abuse of students in schools is more than 100 times the abuse in churches. Researchers conclude that by 11th grade, 10% of children have been sexually abused in school. That means that in America alone, 4.5 million children are victims. And none of this includes other forms of sexualizing children like drag queen story hour, the rise of pornographic educational material in school libraries, the sexualization of children's clothes, beauty pageants, and on and on. The point is, childhood sexual desire from puberty is an unstoppable biological force. How does one channel those desires is the question, and Western society channels it through fornication, masturbation, and porn. In the best case, and in the worst case, the sexualization and fetishization of children as young as 4. But for the vast majority of history, people of all religions and cultures had another solution, and that solution is marriage. Marriage is the healthy, wholesome outlet for the natural sexual desire that humans start experiencing at puberty. And pre-industrial religious and cultural traditions hold that marriage should be available at puberty. They don't stipulate an exact age for sex or marriage because, again, puberty is highly variable in terms of when it begins. So all religions and cultures have had this solution of marriage, but what changed? Why is minor marriage now seen as this unspeakable crime? To answer this question, let's look at the history of child marriage in the West. According to ancient Jewish norms, a man can marry and have sex with a girl as young as 3. This ruling is found in the Talmud and is based on the precedent set by the Jewish prophet Isaac, who married Rebekah when she was 3 and he was 40, as inferred from biblical passages like Genesis chapter 23 and Genesis chapter 25, verse 20. In Numbers 31, Moses commands his armies to slaughter the enemy, including all...
Oh, Jesus. Daniel is given the exact passages that this guy's already countered. I don't know if you guys are noticing or not.
all adults and male children. However, female virgin children were spared for sex, although some have argued they had to be forcefully married. Whether Old or New Testament, there are many discussions of marriage and slavery in the Bible, but there's never any mention of a minimum age for sex, because apparently this wasn't a concern for the Bible's authors. Take Exodus chapter 27, verse 7 through 11, which permits a father to sell his daughter as a slave, but doesn't stipulate a minimum age. So he can sell his daughters as slaves or as sex slaves from infanthood. Interestingly, this is where the Bible and the Quran actually differ, as the Quran doesn't sanction selling children as slaves. The notion that it's acceptable to have sex with children, whether in marriage or slavery, was standard during the time of Jesus. For example, the Bible doesn't mention the specific age of Mary, but pre-modern Christians held she was quite young when she was married to Joseph and impregnated by Father God. According to the official Catholic encyclopedia, Joseph was 80 when he married Mary. She was 12 at the same time being Joseph's wife and impregnated.
Wait, wasn't Joseph a carpenter? Was Joseph really 80? How old was Joseph, husband of Mary? I've never heard this before. It could be true. I've just never heard that before. History of Joseph the Carpenter, which is coming. Christ himself tells the story of his stepfather, claiming Joseph was 90 years old when he married Mary and died at 111. Oh, Jesus. Little bro. Those are some wild ages. In the Bible, how old was Joseph when he married? It's likely that Mary was between 12 and 14, and Joseph was either 15 to 17 or over 30. That's kind of a wide range. Faith founded on fact. We can deduce that Joseph was most likely around 20 years old. Parts of the church claim that Joseph was 90. Others say he's probably between 16 and 20. Huh. He identified as a 90-year-old.
By Father God. Now, some Christians might question the reliability of the Catholic encyclopedia, but many other sources, including archaeological evidence, prove that the common age for marriage in Judea at the time of Jesus was 13. This is significant because Jesus' views on marriage would reflect those of his era, meaning that he would have endorsed marriage and sex with minors. We cannot find a single recorded statement from Jesus raising even the slightest objection to the child marriage that was happening all around him. Jesus has no shortage of criticism for the Pharisees and larger society, but for some reason, he doesn't condemn anyone for child marriage. In later periods, some Christians adopted flexible guidelines for marriage that they borrowed from Roman law. Roman law was somewhat unique in setting a minimum marriage age for girls at 12. This was more of a guideline rather than a strict law because there were no legal penalties for marrying earlier. Medieval Christians in the West eventually borrowed the same rule, enshrining it in canon law. Christian women could marry at 12, but in some cases, especially among aristocrats, they married as early as 8 or 9. Those are examples from Jewish and Christian history. So why did things change? Two factors, industrialization and feminism. Let's talk about industrialization first. In pre-industrial societies, virtually everyone had to be involved with food production for sheer survival. You couldn't have freeloaders consuming calories but not helping produce calories. This meant that by necessity, all children worked in food production. This is why you don't see any kind of extended schooling for children historically. If kids are in school, they can't work to produce food. But starting in the 18th century, industrialization brought new technologies like tractors and mechanized irrigation. This meant a small part of the population could work as farmers and produce enough food for everyone. This led to the majority of the population moving from food production to manufacturing and service jobs. This caused a major social shift because working on the farm requires no education, but jobs associated with industrialization require more education. To deal with these socioeconomic changes, Western governments gradually introduced mandatory schooling. This went hand in hand with mandatory increases in the age of consent and marriage. This was especially necessary for girls because marriage produces children, and when people have children, they have no time for school. To prevent this, Western governments established minimum ages of consent. In 1791, the French Napoleonic Code established an age of consent of 11. By 2007, the French age of consent was 15. Same thing in Australia, Canada, and Western Europe. In the US, as late as 1880, many states had ages of consent from 10 to 12. In Delaware, it was 7. By 1920, it ranged from 14 to 18. But many may be surprised to hear that today, 25 states don't even have a minimum age of marriage. Between 2000 and 2018, there were 300,000 documented minor marriages in the US, with some brides as young as 10. So industrialization changed attitudes towards child marriage. Feminism did as well. Feminism aims to empower women so that they have careers and status equal to men. This means banning early marriage for girls and encouraging them to stay in school for as long as possible. The fear is that girls may lose out on a career because they got married early and had children. Feminists consider such women victims who have failed in life because they haven't achieved independence and career status equal to men. The feminist thinking was impossible in the pre-industrial era because the overwhelming majority of the populace, both males and females, had nothing resembling a career. Almost everyone did low-skill farm labor with no education. For most of history, there was nothing like career advancement, so it would have made no sense to insist that girls delay marriage to pursue career advancement. We can track the increasing Western hostility towards child marriage over time. One of the first examples is the famous 1748 work, The Spirit of Laws, by French liberal thinker Montesquieu. Montesquieu refers to child marriage as a type of domestic slavery. Montesquieu associates such marriage with hot countries in the South. This includes Muslim countries which had child marriage. So here in the mid-18th century, Montesquieu offers one of the first Western criticisms of child marriage in Muslim countries. Because of this growing liberal hostility, Western countries banned child marriage in the colonies they occupied, like India and North Africa. By the early 19th century, Western Christians magically discovered that their religion actually prohibits child marriage, despite 18 centuries of Christians engaging in it. With this new discovery, Christian missionaries traveled to these colonies and attacked the indigenous religions for allowing child marriage. An important case is British India, with a population that was 75% Hindu and 25% Muslim. Due partly to Christian missionaries, in 1860, the British government set a minimum age of marriage of 10. This was raised to 12 in 1891. This is how liberal stigmas about child marriage were adopted by Christianity in the late 18th century and then globalized by the mid to late 19th century. This brings us to pedophilia. Pedophilia is not an ancient concept. The first documented use of the term is 1906. Pedophilia initially means a psychiatric disorder in which an adult fantasizes about or engages in sexual acts with a prepubescent child. Gradually, pedophilia came to mean any adult who has sexual interest in a person below 18, the age of consent. And of course, the age of consent is artificially set to match mandatory schooling ages. So in essence, the pedophile is someone who has graduated, who is sexually attracted to someone who hasn't graduated from whatever amount of schooling the state has mandated. Now, many will claim that child marriage causes psychological harm. It's interesting that pre-modern people understood trauma and the emotional damage that can come from certain sexual behaviors like sodomy and prostitution, but there's no evidence that anyone in pre-modernity viewed adult-minor relations as traumatic. Even modern research casts doubt on the existence of psychological trauma from adult-minor sexual relations. Psychologists Bruce Rind, Philip Tromovich, and Robert Bosserman have published meta-studies critically analyzing this. What they discovered is that while there can be problems in some cases, there's no inherent harm with adult-minor relationships. The only harm comes from it being socially taboo in current society rather than anything objective or inherent. These psychologists received backlash, as you can imagine, and we can dive deeper into the studies later, but the point is the claim that minor marriage is bad because it objectively causes psychological harm is unproven. So it's bizarre that anyone should depict new modern norms on pedophilia as obvious or eternal invalidity. Such norms were literally inconceivable in the pre-modern period for the many reasons I've mentioned. All this is why attitudes toward child marriage have shifted historically. The burden is on my opponent to give a better explanation for why there was such a radical change in attitude starting about 300 years ago. If child marriage is this objective and universal evil, please explain why 99% of humanity throughout history was blissfully ignorant of this. This is even more of a burden for my opponent to explain because he's a Christian who believes in revelation. Why doesn't the Bible condemn child marriage? The Bible condemns homosexuality, which hasn't been as commonplace historically as child marriage. Was the author of the Bible simply ignorant? Or is it more likely that the author of the Bible is fine with child marriage? That's certainly what countless Christians throughout history believed and practiced. Now I want to take things one step further. Not only do I believe that minor marriage was acceptable in the past, I also believe that it's an institution that society abandons at its own peril. The fact of the matter is, children hit puberty in the 8 to 15 age range. When puberty hits, they biologically experience strong sexual desires, and they'll express this one way or another. Either they'll express it within the safe, stable bonds of marriage, or they'll express it through masturbation, hooking up, sexting, porn use, or worse. Those are the only two options.
Please don't stun my guy.
Any country that denigrates marriage for adults will inevitably encourage sexual liberation and promiscuity for adults. Likewise, any country that denigrates marriage for minors will inevitably encourage sexual liberation and promiscuity for minors or children. The unprecedented degeneracy we see in society today is a direct consequence of preventing marriage for minors. Christians of all people need to wake up and see what's right in front of them. And ultimately, this is why we all need to appreciate Islam and the example of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In his marriage,
God, it's so cringe when Muslims do that shit. I'm sorry. It's so fucking cringe.
Example of this institution, which is so desperately necessary for all societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be going into the rebuttal section next. Mike, I have the timer set for you for 8 minutes. The floor is all yours.
All right, well, I think I did a pretty good predicting what Daniel would say in his opening statement based on what I just heard there. Let's talk about some of the things.
Wait a second before we get into this. Soy break. 1 second, let me grab a drink. Oh, wait, they're calling me, the body shop. Hello? Yeah, that's him. Hey. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah. For the front one, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, sounds good. Do you know about how long it takes for that stuff to get in? Is this like days, weeks? Okay, cool. All right. Gotcha. Yeah, sure. When do you need that by? Okay, can I do it like tomorrow, or would it be quicker if I do it today, or? Gotcha, cool. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you very much. Bye. Oh, well, thank you. She must have been listening to my stream. Ooh, yeah. Did you do drugs yesterday? No. Oh, no, but I was up late yesterday. Oh, I streamed late yesterday, so I didn't gym this morning, so stream's off by 9 o'clock tonight. How much did all the damage run you? About like $3,000, I think. There was my back bumper got bumped before, and I think they have to replace like the whole fucking bumper because that's how it always works. And the front bumper, so on the bottom where it scrapes on the ground, because it tore off like where the screws go in, you just have to replace the whole bumper. So I'm just replacing the front. How'd you get damage? So my rear bumper got hit like 2 years ago in a parking lot. Somebody hit it, I guess, when I was away, and then they left a note on my thing. So my back bumper's, but you can barely tell. But the front bumper, when you drive in LA, I didn't know that, like, sometimes when you pull out a parking lot, so you hear that little like out of every parking lot, every gas station, whatever in LA. I just thought that it was just like rubbing some bottom shit. I didn't know. Apparently it like tore off like part of the wheel well, and now it's like fucked. So now I'm just getting the full front and back bumper replaced. Do you not have insurance? Fuck no. And the bank didn't even know. I carried the full term of that loan without any comprehensive insurance. How mad are you, Ally Bank or whoever the fuck insured my, or had the loan on my car? Did the screw get torn out, or is it the part that holds the screws? No, this part that holds the screws got torn out, basically. You can have a car without insurance? Without a, well, I have liability insurance, but no comprehensive. Have you updated your plates? Not yet. Does anyone know how to get a chance to talk to Destiny? Listen, bro, I live in Miami Beach. Walk around. Catch me outside, fam.
He said. So he said it was perfectly normal before, again, Western Christians came along and ruined us. No, Michael Flynn notes in a European demographic system that the average age people would marry between 1500 and 1820 in Europe was 25 to 26. Brent Shaw notes in his paper, The Age of Roman Girls at Marriage, that in Tuscany, girls would marry between 16 and 21 on average, in Florence, 15 to 19. Rudolph Bell notes that in Italian communities in the 19th century, they were marrying within their mid-20s. Peter Laslett says that in England, the average age that women were marrying was 22. And that was in the 17th century. Piotr Gaswowski says in The Origins of the European Marriage that the average age women were marrying in Poland in the earlier periods was around 20. And again, you can also read Kim Phillips' book, Medieval Maidens, average age women were being married, again, late teens to early 20s. But you brought up Bruce Ryan. I've been waiting months for you to bring up Bruce Ryan. Oh, my goodness. Okay, let's talk about Bruce Ryan
trap card
for a little while. Bruce Ryan, for example, that's probably the same paper you referenced in your the debate review is Harris Sultan, hebephilia as a mental disorder. He says, for example, on page 7, child sexual abuse researchers have repeatedly maintained that hebephilic interactions are innately and intensely harmful for the younger person, and then he cites his own research to demonstrate that. So he is directly arguing that this is harmful to children. What he's basically saying in his paper is that the active partner, the human, is not suffering from a mental disorder like schizophrenia. It's something that naturally arises in humans. Just like humans naturally steal, murder, and rape. That doesn't mean it's useful or good. He describes it as a harmfully mismatched, neurologically evolved traits on page 6. But what Daniel's not told you about this paper, even though he's been citing it as far back as 2019, is the paper mainly focuses on homosexual hebephilia. He is trying to say that is not a mental disorder. He says it's been pervasive in numerous cultures around the world. He's got a table in his paper that's 4 pages long of how homosexual hebephilia has been practiced around the world in various cultures, including Islamic societies. To quote from page 15, male to immature homosexuality was pervasive in Islamic societies from the 8th to the 19th centuries. Boy attraction was seen just as normal as heterosexual ones. Main interest was in boys early to mid-teens, peaking at about 14. The appeal vanished with the beard. Adult men were scorned if they were passive partners because manly behavior was to be the active. Staggering amounts of love poetry show an obsession with boyish beauty seen as comparable to women's as well. Poets attracted to boys constitute a who's who. Desire for boys, but not behavior or lust, was permissible under Islam, but behavior was common nonetheless. Impermissible. The tradition eroded in the late 19th century in reaction to Western abhorrence and efforts to modernize. So, because Daniel's been quoting from Bruce Ryan's paper for years, he's put himself in a trilemma. Either he has not read it.
Trilemma?
He's lying about what it is, or he secretly agrees with a lot of the things Bruce Ryan says and wants to return Islam to the days before Western influence, when big strapping Muslim men could write gay erotic poetry about boys. So I just want to say, but again, Bruce Ryan says this was eroded when Christians came in and basically ended it. So I'm sorry that we in the West came in and we took away your child brides and your gay erotic poetry with our Western values.
Oh God, this guy's definitely got the
So let's also talk about it. He says, do girls complete puberty
real voice
by 8 or 9?
issues.
No. According to midwifery and women's health nurse practitioner certification review, the CDC as well, you don't see completion of puberty until 15 or 17, as I noted. I agree, younger sexual activity for people under 8.
Wait, hold on. What does puberty mean? Completion of puberty at 15, 17? I thought that it was like very, very, very early 20s that you like finished puberty. When is puberty finished? By 14, most of us 15, 16. Oh, okay. 14 to 16, I guess. I wonder what it means to be like done with puberty. No, that's just your brain. I think your brain is done by in your mid-20s. The Muslim dude said as low as 8. Sure.
18 is bad, and I don't think you should have sex outside of marriage. Okay, but his solution is child marriage. That's like saying, oh my God, I got a kitchen fire. Let's put it out by breaking the dam and flooding the neighborhood. We don't solve a problem with a bigger problem. I cited numerous studies showing how every expert around the world agrees this is harmful to children. This is harmful to their offspring. This should be abolished worldwide. He says we have to talk about channeling desires. Well, you need to remember, as you're developing as a human, your brain is developing, and researchers describe it as being plasticity. As you're developing, your prefrontal cortex is developing, and that's the part of your brain that controls inhibitions. If we have a child who deals with rage, we don't say, well, you got to deal with that right away by just going around beating people up. We tell him to control his inhibitions. When children start developing sexual desires, they need to learn to control them. We should not give them the idea that they should act on them as soon as they got them, because they're never going to learn to control those inhibitions when they become adults later and they see someone who might be tempting them or trying to get them to commit adultery. We got to learn to control these desires. This is why we slowly develop with a plastic brain, plasticity, and we learn to control our inhibitions. They need to be trained as the prefrontal cortex is developing. He cited the Talmud, but the Talmud, for example, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Kiddushin 41a says that it's forbidden for a man to marry off his daughter when she is a minor until she is well grown. Okay, I also cited scholars like Michael Satlow. You can also check out scholars like Amran Troper. They note the average age that Jewish girls were marrying was, again, late
teens. What does Amaranth have to do with this?
Early
What?
20s, earliest is mid-teens. He can find no evidence, Michael Satlow, that girls were marrying that young. He talks about the Catholic Encyclopedia saying Mary was impregnated. She was conceived by the Holy Spirit, and that's how Jesus came into human flesh, according to the Catholic tradition. But also, she was a perpetual virgin, according to the same sources. So if we're going to go off what that says about her age, she also never had sex. It's not a comparison. Okay, there's a lot here. He said that before Montesquieu, Western Christians were not condemning minor marriage. No, Soranus of Ephesus talked about the dangers of it. Giles of Rome, Albertus Magnus, again, Kilton Phillips talks about this in her book. This was abhorred by a lot of medical experts. Now, did the common person not realize that? For the most part, a lot of them didn't realize how bad it was. But today, a lot of people today ignore medical experts. So what's the problem? We should go on what the medical experts of the past and the present are saying. And they all seem to point to the idea this is not necessarily the best thing to go for. Moreover, we should most of all be relying on medical experts of today, all of which condemn child marriage. Again, for all the problems I cited, I see no reason to accept this at all, given all the extensive harm it causes. So if the burden is on me, I've given the burden. I have showed how harmful it is, and it should be abolished. People in the past used to use leeches to treat all kinds of diseases. They do not treat.
I don't know, that's the best example. I think you can still use leeches in some cases, because leeches, aren't they a relatively clean way to eat bacteria from certain parts of your body? This is like super pedantic, but this is a super well actually point. But
okay, that does not mean we should go back to what ancient people were doing. And we now know this does not work. People used to sacrifice.
Oh, that's maggots. I'm sorry. That's true. Are leeches ever used today in modern medicine? The US FDA in 2004 approved the use of leeches for localized venous congestion after surgery. Or venous, I'm sorry. Recognizing them as living, breathing medical devices, given the scientific name for the leech is Hirudinea. The use of medical purpose is often referred to as hirudotherapy. Oh, so I guess it could still be used. But
humans to the rain gods across the globe and hoping that it would bring the rains. We now know that does not work. Okay, so we do not do those things just because people in the past did it. Okay, as regards to the Bible.
MD here. They can be used, but there's better medicines such as hemochromatosis.
Not giving an age. Again, I'll go to Ezekiel 16 really quickly here. For example, it talks about God compares Jerusalem to his wife and says, and you grew up and became tall and arrived at full adornment. Your breasts were formed. Okay, again, according to the midwifery and women's health nurse practitioner, that does not happen until 17 when the breasts have been fully formed in a girl. And scholars like Robert Alter, Mark Rucker, Rolf Alexander all note this is talking about after puberty. So God is sort of setting the standard that sex or lovemaking comes a period even after puberty, because it says that God even passed by her again after the breasts had fully formed. So there's another period of waiting. And again, this is what I can see from scholars like Peter Gentry, Andrew Mine, T.M. Lemma, Stephen Wellham, David Gundel, Ralph Alexander, Robert Alter. All of them are pointing to this. And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll kick it over to Daniel for 8 minutes as well.
Okay, so Daniel is somebody that I would say is, I don't think he's very intelligent. Here's an issue that Daniel has. Okay, I've noticed this in my debates with him, and I've noticed this in other debates he's had. We'll see if he diverts here. He cannot respond to another person's arguments. So he's probably going to restate some of the same points that he said before. He's going to run down some dialectics he's done before, but he will not incorporate any of this guy's argumentation into what he's about to say. One thing that's really surprising to me, I was going to say, he actually came from Harvard as well, didn't he? Am I wrong on that, or was it just his wife was from Harvard? He did? Yeah. I don't understand. That's a little wild to me. But unless maybe just the religion has rotted his mind. But we'll see if he actually is able to incorporate any of what this guy said into his response. We'll see.
So Mike here is misunderstanding the argument. He's citing some average ages from different societies, like in Rome at a certain period it was 16, in another place it was 20. The claim is not that my claim is not that at the average age of marriage is 9 or 12 or 13. My claim is that child marriage was practiced and was acceptable in all of these societies. Yeah, in some societies the average age was higher, but it's the average, meaning that there is a proportion that are marrying even younger than those averages. Find me any society, pre-industrial society, that has a categorical prohibition of child marriage. You have failed to do that. You have claimed that Moses' commandments in the Old Testament, where he commands genocide, that was done out of anger. It wasn't from God. And in fact, Moses...
Okay, at least he is trying to respond to his arguments. All right, that's a little better than he normally does.
...violated God's commands. But did Jews in the pre-modern period say this? Did Christians in the pre-modern period say this? Is this a reference to anything, or are you just making it up? Also, why not simply say other morally problematic commands by Moses, like blasphemy punishments, were not sanctioned by God? Right? There are many things that Moses commanded that you would presumably find to be problematic. So why don't you just condemn Moses? Why don't you just say that Moses was a genocidal lunatic or a dictator? Because apparently he, in disobedience to God, commanded the slaughter of male children and taking female children as sex slaves. You made a big argument about maternal morbidity for girls between ages 15 girls under 18. But the reality is that the maternal morbidity, according to the National Health Institute, from age 15 to 19 is about 1%. And that is right in line with the mortality for women in their 20s and their early 30s, which is also 1%. The maternal morbidity rate actually doubles after age 35 and spikes after age 45 and reaches as high as 70% for women over 50. So if you're really concerned about reducing the amount of mothers dying in childbirth or forming these fistulas, all of those are things that can happen after 35 and 40 at around the same rates as girls as young as 12 or 13. So are you in favor of banning women over 40 from having children? Other people are also more likely to deal with disorders affecting fertility, like endometriosis or uterine fibroids, and studies show that risk of miscarriage is about 10% in your 20s, and your risk goes up 53% in your 40s, as I mentioned. So this is all things that you should be in favor of banning, because these are parallel to any kind of complications that happen at the puberty age. So let me see. What else did you say?
What else? Oh no, bro. Little bro. Little bro's messing his notes up.
You also did not respond at all to the point that I made about fornication being rampant. What you seem to mention is that you advocate abstinence. People should just control it. Teens should just control it until they're over 18, because if they marry below 18, that's child marriage.
I like how he's thinking the only people that teens can fuck are adults. They could just fuck other teens, you know. No one's saying that.
Which you're against.
Wait, did that doctor in chat misspeak? Hemochromatosis is a blood disease. I'm a carrier for it. Uh-oh. Did we have a fakie in chat? Wait, what is this?
All right, I want to say this again for people who did not read my description on my last video. The Burger Wendy's video with the homeless guy was fake. His name is Israel. He was known around the neighborhood. My friend knew him. He said, "Yo, Israel, hey, can we get you in this video? Can we get you in the skit?" He said yes. Everything was scripted. It was a fake video. I'm not gonna apologize because you guys don't like my fake video. The same people getting mad are the same people who were mad at the Jeffrey Dahmer actor who played him in the series. There is no reason to be sending me death threats, getting upset, sending me hate.
What can I say? I'm that. You know what I am. You know what I am. I am. Hemochromatosis means a lots of iron in the blood. Primary treatment is a phlebotomy. Leeches suck blood, but using a needle would probably be better in modern medicine. Oh, wait, are you the guy that was saying this thing before? Oh, I understand. So your other statement was, MD here, they can be used, but there's better medicines, such as hemochromatosis. The way that you phrased that, such as hemochromatosis, made it sound like that was a better medicine, but you were giving an example of a disease that a leech could theoretically be used for, I think. So, okay.
Over a skit. Just because you didn't like the skit doesn't mean you gotta hate me. It's that simple. I don't know what else y'all want to hear. I don't know what else y'all wanted me to explain. It was a skit. It was a scripted video. We went back and got him food. We said, bro, but when we come back, walk away. He left as we told him to. We already gave him food ahead of time. We already gave him...
Actually, the way this guy's talking about it, the Israel dude probably actually is homeless. Sometimes, I don't know if this is true everywhere, but I know in Omaha, we used to walk to restaurants or whatever. Sometimes there will be homeless people that like have areas that like everybody knows. So these guys actually do okay because people like give them shit. I remember, where are my prep kids at? We would walk to Burger King from prep down Western or 72nd. I don't remember. It might have been down 72nd. But there was one homeless guy that we would see every single day we'd go there. We'd always see him and people would give him like cheeseburgers and fries and dollars and shit.
Food after. A lot of the videos you're watching were cut and edited to under 1 minute. The whole video is like 1 minute and 30 seconds. You're watching a clipped and edited version. And I don't care about any of y'all in my DM saying, oh, I don't like your video, fake or not. I don't care. It's like watching a TV show. You don't like the role, you don't like the script, then don't watch it. It's that simple. So, once again...
72nd and Blondo is what someone in chat says. Yeah, probably that was, yeah.
If you don't like dark humor, you don't like edgy humor, you don't like R-rated humor...
This isn't sometimes, this is almost all the time. People usually hang out where they can survive, then don't leave. Maybe. I don't spend as much time in like the really fucked homeless areas, but I have a hard time imagining that people get to know like well-known, like in the really fucked areas, like the normies that walk by there. That it is possible though. Maybe that does happen. But like, I feel like, fuck, somebody was linking yesterday, like homeless areas.
that are sort of, so I think, you know, conversation center that focus on mental health and psychiatry.
There is a push for an anti-camping ordinance. News
found it completing the sidewalk. This scene in
like for places here, do people get to know these like these particular homeless people,
moving
or do these guys kind of like?
Set to vote on Thursday on a
Maybe I have no idea. I don't know.
Camping ordinance that would restrict sidewalks who have no in the city. In a number of they simply somewhere and are wondering what it will.
We have a guy in our city like that. We have a guy like that in my city named Smokey.
For the city to finally take action.
It's getting out of control. They're literally like building houses and forts that rival studios around here.
Against.
It's like a fucking homeless civilization. Smokey is from King of the Hill Destiny. Oh, okay. I don't know.
So does abstinence work? Does anyone here think that abstinence works? Clearly not. It's something that is widely recognized as a major failure. So really you're advocating for fornication, masturbation, porn use. Are you against all of these things happening before the age of 18 or when
Smokey is from Friday? Oh, okay. I don't know what Smokey comes from.
Mature. It would seem that your position actually is in favor of those kinds of practices because, again, puberty causes this huge tidal wave of hormones that create strong sexual desire, and children act on this sexual desire. What is your solution for that? That is what we need to hear from in this debate. The only, other than fornication, pornography, masturbation, the only alternative, abstinence doesn't work. The only alternative is child marriage, and that's why it's so universal. That's why it is so universally practiced. Christians of all people should understand this and should be in support of it because, again, and then Jesus is not condemning child marriage. Why? Like, if this is such a major evil that you claim, why does he not have a clear statement? This kind of reinterpretation from Ezekiel when the breasts are fully formed, this is an argument that Christian apologists have only made in the modern period. All of the authors that you cited as making this kind of argument regarding Ezekiel are in the modern period. There's no pre-modern scholar, Christian scholar, or Jewish scholar who has made this kind of claim about a minimum age implied from Ezekiel in the Bible. In fact, and even that explanation, even if that were a valid interpretation of Ezekiel, breasts do form by age even as early as age 7. 7% of young girls have developed breasts at age 7. Are they?
What does he mean by developed breasts? Developed. Did he say 7%? I think he's mixing up begins development with developed.
Fully developed? No, but they're developing their breasts. This
there
is
you go.
Puberty. So I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what puberty is. There are in medicine they call them the Tanner stages. There are 5 stages of puberty, and the period actually happens at the end of the puberty process, at the 4th stage. So breasts develop, pubic hair grows, all of these secondary characteristics. The body shape changes by Tanner stage 2 and 3. By Tanner stage 4, that's when puberty happens. And once that happens, all that's left is for gaining fat. The female gains fat at that stage of puberty and grows in height. So she might get slightly larger breasts, slightly larger hips, and more fat. But the 90% of puberty has already occurred by the period. And then you have girls, 4% of girls who are gaining their period at age 4. So even that kind of far-fetched explanation from Ezekiel, by the period. And then you have girls, 4% of girls who are gaining their period at age 4. So even that kind of far-fetched explanation from Ezekiel still would
the
be
precocious
in favor
puberty?
or
Is that 4%?
advocating
But even so,
marriage,
that's
according
just
to your
starting,
definition.
right?
Do you think that you don't develop your breast as a girl until you're 18 years old? Like that's ridiculous. So
I like how he's
according
like,
to the Bible argument that you painstakingly laid out for us, that passage would be in favor or endorsing child marriage according to your definition, because you've arbitrarily set it so high at 18. Like why? Like you're so concerned about moral arguments. Why is 18 the line?
Yes.
Like what is so special about 18 that no one in history has ever, prior to industrialization, prior to these mandatory age limits, prior to this idea that we have to go through 12 grades before we're fully mature, before we're fully adult.
Action points.
Like, where does that come from? You haven't provided an explanation for that. why there's this radical shift. My explanation is very clear. There's industrialization, there's feminism, and that is what has, over the past 300 years, created these taboos of child marriage that you can't find anyone else express. Like, isn't this bizarre to you? Like, isn't this such a big red flag that what you're describing as this kind of objective moral principle is not actually very objective or universal? Like, especially like for Christians to say this, like, because your Bible seems to endorse it, your prophets in the Old Testament seem to endorse it. Jesus has nothing to say to condemn it. Canon law has a minimum age of marriage of 12. So are you going to condemn canon law? Are you going to condemn the church fathers? Are you going to condemn all of those? Okay, yeah, you're shaking your head, yeah. So you're repudiating your entire religious tradition. So how do you even know what the Old Testament or the New Testament is, or the Old Testament for that matter? It was passed down by these pedophiles, according to you. These reprobates that you are condemning right now, they're the ones
Hit them up with
are they morally capable to transmit revelation if they're pedophiles, according to you?
And time. We are going to jump into the cross-examination. This is where each speaker will get the opportunity to ask questions of the other speaker. We're going to start with Mike asking questions to Daniel, and ideally this is strictly questions and then strictly answers from Daniel. Mike, the floor is all yours.
Okay, Daniel, I've noticed a lack of studies in your opening statement and rebuttal. Do you have any studies that speak of anything good coming out of child marriage?
So child marriage is something that is so taboo that no such study could be published.
So that's
I am not aware of a study that is advocating child marriage because it's illegal. It's something that's illegal in Western society because of the mandatory schooling ages. So there are no studies that can get funded.
That's going to be a little bit of a yikes for me,
Are
family.
you aware that most of these studies, and many I cited, were actually done in places like India or Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East?
Those studies are funded in the West by Western universities.
You mentioned the period comes at the end of puberty. Are you saying someone can marry and have sex with someone prior to getting their period?
So according to Islamic law, when the body is fully formed because of puberty, the period comes at Tanner stage 4, which is the end of puberty. So yes, when there are signs of physical maturity, then it becomes permissible for the husband in Islamic law to have marital relationships or consummate the relation with his bride. And this is the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who married 6.
Before the age of menarche, that's what I'm trying to get.
Before the period.
Okay. I thought your argument originally was this is about maximizing fertility. That's why we need to have child marriages. How can you maximize fertility before a girl is ovulating and menstruating if it's years before then? You're telling me that, what I'm trying to get at and trying to ask is like, so you can have sex, marry and have sex with a girl years before she has her period. If that's the case, how is this about maximizing fertility and not about just sadistic pleasure?
Well, I didn't make an argument about maximizing fertility, but I'll still give you the courtesy of addressing your question. What evolutionary biologists suggest, like David Buss, is that this kind of attraction and wanting to, because they've done studies where they show body outlines without ages of females, and they show a body outline, like a silhouette of a female at age 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and they ask adult men, which body type do you find most attractive? The men don't know what the ages are, they just see the silhouette. And when you tally all of the responses, the most popular or the most attractive silhouette body shape is of a 14-year-old. So that's something.
Is that, can somebody link me that? Is that true? 14-year-old to be freshman in college. Freshman in college is, fuck, it's been a long time. I'm curious what the study, if somebody were to say like 15 or like 16 or 16, 17, I think I might believe that. 14 seems kind of young though, damn. What kind of silhouettes are we looking for? Or no, I'm sorry, I meant freshman in high school. You fucking retards. I'm curious where this study is. I think he's in, let's see, silhouettes, outline, attractive, age. Influence of age on perception of best aesthetical profile. I don't think this is it. Oh, these are just like different face types. This is an age. It's a common cliche that older men chase much younger women, but charts from the book Dataclysm provide real evidence that men at every age are consistently most attracted to women in their early 20s. Given the totality of the woman, I would believe early 20s. Just on silhouettes, I could buy like even 16, 17 sounds a bit young, but 14? I feel like girls are still more boyishly shaped at 14. Like they haven't completely filled out yet in terms of like hips and boobs and everything, as opposed to like 14 just seems so young. I'd be curious if somebody could find that. I'm curious if somebody could find that study that this guy's referencing and then link it in chat.
Something that is explained evolutionarily. I don't believe in evolution. I know that you do. But they explain it that this is an adaptation. Because if you can start fertilizing a female as soon as she's showing signs of an imminent fertility, menarche, then that will maximize, because you secured the female right at the beginning, the start of when she will potentially.
But you can still have sex before you start maximizing fertility, right?
When the body is physically mature, according to Islamic law.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
It means starting puberty unusually early, like
Can
beyond
you have,
averages.
Is there anything in Islam that prevents you from, a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
No, marriage can happen, you can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
But could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old, consummate it if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's the first rule.
Oh no.
If there are signs of... So this is something that becomes biologically impossible, because precocious puberty,
I have a study that shows it goes as early as 11 months.
All right, well, that's something that the parents would not... see, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages. And when you look at the marriage of the Prophet, peace be upon him, to Aisha, her parents were involved. And so she was not living with the Prophet, peace be upon him, even though she
Okay, listen, I'm pretty sure if you're a Muslim, somebody can correct me wrong, you don't have to say that, peace be upon him, every single time. Like, it's considered nice or respectful, but I don't think you have to say it every single time, do you? Do I have any Muslims in chat that can correct me on that? I don't think you don't have to.
Married to him.
It's a flex.
So the parents have oversight, and sometimes a qadi or a judge can have oversight if the guardians are not capable, to make sure that the rights and the physical well-being of a...
Oh, hold on. The apostate prophet guy says you have to say it. Okay, never mind. It's not required, but it's considered sunnah if you do. Okay.
Child or not, or a minor.
Check meta stock? What do you mean?
Marriage.
What about, because you've tried to justify sexual slavery after...
Another big bump? Bro, what's happening? What's going on after hours? What just happened? Oh, earnings report. God, we're up so good. How can we be up so good? Another one. Huff Daddy, hey, clap it for Huff Daddy in chat for carrying our Facebook stock, doing good work. When did you buy into Meta? I don't remember. I think I bought in like 11 months ago. I don't remember what I bought in it, but I bought $100,000 of stock, so I'm up bigly. Oh, I said 166. We are crushing the markets right now, okay? We're just master traders, okay? Do you have a price to sell at? I would probably just sell when I have my long-term cap games. No, I lied. I bought like 60 or 70K. Okay. Would you ever buy gold? Fuck no.
War? So what if a man finds a 7-year-old, let's say, started her period? Could he take her back as a sex slave?
So that's a whole different debate on slavery and concubinage.
I'm just talking about the minor aspect. Would that be fine?
Yeah, so that if a girl is any age, she can be taken as
a sex slave, right?
Yeah, as opposed to being left to die after war.
So women can't take care of themselves.
That's the only two options. You either take her as a fucking rape slave or you leave her to fucking die. Obviously, wouldn't you rather be a rape slave?
Be taken by the men because they're too capable of caring for themselves.
Only about 10 seconds left.
Yeah, a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old.
No, I'm talking about the women and the children.
Yeah, this is the topic of sex slavery, which is also endorsed in the Old Testament and practiced by Moses and other prophets like Joshua. So that is a practice found within the Bible. It's found within Islam, within the Quran, and it's practiced, again, universally.
And I'll give you a chance to wrap up that sentence, and then we got to go to the next portion.
Yeah, so if you want to condemn Islam for these kinds of practices, you have to condemn Christianity and your entire religious tradition for exactly the same practices, if not worse.
Ooh.
So I don't see the logic of this.
We'll jump to Daniel asking questions of Mike. This is going to be 5 minutes as well. Daniel, the floor is all yours.
Right, do you think fornication is prohibited?
No.
So you think fornication is allowed by God?
Oh, no, sorry, I misunderstood. No, I do not think fornication should happen.
Okay, so God has prohibited fornication. Yes? Okay, clearly in the Bible.
Sex outside of marriage is wrong.
And it is condemned by God.
It is condemned by God.
Okay, so which scenario is more immoral? Okay, I'm going to give you two scenarios. Scenario one, a 10-year-old girl who has completed puberty gets legally married with the consent of her parents to a good believing Christian man who is 25 years old. That's scenario one. Scenario two, a 10-year-old girl has a 10-year-old boyfriend and they fornicate whenever they want. Which is more immoral?
I don't have to answer that because that's an either-or situation. I say they're both
one or
immoral.
the other. Which one is more immoral?
No, both are immoral.
Which one is more immoral?
Both are immoral, Daniel.
So fornication is happening rampantly. Do you have the same kind of feelings of that being evil and wanting to stop it? And you put that big slide about Christians are going to stand against child marriage. I can also put a slide up that says Christians are going to stand against fornication that's happening rampant throughout society.
Yes, we condemn it.
Where?
I'm condemning it right now. Hear me. I'm condemning it.
Right. So, but you didn't think that was more immoral. The child marriage scenario was not more immoral than the fornication.
We're debating child marriage, and I'm pointing out it's immoral. I can also agree fornication.
So you did not say that was more immoral. Okay, got it.
I have
so
no reason to say one or more.
According to the Bible, you do have a reason to say it because the Bible explicitly condemns sex out of marriage, but it has nothing to say about child marriage. According to some Christian sources, Jesus' mother was either 12 or 14 when married to Joseph. When it comes to child marriage, what do you think is more likely? Option one, Jesus held views similar to those found in the society of his time and thus had no objection to child marriage. Or option two, Jesus held views similar to the United States in 2023 and thus viewed child marriage as very evil. Which one is more likely?
Again, I quoted scholars like Michael Satlow that argued the average age was not 13, especially in Palestine.
Is there any pre-modern scholar who has this opinion?
Yeah, Cyrannus of Ephesus, as I cited in my opening statement, Giles of Rome.
What did he say? Repeat what he said.
All right, I'll go to Cyrannus of Ephesus, is who you want? Let me pull up his quote here. Cyrannus of Ephesus. He says, okay, so this, within regard to the birth passage, difficult labor takes place when the uterus is either a narrow.
Did you buy 420 shares for the memes? I don't remember when I bought.
A small orifice.
Oh, that'd be kind of funny though if I did.
For many reasons, for it obtains whenever women married before maturity conceive and give birth, while the uterus is not fully grown or fundus of the utera expanded.
Where's that condemnation of marrying before 18?
He is basically going on and saying that these are problems when there's a small orifice. It results in problems.
So now you're making the descriptive prescriptive error because where is that prohibiting or speaking out or condemning child marriage? We didn't see that in that reference. So is there any other pre-modern scholar who condemns child marriage?
Again, I
have 430 shares.
Kim Phillips' book, Albertus Magnus.
They're not pre-modern scholars. Where is the citation?
They're writing in the 1300s.
Find me a quote. What is a quote from a scholar that says child marriage is wrong, not a descriptive statement?
Okay, you're asking me to give the exact wording. Yet I can quote them basically condemning it in their own words or talking about the harms of it.
Where? Read it. Read it for me.
Again, I quoted, for example, Kim Phillips' book. She says, Albertus Magnus stated that while the physical changes associated with puberty enabled boys and girls to feel desire and enter sexual relations, the seed of both parties was either too weak or not admitted, so the weak offspring nonetheless were a result. The notion that intercourse and childbearing at too early an age had deleterious effects and had great authority. However, in some views of Aristotle, translated by Gals of Rome and De Rome, and then translated by yada yada John of English. She goes on to say, the knowing of women in kind and childing condemn sex before 15, for example. She quotes, again, Albertus Magnus, Gals of Rome.
Again, none of what you quoted was a condemnation of child marriage.
Listen,
yeah, there are deleterious effects there are more likelihood of complication at that age, but you also have more complications at age 40 or 50. Is that just as immoral?
The medical experts say that's not a comparison. And again,
where? Which
I
experts?
Can talk about.
Which experts? You cited mortality and you cited uterine tears. Those are just as likely at age 50.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No,
I can cite you that. Well, pull up the National Health Institute, and we can show you exactly the charts that show that.
My opening statement literally had studies showing that no, it is not. It is much worse. It's 5 times more likely under the age of 15.
You compared 15 to 25. You didn't compare 15 to 50 or 45. Age 40, a woman at age 45 having a child is also very highly likely to get uterine tears.
Okay, then they should probably retire at that point. What's your point? It still
but
means
your
child marriage
argument
is wrong.
implies that that is as immoral as child marriage.
Having a child at that age, if it's going to cause those kind of problems, but does it cause the psychiatric problems I mentioned? Does it cause the high risk of divorce?
The correct response is that older people have the wherewithal to consent to those risks, whereas children don't. That's the correct counter for this.
So you find it. So you would
find
find
it
just as immoral.
I can give you a chance to finish this question that you just started, Daniel, and I'll give Mike you a chance to respond. That's it.
No, I have another question.
I can condemn child marriage because, again, I gave a cumulative case from all sorts of problems it causes.
Yeah, all the things that you cited have holes in them.
I have to go to the next portion.
There is no pre-modern scholar that actually condemns child marriage. All of the citations that you just read show that they're making medical descriptions. They're not condemning. They're not saying this is immoral. So you're making the same descriptive, prescriptive fallacy that you accuse me of.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Mike, as this is open dialogue time.
Okay, yeah. Again, I was going to cite the medical moral treatises on this issue, and the medical experts all agree this is harmful. So again, I'm making a evidentiary type argument where I say, look at all the evidence showing this. And again, we see this reflected in the society. Kim Phillips, again, in her book, Medieval Maidens, points out that there was a lot of people concerned with having children too young. She cites kings and different rulers, different barons, basically saying, please wait until my daughter is this age before the marriage is consummated. So at one point, this girl, Elizabeth, she cites in her book, was married young, but her father says you cannot consummate the marriage until after 16.
Okay, people are saying X is on a run.
What is that? What's that? That was it. Do I send it or do I scan again? Yo, do I scan or do I send it?
Everyone home. Pace man.
Wait, it doesn't have rods or beds? Are you guys serious?
Okay, I have another responder right now. I'm too low on bullshit now. I can make beds. I'm good.
11 minutes is insane?
No!
No, it's not. It's not. Who's okay, $10 again? You guys owe me like $300,000. Who wants to bet?
I have to go die.
Oh, little bros.
I don't know what to do here. I actually don't know what to do here.
Little bros. $9,000. Okay, Yanis, you and me, 9K. We're on. Didn't he make fun of Forsen for like pausing for like 3 minutes?
I know what to do.
Like, is it really a speed run at this point? Uh-oh. Hello, bro, what are you doing?
That's right.
Ooh. Oh, he almost ran into the
No, it's my fault. I should have put a bit in my hand and just respond.
People in chat actually thought this was the run, to be clear. Losers.
A king over Aragorn said I have to wait till after 18, for example. So there was this concern, and they were basically trying to up the age at that point.
At what point were they upping the age?
In the Middle Ages, medieval period.
Yeah, they settled on the age 12. That was the minimum age.
No, Kim Phillips
That's
says
in
canon law is not a good representation of that. She says canon law is very limited understanding what was going on. It's like today citing that in...
Well, so cite me another example of a law that prohibited marriage.
I never said it was necessarily prohibited. I'm citing cultural aspects.
Okay, so that's my point. It was not prohibited.
The debate is not, did people in the Middle Ages allow child marriage? I agreed in my opening statement, yes, they did. And it was still harmful when they did. And a lot of people at the same time were like, hey, maybe we should up the age. And they were encouraging girls to wait many more years.
Yeah, but the debate is about the acceptability and the morality. So you have to explain why is 99% of humanity engaged in this grave, grave evil. That's why is 1% of humanity in the modern period, magically, only within the past 300 years, suddenly discovering, oh, this is such a terrible, traumatic thing. This is so evil. There's so much harm coming from it. When you cite medical experts, for example, this is an important point, and you say that, oh, well, there is these harms that come from sexual relations with minors at the age of puberty or right around that age of pubescence, those are likelihoods. When you say morbidity, mortality, those are likelihoods. And if you're going to pin your argument on medical harm, then there are all kinds of sexual behaviors that cause medical harm. I cited having sex or being pregnant and having children with women over 35, over 40, over 50. Those are also extremely harmful. So if we take your moral argument, all of those kinds of sexual acts and reproduction should be also outlawed and should also be considered a grave moral evil. What about sodomy? What about, you should be in favor of laws that ban all of those practices.
Can I respond to two things there? For one, you said, why should we not ban it if it's harmful? And the other one was like, it's been so pervasive in cultures. Well, again, let's go to your own source, Bruce Ryan, who noted that he's got 4 pages of homosexual interaction between men and boys happening in cultures around the world for generations. Well, I could just say the same thing to you. If 99% of cultures before Western, including, let me finish, including Islamic societies, were all okay with it, why don't we just let it go rampant again? We know it's harmful, according to Bruce Ryan.
Islamic societies did not consider sexual relations between men and boys as acceptable. They did condemn it. They consider it a grave evil.
Bruce Ryan quite quotes the silence.
It was practiced, yes,
Libya.
of course it was practiced. Yeah. And yeah, there was poetry about it, but that was seen as a perversion and heresy.
Not my point.
You're ignorant about Islamic history.
That's not
Islam
my
has
point.
a complete rejection and prohibition of any kind of homosexual behavior.
Respond to some of these points.
But you're making this claim that is nonsense.
Let me respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, my point was not that Islam did not condemn it. I agree Islam condemned it. I quoted Bruce Ryan saying that. My point was, again, you're saying that child marriage was so pervasive, therefore, what's wrong with it? Well, again, homosexual hemophilic interaction was just as pervasive according to your own source.
Where does it say that's more pervasive? Where does it say that was equally pervasive? Where does it say that?
He literally says this throughout his page. Look,
literally.
Child marriage is as pervasive as...
He does not bring up child marriage.
Then what comparison are you making?
You're the one who quoted Bruce Ryan.
Yeah, in a different context, for a different purpose.
You cited it in your opening statement.
Yeah, but I didn't make that point. I'm not saying everything Bruce Ryan has ever said is correct.
Just the stuff I agree with him on.
This meta-study that Bruce Ryan did with others showed that the sexual act between a minor and an adult is not inherently traumatic. It doesn't
the name of the paper.
Cause
Thanks, buddy.
psychological trauma. Yeah, I'll read you the abstract since this is a point of dispute.
I have the actual study. I can read from that.
Yeah, it suffices to read the abstract.
Page 7, child sexual abuse researchers have repeatedly maintained that hemophilic interactions are innately and intensely harmful for the younger person.
That's what he's disputing. That's what the study is.
No, that's what he's saying. It's true.
No. Look, here's what it says. Many laypersons and professionals believe that child sexual abuse causes intense harm, regardless of gender, pervasively in the general population. The authors examined this belief by reviewing 59 studies based on college samples. Meta-analyses revealed that students with this kind of child sexual abuse were on average slightly less well-adjusted than controls. However, this poor adjustment could not be attributed to the sexual interaction because family environment was consistently confounded with that behavior. Family environment explained considerably more adjustment variance than the actual sexual act. So what he's saying, to summarize, is that you can't isolate the sexual act. What's happening is children are getting molested, children are getting abused by their family members or in this bad environment, and that bad environment or this abusive parent, that's what's causing the slightly lower adjustment levels or the trauma. It's not the sex itself, it's not the sexual act itself. And again, Rind is not looking at marriage. He's not looking at these kinds of relationships that have existed, again, throughout history.
You're right, he's not looking at child marriage, so I don't know why you've been citing him for 4 years. But again, he says, what he's saying in his paper is that it's not harmful to the active partner. It's not a disorder. It's not like schizophrenia. But he does say it is harmful.
Where did this study mention the active?
Hold on one second, right back. I think he's citing this, studying correctly. I'm not seeing this in here. If somebody wants to, if other people want to read through this paper, I'm just looking at this. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second. I gotta call these car people and make sure they're not fucking my shit up. Hold on.
There Smokey is. Twist it.
Ooh. He's never seen an 1810. Wait, what are you guys doing? Are you acting like X is on a run again?
This all new Ari.
Daniel's study regarding preference bubble. Oh yeah, and it's referenced in Figure 1. Men's attractiveness, judgment of young girls, adult women's, and circumenopausal women's faces, body odors, and voices. Oh, this was only evaluating faces. For faces, maybe. However, young girls and adult women was fairly close. Not that far off. But this was only face silhouettes. I think, right? Or was it just, no, there's no silhouettes at all, it was just faces. Even faces is kind of weird though. That sounds pretty iffy. 14-year-old face. From 3 different age groups. 11 to 15 years is the young girls. 19 to 30 years is adult women, and 50 to 65 is older women. $11 to $15. Jeez. This is with hair pulled back and no makeup or anything too. Huh. These are not silhouetted bodies though. He did misrepresent this study pretty hardcore, but okay.
Partner. The abstract that I just read.
You got to read the actual study.
You're not even, are you studying the same study?
What's your study?
It's the Tromovich, Ryan Tromovich and Brosserman.
Yeah. I'm studying,
From
no, you're studying the
1998.
1998 one?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm studying the one you said in your Harris Sultan one. Now the problem
Why are
with
you
that-
debating a previous debate? Like,
Because
debate me in this debate.
You bring up stuff that your opponent has cited. That's how you prepare, Daniel. Now the problem
No,
with
you
that
debate
study
the opponent.
is it's an outlier.
What he brings in the opening statement, that's what you should
study you
debate.
just cited is an outlier. Anna Sattler notes their findings in her book Predators. She notes that their findings are truly an outlier, and she cites numerous other meta-analyses that have found other results. A meta-analysis of the relationship of child sexual abuse to adult psychological adjustments from 1995. The law.
Yeah, I saw that cold fire too. So I'm trying to think of what kind of faces they're talking about. In post-processing, faces were isolated from remaining other visible features, such as the hair and the neck. So you're getting rid of, so there's no makeup, no jewelry, nothing like that, and then you also can't see the hair either. I don't even know what a face would look like at that point. I'm curious, I wonder if they have like an original data set that they included. I'm curious.
Long-term sequel of childhood sexual abuse in women, a meta-analytical review from 1996. A meta-analysis of the published research on the effects of child sexual abuse, as well as the prevalence of child sexual abuse in communities and student samples. Furthermore, Ryan even says...
Yep, that's nice.
When you look at
Oh my.
I wonder how many hundreds of nukes.
Oh my god. He's that guy. They'd never released that data set? Oh, why? Because it's...
I am John Wick.
I remember when Munkalaf was used for When Among Us was mentioned. Let's get this record.
Wick.
Where did that guy even come from?
Was used for When Among Us was mentioned.
John Wick.
I remember when Monk-Laugh was used for when
I don't even know where this.
Among Us was mentioned.
Jesus.
Let's.
It fell from
that
somewhere.
1998 meta-analysis that it was actually harmful to the girls. It wasn't harmful to the boys, is his argument. And he is still an outlier. So the irony of this is, again, your own study says it is harmful to the girls. Ryan is saying that in 1998.
He's saying that the harm is caused by the family environment.
He's saying the girls report harm in the 1998 meta-analysis.
Yeah, and he attributes that. He does a correlation analysis, and he finds that it's more correlated with the family environment as opposed to the sexual act. That's why this study was so controversial. That's why it was one.
And an outlier.
Yeah, of course it's an outlier, because look at the stigma. Like, look at the social stigma. Like, if you want to live and die by these psychological studies, then all the psychological studies right now say that, like the dominant studies all say that if a child at age 4, a boy feels like he's actually a girl, then he should be put on hormone blockers and perhaps even get sex change surgery. So do you accept that? Do you agree that psychological conclusion?
No, and I think there was actually research that challenged that. But again, we're talking about child marriage.
Do you disagree that the dominant research says that
I do not agree
gender affirming care is necessary for. Okay, so you disagree. So in some cases, the dominant research can be false and very wrong, right?
What's the evidence that's the dominant research? What studies?
Okay, so you're disputing that the dominant research today in psychology says that gender affirming care should be provided to children as young as 4 years or 3 years old. You're denying that.
If you're doubting research, why are you even citing Bruce Ryan to begin with? Are you just cherry picking the ones that support your view? I mean, you could just say, we could just doubt it when it's useful for us, or I'll just pick Bruce Ryan was useful.
I'm just countering the point that you made that whatever is the dominant claim about a certain topic, then we should just take that and ignore other kinds of factors. I'm not making a simplest, like all you're doing is caricaturing my arguments. Like, oh, Daniel says that child marriage was common, therefore it's okay. Like, that's not my argument. You're caricaturing
what is your argument that it is okay?
My argument is a challenge to anyone who claims that it's not okay to explain why the attitudes shifted so radically. One of the reasons why the attitudes changed so radically is because of industrialization, is because of feminism. That explains the radical shift, not something inherent.
What study shows that?
Many studies. Look at
what study
this.
shows that the reason we started condemning child marriage was not because of the medical experts.
The Anthropology of Childhood by David Lancy. Discovery and Invention in the History of Adolescence, published in the Journal of Adolescent Health. Children and Adolescents as Sexual Beings, a Historical Overview by Vern Bullough, 2004. How many more studies do you want?
Okay.
All of these studies show that these practices were pervasive. All you did to respond to that is, oh, the average age was 22 at a certain point in Europe. Like that's your counter.
My question was, where does the evidence? Do these studies say the reason we started condemning child marriage was because of industrialism and feminism? Do they say that?
Yes.
Read them.
I cited Montesquieu, the first
read all of your studies right now.
Expression
that's not really
against child marriage happened in 1748.
It's not really a fair thing to ask somebody to do.
Again, I have medical experts saying the reason it should not be practiced is because of all the harm it causes. Mental, physical, emotional, sexual.
We talked about every single factor, and it's your arguments don't make any sense.
Like what?
Like the fact that, okay, there's some likelihood of physical harm, like 2% chance of mortality for a child at age 12 or 10. You have the same mortality rate for a woman over 40.
No, girls to ages 10
but you
to 15
have no problem. You have no problem with
vulnerable.
women over 40 having sex.
No, if they're going to cause problems and the medical experts are telling them not to have children, they should listen to the medical experts. Perfectly consistent
if there were a
with
taboo against women over 40 having sex, I bet the medical experts would say, oh, look at the mortality rate is the same for 12-year-old and 40-year-old, so therefore both should be condemned. But you don't see that.
Are basically hitting menopause, and so they can have sex just fine in their marriage without risking that kind of thing.
Well, we're talking about women who get pregnant, so
okay,
they haven't hit menopause.
Their
risk of mortality, the normalized risk of mortality for those women is higher than women who are
doctor tells them
at
not
puberty.
To, then they shouldn't. Quite simple.
Okay, but why are doctors condemning one type? Do you think it could be, why are doctors condemning one side of the spectrum? Could it be because of social stigma? Because of being illegal?
No, it's because of the medical
experts. Because your argument basically boils down to medical researcher, child marriage is immoral because it's illegal.
No,
That's begging the question. We're asking, why is it illegal? Why is there a social stigma?
Causes severe mental and physical harm.
Where's the evidence for that?
Did you pay attention?
The physical harm, whenever I cite, you keep repeating physical harm, and I say the same kind of physical harm occurs with women who are over a certain age. And then you hand wave that and say, oh, well, but doctors aren't talking about women over 40. Well,
Again,
why not?
If a doctor tells a woman over 40 she should not have children because it can increase her risk of death, serious
why?
injury,
You're
then
changing
no,
the scenario.
She should not be having a child.
Why are doctors writing so much about mortality at this bottom end of the age spectrum, but not at the top age?
The killer argument is the consent thing, right? It's because a person who's over the age of 35 or 40 or 50 or whatever can theoretically consent to those harms, whereas a child can't. Like that, he just doesn't have that argument. He hasn't thought about that.
The age spectrum. That's what you're not explaining. I have an explanation. It's because of the social stigma.
What? Oh, it's you. Hey, what's up? How's it going, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Nice. What do you think so far? Are you convinced that Islam is great as a result of this debate that you're watching?
Well, obviously not, because I'm an atheist. So.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. If you have any questions about Islam, I am, as Karanto said, the expert here, so I can tell you.
Yeah, if I have anything that comes up, I'll let you know.
Amazing.
Okay.
Okay, because again, the research shows that women at this age, they're still psychologically and emotionally developing. When you force them into marriages too young, they have increased anxiety, depression, psychiatric disorders, increased risk of suicide. They're more likely to die. They can't raise children properly because they've not been educated enough. They've not been able to mentally mature enough. So again, the studies I'm citing show you have an increased risk of death for even their offspring and how they're raised up to the age of 5.
The rate of psychological maturity is also very contextual. It's very environmental. Children who are, or women at age, 12-year-olds in Africa or 10-year-olds in Africa today are considered adults. Like, this category of adolescence is something that is a modern Western construct.
The research I cited was done in Africa.
Yeah, I know. So that's that kind of stigma that's attached from the West. That is what affects these health outcomes.
Then why do they have the same problems in there? Like, why do they have the same problems?
What problems?
The high rates of depression, suicide, mental disorders, psychiatric issues. They're all having these. And in fact, we also see increased risk of intimate partner violence.
Again, I need to see like what those studies are, because there is such a huge bias with the UN and global liberalism that is imposing this kind of
You heard it here
ban
first, folks.
on
It's
child.
a conspiracy.
Oh yeah, because liberal powers have never conspired to impose their values on the rest of the world.
Yeah,
right?
well,
because the liberal West never made up stories about children being abused in Afghanistan to justify bombing them or going to war, invading Iraq because of the weapons of mass destruction that we know Saddam Hussein had. The West never has any kind of conspiracy theory to go and invade and bomb and colonize and take over Muslim or non-Muslim lands, right?
So all my studies
That's
are
all
conspiracy. All my studies are a conspiracy.
I cited so many studies that go directly contradictory to the things that you cited.
What studies did you cite?
I think they're looping now. Yeah, but I don't know how this goes on for 41
Modern
minutes.
studies on the effects of it today.
We'll read them again.
Do you notice what he's saying here?
Of childhood.
He's like,
notice what?
Do you notice? He says basically that so in the face of all the pervasive studies that show that pedophilia is child marriage is wrong, he basically says, well, that's because the West has an agenda to promote this whole idea that it is wrong. Therefore, we have no studies proving the opposite. We only have studies proving that it is wrong. That's all because of an anti-Islamic imperialist Western agenda. That's all it boils down to him.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, but then he'll also cite the research if he feels like it supports his idea, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Always. Whenever he likes something, whenever something agrees with him, he cites it. If a part of the same study disagrees with him, then he ignores that. And if an overwhelming amount of studies disprove his point, then he's like, it's the evil West. They're trying to destroy our societies and this and that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
By David Lancey, Discovery and Invention in the History of Adolescence.
History?
Journal of Adolescence. Yeah, today is part of history.
I'm talking
the
about
historical
a study that is
progression. You can't get funding to show. Can you get funding to show that child marriage is a great thing?
Well, probably, yeah, outside of the U.S. and certain countries, but they all find harmful effects.
Outside of the U.S., you don't have research research universities. All of the research universities in the Muslim world, for example, are funded by Western grants. So no, and
every single all research in the world is all funded by the United States
to push UN standards, Western liberal standards.
So you think there's a massive scientific conspiracy to fund institutions around the world to show child marriage is harmful?
Do you realize that there are all kinds of research, again, that shows that gender-affirming care needs to be given to children at age 4?
Yes,
No, the dominant research shows that you need to give this gender-affirming care to children as young as 4. And increasingly, you're not going to find any studies that contradict this. Why? It's because of a conspiracy.
I mean, like, he hides behind a lot of ambiguities too. Like, this is not, like, obviously this is heavily contested right now in scientific literature. That's why there's tons of studies that are coming out. That's why some countries have changed their model of gender-affirming care. Like, it's not true that this is just, like, accepted by everybody.
Would you ever debate Keith Woods?
2 reasons. 1, there is research that contest that, and 1, this is a very recent thing. It's not been studied that much. Child marriage has been practiced and studied for decades. We know the effects. You're comparing apples to oranges.
It's been taboo and it's been illegal for centuries in the West.
Yeah, good thing, because of all the harm it causes.
No, the harm it causes is also something. It's, again, the same kind of thing with the harm that's caused by preventing a child from exploring his gender, sexuality, and gender fluidity. That's the harm that's being caused.
Again, you're comparing apples to oranges.
No, it's the same exact thing.
No.
The dominant research today says that's harmful, and those studies, like the contradictory studies that you're saying, oh no, children shouldn't be exploring their gender at age 4, those are transphobic studies, and they have to be condemned. And those professors that have those studies are being pushed out of their departments.
So you're basically saying it's wrong just to dismiss.
Do you think that's happening? Do you think that's happening?
I'm trying to ask you a question, sir.
Well, I'm asking you a question.
Again,
do you think that's the case? Do you think there's any pressure? Do you think there's any pressure on professors who say that gender-affirming care should not be given to kindergartners? Are they facing any pressure? Yes or no?
So you're basically saying the studies that they're arguing that this is wrong are basically being dismissed as transphobic, and that's bad. You seem to be doing the same thing. You're just dismissing my studies that I cited as a Western conspiracy. Why do you get to dismiss all the studies you want as a Western conspiracy, but it's bad to dismiss other studies as transphobic?
No, I'm not dismissing those studies. I'm just showing the dynamics within these kinds of departments, within universities, and what you're describing as a conspiracy. Yeah, conspiracies do happen. Things that are socially taboo, like right now there's a new social taboo that you should not prohibit children from exploring their gender fluidity.
Oh, for what he's saying?
He's saying I'm not dismissing them. I'm just describing that those are bad.
That is the dominant status quo now, increasingly. And I'm saying that the status quo is sometimes very wrong. Just like there's been a status quo because of Western dominance against child marriage, minor marriage.
The mere existence of a conspiracy.
Someone like you prefers children to fornicate to their heart's content as opposed to get married.
That's a false dichotomy, sir. False dichotomy, so let's get that. You're trying to say the mere existence of a conspiracy. Like, the moon landing is a conspiracy, and we all accept the moon landing happened. I mean, we know that's nonsense to deny the moon landing. We know just because there's a mere existence of a conspiracy is not evidence the conspiracy is true. You're just stating there's a conspiracy against child marriage. That doesn't make it magically the case that child marriage is okay.
Well, this is funny that he brings this up because Mike knows. Inspiring philosophy, Michael knows that Daniel Ikikechu actually believes the moon landing didn't happen, and it's fake. He brought that up during a live stream, and Mike actually dug that out and found that. So he's deliberately, I guess, trying to provoke him here by making a comparison to the moon landing. But unfortunately, Daniel doesn't react to it this time.
Nice.
Landing happened, right?
No, I'm just citing, because you're making a big point about how there's no studies that show the benefits of child marriage. And I'm saying, yeah, no, duh, because it's something that is a stigma. It's something that's illegal.
There are. If you look at the systematic reviews, there are outlier studies. So a lot of times these researchers, if you read a lot of the studies I cited, will say, yeah, there was like 15 studies that showed that child marriage correlates with intimate partner violence, and one found no correlation. So there are studies that always are outside of the outlier. For example, I could cite a meta-analysis right now on religiosity and depression. 444 studies. Okay, 6% actually show a positive correlation between religiosity and depression, but 6% is still the outlier. In these studies, in these reviews, you can find outliers. Every now and then you'll come across a researcher that'll be like, okay, so in this study we found child marriage was mentally harmful in this way.
So then it's a wash. But then it's a wash. Then why are you staking so much of your claim on these studies? You're acknowledging that there are outliers, and you're acknowledging that sometimes it's the outliers that are correct and the dominant status quo is incorrect.
You need to show evidence.
So why are you? My argument wasn't based on showing that there are studies that prove that this is psychologically beneficial. That wasn't my argument.
Well,
my
argument
argument again was that this is childhood sexuality is a reality.
Yeah.
Your only response has been abstinence. You should just control yourself until you're 18.
Yeah.
You think, so this is a failed model. This does not work. You can't have children, teenagers with raging hormones practice abstinence. That's why we see such high levels of fornication, which according to, in the cross-examination, is as bad as child marriage.
I didn't say it was bad, I said they're both bad. I don't have to give them numbers or ratings.
Yeah, you don't want to say which one is worse. That's
because
convenient.
Again,
That's
convenient. Because
convenient.
I'm a virtue ethicist and we don't do that kind of thing.
But the point is that you can't condemn fornication that's happening rampantly.
Yes, I can.
And you have no solution for that kind of child for that kind of behavior amongst children.
My solution, again, is not putting out a kitchen in the fire by breaking the dam and flooding the neighborhood.
What is the
solve
solution?
A problem with a problem.
Well, what is? Stop grandstanding and tell us the solution.
A better solution would be increased religiosity, more education, more extracurricular activities.
Sex education?
Education does show that there is a better understanding of sexual activity, and it does prevent the increased sort of fornication of this, because people start making better decisions in their life.
So there's no actual evidence that shows that this works. There's no evidence that shows that abstinence is something that has reduced fornication, reduced the levels of child pregnancy or teenage pregnancy.
It does reduce the levels of child pregnancy. That's not true, what you just said.
Yes.
Wait, but your own study for Adam, your last debate with Nuria, you cited a study from Adam.
Talk about this debate. Don't bring up my previous debates.
No, because
I'm glad that you've watched all my debates. But let's talk about the studies in this debate.
Okay, let me cite a study then on this whole issue. Amy Adamczyk, Religion and Sexual Behavior, notes that in Islamic societies, which you cited last time, notes they have lower premarital sex. However, an earlier age at marriage does not appear to explain the relationship. So earlier marriage did not decrease premarital sex, according to your own study that you cited last time.
She says, what about child marriage?
Okay, so I'll read you directly from. We find that ever married Hindus and Muslims are less likely to report having premarital sex than ever married Jews and Christians. In an earlier age at marriage does not appear to explain.
Would you ever join Creator Clash YouTube boxing? If not, how would you react to your friends confront about between you and Vosh? I think Vosh is like 6 inches.
Would you ever join Creator Clash? YouTube boxing.
Yeah, I think Vosh is like 6 inches taller than me, so I don't know how. I don't know if that would work or not.
Explain the relationship. So
maybe someday we'll
marrying
see.
as a child or as early marriage did not decrease premarital sex. Also, I left out an important detail in a lot of the studies I cited. Child marriage correlates with an increase in STDs, cervical cancer.
But the rates are much lower.
No.
In Muslim countries, yes. Adamczyk is the one who cites that.
Yes, but again, child marriages correlate with more STDs.
How does she define child marriage? Because the age of consent is much lower in Muslim countries, number one. And number two, no, I agree that there is an entire culture that prevents promiscuity. But marriage and chastity are encouraged in Islam. Gender roles are encouraged in Islam by law and by custom. But those things don't exist in the free liberal West, in this, the countries that are blessed by Protestant Christianity. So are you advocating the same kind of restrictions on gender mixing? Are you advocating for hijab? Are you advocating for all of these kinds of Islamic solutions to prevent the kind of child fornication that is so rampant in society?
They said they didn't explain the relationship. My point is that early marriage, child marriage, did not cause a decrease in premarital sex. So you can have an Islamic society without early child marriage and still decrease it. You could have a Orthodox traditional Christian society with low premarital sex without encouraging child or minor marriage. Also, again, in the studies I cited in my opening statement, what comes up a lot is an increase in STDs among the relationships where one is a child. Typically the girl, because that's typically what happens.
Child molestation, because it's stigmatized.
STDs.
Because marriage is stigmatized, so people are diddling kids in the
because
closet.
of child marriages. That's more promiscuity.
Child marriages or child sex? Because you're saying you're equivocating.
Child marriages. The studies I cited show that there is an increase in STDs when a child marriage, when a society is allowing
Which
for child
countries?
marriage.
Muslim countries?
Sub-Saharan African countries,
Yeah,
Bangladesh,
so sub-Saharan.
Bangladesh. Those are the ones they were looked at.
Child marriage increases STDs.
STDs.
Bangladesh has low, extremely low STDs.
Not among the child marriages. Also in India as well.
What is the study? You're citing things that I've never heard before.
Okay.
That go contrary to all of this other evidence.
So the study is reproductive. I put in my opening statement: reproductive and sexual health consequences of child marriage. A review of the literature. And they say in this, they say that here's the results. Child marriage as a result of poverty has many adverse consequences on reproductive and sexual health of girls. These include death during childbirth, physical and sexual violence, isolation.
Okay, I think we're just like looping at this point. Questions from the audience.
Thank you very much. With that, let's give a round of applause before we start the Q&A. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll queue up here for the Q&A, reminder again, please hold the microphone close to your mouth. I will hold the microphone with the cord for the stream. You will hold the microphone for in here. Keep it close to your mouth. Make sure you're asking a question, not making a lengthy statement or anything like that. And we will get you through this. So first person, come on down, stand on the table.
So when Muhammad married Aisha, right, the Abu Bakr actually resisted, saying that you're my brother. And then when Muhammad said, it's the will of Allah, he agrees, right? And after that, Umar and Abu Bakr actually proposed marriage to Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, right? He says too young. She's too young. So don't you think that Muhammad was worried about his own daughter, versus when it came to Aisha, he just went ahead and did it?
No, I don't think there's any such implication. You have different levels of maturity amongst girls who even might be the same age. So saying that, well, oh, my daughter is too young, but another girl is not too young, that's not an inconsistency there.
Alrighty, so in Genesis 24, verse 19, it says about Rebecca, the 3-year-old. When she had given him a drink, she said, I'll draw water for your camels too until they've had enough to drink. So she quickly emptied her jug into the watering trough and ran back to draw water for the camels. She then says a little later, I'm the daughter of Bethuel. She replied, my grandparents are Nahor and Milcah. Yes, we have plenty of straw and feed for the camels, and we have room for guests. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's a really lucid 3-year-old. So my question is, have you ever met a 3-year-old?
Yes, I have a 3-year-old, or I did 2 years ago. Now he's 5. So yeah, I understand that ages can vary, maturity can vary across time, but the point is what is established by the Talmud and by Jewish law. And so their interpretation of those verses are what they are, so you'd have to argue with them and argue with those rabbis. Obviously with modern interpretation, they want to try to explain that away, but I don't find that very compelling, but others may disagree.
So, may I? So Rebecca being 3 years old is church tradition, not something that is like fully backed by scripture.
Well, what do you mean by backs by scripture? Because when you have whatever interpretation, and anyone 800 years or 1800 years after purported revelation can come and say, actually, I don't agree that this age was 3, or I think the minimum age of marriage is based on this passage, which seems to indicate breast development. And like, okay, if that's your understanding of what is backed by scripture, then yeah, I agree. You're going to be hard pressed to agree with, you'll be hard pressed to find any pre-modern position that is backed by scripture.
So it says later on in Genesis that she covers her head. Most 3-year-olds did not. In fact, I can't find any 3-year-old that would cover their head.
If they were married, then that would be the law, that they have to cover their head. So that's begging the question.
Fair enough. Thank you.
My question, so I have similar questions to Daniel and Mike. To Daniel, as one of the evils you mentioned that are brought about by the lack of child marriage was masturbation. And I specifically want to ask about non-porn masturbation. So you seem to imply that non-porn masturbation is sort of clearly worse than child marriage, and it's an evil that must be eradicated by child marriage. I'd like you to expand on that point, if I got it correctly. And for Mike, similar question. I'm assuming you're also against non-porn masturbation in adolescence. So my question is, the dominant literature on that would probably be that non-porn masturbation is not harmful at all. So why can you disagree with the scientific consensus on that subject completely and yet rely on it so much when it comes to child marriage?
Go ahead.
I need a mic.
Oh.
Yeah, so in Christianity, we believe there are different types of sins. There are sins that harm others. There are sins that harm yourself or your own spirituality. I would say that's more of a sin that harms your own spirituality, as it directs you more to focusing on women as objects in a lot of ways. But no, it doesn't harm others.
Might as well throw some money at a millionaire for the lulz. This is what happens when you're nice to conservatives. We're not all flowered. Promise. Also, get married and have babies DGG. Is worth.
Wow. Thanks, buddy.
Good either. I mean, using Daniel's own criteria that he used in his debate with Tom Jump, harm is evidence that something is bad. And so child marriage is severely...
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can today. What's up?
Can today. Well, I don't know. You said something about marriage.
Did I really? Okay.
Yeah.
I did, yeah. I got a question for you.
Our time zone makes things really fun because you're like, hey, do you want to talk about this exciting thing? And then 6 hours later, I'm like, yes. And then I join, and then you're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, remember the thing that you said you want to talk about, and then you don't.
I remember. Okay, here's a question. I'm kind of curious, okay? So one thing I talk about a lot for my kind of degenerate poly relationship stuff is that, like, obviously it's not for everybody. Maybe 1 or 2% of the population maybe can do this kind of stuff. I don't recommend my lifestyle for any other person, et cetera, et cetera. I do shit like this all the time. Here's kind of a question, though. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if you've thought about this or if you've got this in any of your polling stuff. Do you think there might be a possibility that people actually aren't built for monogamous relationships? When I look at, like, the rates of infidelity, the rates of, like, marriage divorces, do you think that that's actually something we force really hard that people actually have a really fucking hard time with? What do you think?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Dude, in my data, which... I could talk about like how reliable I think it is, but in relationships, over 20 years, monogamous men reported cheating like at 40%. Like 40% of them reported cheating. Crazy high.
And were those in relationships or were those in marriages?
In relationships.
In relationships. Okay, gotcha.
But including marriages, it was just like the umbrella that includes, and even so I was measuring bind by length of relationship. Which is different than measuring bind by age, but like other studies, if you bind by age, usually finds like 20 to 30% of older men cheat.
Why do you think? I guess as a society we gravitate towards monogamous stuff so much?
Well, I mean, if you don't, you get the orbiting circle of angry chimps. I've been doing too many podcasts lately. I don't remember what I have said to whom. The angry like. If you remember, this was an issue with the Mormons. The Mormons all went to Utah and they're like, "Woo, we're doing what we want now." And they're like, "What do we want? Polygamy. What do we want it now?" And then suddenly, fast forward a generation or two, and you have 40% of men are single and can't get wives because all of the wives are already married, and then they become angry. And if you have wars, then this is great. This is a stable thing. But if you don't have wars, you get a bunch of angry men. Anyway, so basically, I think monogamy was invented to basically placate the angry men that are on the outside of the tribe.
Maybe. Do you think that most people could handle open relationship stuff if they were to give it an honest try, outside of judgment from peers and society, basically?
I think a much greater, let's say hypothetically, we move to a country where polyamory, is the norm. My guess is a much higher percentage of people who say they're monogamous now would actually flourish in that society. But you do have monogamy is kind of people get jealous, and I think that this is not a personal failing. I think this is hardwired. And until we have brain modification technology, I think sometimes it's not worth it to have to maybe you could work through your jealousy if you spent 10 years in intensive therapy. But do you really want to spend your life doing that? Probably not. It's probably easier to just.
So something that's interesting about that is I feel like we kind of take it for granted. God damn it, of course. course. I feel like we kind of take it for granted that like if you have jealousy in a relationship, that's like a good indication that you probably should just be that you should be monogamous. But I feel like if you have jealousy in any other area, people would tell you to work on it. And I think we do have jealousies in other areas. For instance, if you want to go to a basketball game and you've got one ticket to give away, like whatever friend you choose, like your other friends are probably going to get a little bit jealous. Like, oh, I wish you would have picked me. But you would never say like, okay, well, the obvious solution to this is you should just have like one friend, right? You would say, well, no, like it's okay to feel a little bit left out or whatever, but like those are natural feelings that you work through. And I think you said as much for your relationships. You don't ever say that you never get jealous. You say that, well, sometimes I have it, but you know, it's just part of a relationship. You got to work through it or whatever.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think I'm like pretty consistent on this. So I think it's okay. Oh, sorry, somebody else. Okay, but I think it's okay for some people to be like, "Hey, I'm just too jealous. I don't want to work on this." And I think this is fine. Similarly, I think if you get jealous about like your girl, like even talking to another man, and if she does, like your fucking brain explodes, and this is just so intense. Like I also think that this is fine. I don't think that other people should be forced to engage in your relationship, but I think it is like okay for you to go search for somebody who is fine never talking to another man again. So like, I'm like quite consistent about this. Saying something is like okay if this is the hand that you're dealt is very different from saying that this is ideal. I think in general.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm actually so curious. I feel like I've come at you with a similar question before. Fuck, what was it? Something to do with like, how do I know if there's an acceptable boundary to set or not? And it felt like when I asked you that question, you had a really hard time computing that question because your answer was like, your question is nonsense. Like your boundary can be whatever you want it to be. It sounded like that's what you were essentially telling me. But now it sounds like you're saying that there are some boundaries or some forms of jealousy that you ought to get over and some forms of jealousy that you ought not to get over. How do you determine like which one is something like this is something you should definitely work through and this is something that it's okay to have and not to work through?
Wait, I thought I was saying the opposite. I feel like I was just arguing that like all boundaries are okay, even if they're absurd.
Oh, did I miss you? Okay, so you're saying that if somebody said they had a boundary where it's like, I want to find a partner who doesn't even talk to people or look at people of the opposite sex or ever have desire, you think that that type of thing is an okay thing to have?
Yeah, I think that is okay.
Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's obviously not ideal. Like functionally in the world, this is going to be really hard to have and be happy. Like the fact of having that as like an experience, or if you're somebody that you love is doing that makes you freaked. Like I don't think that is like inherently bad.
Interesting. I think I would disagree, but okay.
You would?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there are probably. I think there's probably like a boundary. There's going to be some range of normal human experience that I'm probably going to pathologize if you fall outside that range and say this is something you need to fix. For instance, let's say that you were like, I want a girlfriend who only turns to the left. I don't ever want to date somebody that turns to the right. Like I would probably pathologize. I'd say that it's probably something unhealthy with your mind that you need to fix.
What do you mean by unhealthy?
A little tautological, but like falls outside of the boundary of like this is like an expected normal human response to something. That like it's so far out of bounds that like it's probably something that you should work on fixing.
Okay, so your definition of what is okay is something that like if few enough people think that this is normal, then you probably shouldn't be doing it?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure you can think of exceptions to this rule.
Can we?
I'm sure there are many points in history where everybody was thinking one thing, and if you went back in time, you probably would disagree with them.
I'm trying to think. Can you think of any? I feel like that's generally how we would pathologize a lot of behaviors. That if it's incredibly rare, and it has probably maybe you need the extra qualifier if it has a detrimental impact on your life. So in this case, it would probably inhibit you from ever finding a partner.
I think detrimental is like a much stronger criteria than normal. Like I was raised in a culture where basically everything I'm doing right now is very abnormal. And I think that is okay. Like just because like society thinks a thing does not mean that it's right. And it like might be a good indicator in a lot of areas, but like I would not consider it to be an absolute rule, just more like a guidance line. But like I think the concept of addiction that like by engaging in this thing, it's sort of your options in life are hindered. That is like a much more strong position to take.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right? And you could very much argue, like, hey, if you are the kind of person that doesn't want your partner talking to anybody else, any other man, you're just gonna have a shitty time in life because you're not gonna find anybody who joyfully likes that boundary.
Yeah, that preference is essentially choosing to be single forever, essentially, right? Which I guess a person can make that choice if they want to. What is your criteria in your head for pathologizing a behavior, or do you don't believe in pathologizing anything?
I don't think so. I think it's just like, what is the consequences of this thing? Like, I think it is okay for anybody to have any requests that they want of anybody else. The question is, are they going to be able to get that? And are they trying to force anybody?
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Like, a lot of very fundamentalist religious people have norms where women are not allowed to talk to men, and everybody in that culture like thinks this is chill. Probably the women mostly also think this is chill.
Yeah, I think there's
And
actually a name for this in Islam, that once you hit a certain age, you're not supposed to like do like social activities with people of the opposite sex, I think.
That's correct.
Huh. Okay. I was just kind of curious on your thoughts on that. One of the funniest things to me, I might have even brought this up to you before, is that like I'll read sometimes relationship posts where like both partners are incredibly upset and they've like one partner cheated on the other, and then they go on a little break, and then the other partner fucks somebody on the break, and then they both come back and they're both upset for like fucking other people. And I see situations like this sometimes, like, why not just like figure out some rules for like an open relationship? Like, it seems so fucking stupid. I feel like I see it pretty often enough that I'm like it's so confusing to me. But
yeah, I think people get really jealous. Sometimes I'm like, dude, everybody should be poly. You man, like I talked to a guy who wants to fuck somebody else. I'm like, why don't you just be poly? And like, it's not good until I realize they don't want their girl to fuck anybody else. And I'm like, okay, I'm not. You can have asymmetrical preferences. Like I have asymmetrical preferences, but like, I don't know. It seems like pretty hard to find somebody who's okay with you fucking a bunch of other people while they're not allowed to.
do you have? Yeah, I guess because that's really common now in the red pill space, is that they all push for the one-sided open relationships. Do you have opinions on these?
Really?
Yes. Like it's ubiquitous in the red pill space now that they all say that if you're a high value man, you should be juggling multiple women. Yeah, and that's like the norm basically for high value men. Which
Yeah, I mean, this is like the spinning the plates or whatever, but like this is different, right?
No, not spinning the plates. They're saying like you like openly acknowledge like your girl knows that if you're a high value man, you're gonna be fucking multiple women even while you're like in a committed relationship or whatever. But it's only on the man's side.
I do think that generally women tolerate cheating in men a little bit more than men tolerate cheating in women.
Do you really think that's true? What do you mean by tolerate? Do you mean like won't break up with somebody over it, or like are okay with it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, are less likely to break up with someone over it. Also, women cheat less, so I don't know.
Who is more likely to break up over cheating, men versus women? I'm curious about that. Yeah, let's see. So men are more likely to cheat than women. 20% of men and 13% of women reported having sex. Sounds like outside of a relationship. Huh.
It's definitely higher if you increase the age, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay. Well, any other ideas or anything related to this? I was just kind of curious about that. I feel like I give it too easily. That like when I'm in conversations with people, I have to caveat like 50 million times, like, oh, my lifestyle choices are crazy, and I understand that, guys, and they're so wacky. But then it's like, meanwhile, like monogamous people cheat on each other like fucking crazy, and then break up all the time and like get divorced at like 50% and all that shit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, monogamy is like clearly kind of insane for most people. Most people are not monogamous. Most people just they want to bang, but they don't want the other people to bang. Yeah, it's not great. I think like I'm not saying everybody has to be full poly, but I feel like there's like a better cultural norm where people are a little bit more tolerant. Like I just can't.
Sorry, go on.
But I was saying I can't get up anger for cheating anymore. Like sometimes I'm watching a movie and then like, you know, one of the partners cheats on the other and then they're trying to resolve it and everybody's like furious. And I just like don't get it. Like to me it's like, oh no, somebody ate with you ate with the salad fork instead of the other fork. And like everybody's freaking out about it. I'm like, okay, I understand in theory that in your culture the salad fork is very important. But like I just cannot emotionally connect to this at all. Like of fucking course they grabbed the wrong fork. The forks look similar. It's a normal human mistake to make. Like why is everybody so upset? I don't know.
I wonder if you were to poll people if they could cheat on their partner without the partner ever knowing, like stepping into another dimension and doing it, how many people would be in favor of that? Because now I'm wondering, because now that you're presenting things like that, I'm kind of wondering like how many people are, because I think that might be true. I don't even know if people are pro-monogamy. People just don't want their partner fucking other people.
Yeah. It's less monogamy and more like a hostage situation. Or cold war.
Interesting.
Every time it's quiet right now, I have like the urge to make like wee woo sounds with my voice.
I do that all the time, don't worry.
You? No, you don't. I've never heard you do anything like that.
Oh, not normally when I'm talking to other people, but on my stream I make a lot of autistic fucking noises. There's one guy in my chat called Hamster Hawk, and it triggers the fuck out of him. I usually just make random noises just to fuck with that guy, but yeah, not while I'm talking to people usually.
Okay. Should I leave now, or should we find something else to talk about?
Whatever you want to. I don't have anything right now. So, what are you doing?
I don't understand what you're doing in like right now or in general.
Well, I sit at my computer and I talk to people for anywhere from 5 to 10 hours a day, and sometimes I have questions and I ask other people things. So we watched a debate for some crazy Muslim dude defending child marriages, and obviously like relationships and stuff came up, and then I kind of wondered about the marriage thing. Oh, and yeah. Oh, no. I'm sorry. That was for this, but earlier I was reading the Steven Crowder thing, and it reminded me of, you probably didn't catch any Melina's debate with Jedediah, did you?
No, I didn't. How'd it go?
It went okay, but like, okay, so like you, I also have a lot of conversation, so shut me up if I'm repeating anything I've said to you before. Something that's very irritating to me is that when I talk to monogamous people, I have to be so careful. I'm treating them basically like retarded apes, right? Or if I say like the wrong thing, they're gonna lose their mind. So I have to caveat endlessly. Like, I understand that my relationships are weird. I think that jealousy is normal. I think it's okay that you're monogamous. Nothing is wrong with that. That's okay, right? So whenever I'm talking about their relationships, I have to be ultra careful. But then when monogamous people talk to me, they're like, oh, does it ever make you feel weird that like maybe you might like have sex with your wife and come from 30 other men or dripping out of her worthless slut body? Like, does that bother you? Or like, she'll talk to Melina, she'll be like, I think one of the questions she asked Melina is like, does it bother you that if you break up with your husband, the majority of men in society would see you as worthless or too much of like a whore to get with? Like, monogamous people just ask these basically insane fucking questions that are like, they're loaded so hard. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, my favorite thing is like, oh, I could never be polyamorous. It's so good for you, but like, I just value love and commitment.
Yeah, stuff like that. Or like, yeah, like, don't you have any self-respect? And it's like, the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah. And it makes me, when I talk to monogamous people, it makes me want to ask like really loaded questions. Like, are you worried that like, or does it make you sad that even though you and your husband have a child, if he found out that you sucked too many dicks in college, that he would actually dump your ass on the curb? Like, does that bother you? Like it makes me want to ask like questions like this just to be equally antagonistic. Like, it's so fucking irritating. And it just sucks because I have to be so gentle when I talk to their side, and they're like so like stupidly fucking offensive when they ask me questions, you know?
Yeah, it's really unfair. Like, I think like, I don't really like the oppressed minority thing, but you know, if you look at like representation in the media, how what percentage is poly versus anything else, like how many poly movies do you know about? How many?
How many? Fuck, I was trying to think of a meme answer, but I don't think I know of any.
Right, you don't know of any. I know of one, Professor Wordson in the Wonder Woman or whatever, and like it's the whole theme of the thing is that it's like a poly thing, right? You think of one. Isn't this just so dumb? Like, dude, and then there's another one, Bajira Mastani, beautiful movie. I strongly recommend it. It's like this indie movie, and in it they sort of have a depiction of like kind of polyamory. It's like this guy who marries two women, and the women have to like get along. And then there's like this acceptance scene where like one of the first wife like accepts the second. And I watched that movie and I just like cried because it was just like in a movie where like these metamors were okay with each other, and I didn't understand how powerful it was going to be because I'd never seen people like me before in a movie, and I'm like, holy shit, this is like, I don't know, I feel like people really underrate the fact that there's no depictions of polyamory in media. Like, we just don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, I also think it's funny as a white person, as fellow white people, it's not as common, I think, that we have those types of experiences where when you see something that represents like a unique thing, like it feels kind of stupid, but then when you run into it, you're like, oh, actually, wait, that kind of representation does feel pretty good. Now I understand like what other people are talking about sometimes. I've had that issue come up sometimes. I did a libertarian conference like a year ago or whatever, and I ran into like a group of Cubans that all like hung out in the same area that I did growing up, and I was like, I don't care about being Cuban. It's not like something I identify strongly with, but it was really interesting talking with a group of people that had a whole bunch of similar experiences that I did. I was like, oh, that's like really funny. Yeah, so I can imagine like seeing relationship types represented as that for the first time ever in a non-weird way is probably a good feeling too. Yeah.
Yeah, I strongly recommend trying to watch some movies that have polyamory in them. Like, the selection is abysmal, but like if you can watch like one of the three that exist, it's really nice. But anyway, I think this like contributes to like the way that like monogamous people talk about poly is like really degrading, and then you have to be super careful when you talk about monogamy. Fucking say, I was biting this bullet for a long time. For a long time, I was like, okay, I'm really nice. You know, no one is better than the other. But then I realized I don't actually believe that. I realized I was just saying that because I thought that was the thing I was supposed to say. I think I actually think that polyamory is superior to monogamy, in the same way that like dieting and exercising well is superior to not doing that.
Why do you think
I
it's
just
well? Why do you think it's superior? How do you get there? I'm curious.
you're not like one of them you tell your partner what they're allowed to do and not, and the other one you don't.
Do you think that do
giving
you think that limiting the autonomy of another person is necessarily always a bad thing?
Yeah, I mean, as much as you can say that, kind of yes.
Huh.
Like obviously, there's things where it's like, oh, so you killed somebody else. We're going to limit your autonomy so you don't kill anybody else, right? Like,
Well, no, boring. That's obviously we obviously know that. But here, let me think about this. Don't we kind of have an implicit agreement with friends, for instance, that you won't gossip negatively about me to other friends? So, for instance, if you and I are friends, and all of a sudden a bunch of combos leak that I was talking to Melina, and I was like, yeah, I talked to this crazy Ayla person. She's like an insane psycho bitch whose research all reeks of selection bias. I imagine it would probably be pretty upsetting to you, right?
it would be upsetting because it would feel like you were lying to me.
Lying to you a little bit, but I feel like there's also kind of like an implicit agreement that like if we're friends, there's like some level of respect that we must have for each other. And I feel like when people are together in monogamous relationships, the idea is that like we only have eyes for each other, and our love is something that like we elevate to some level where we respect that we only want to share these particular things about us with each other. Is that necessarily is that like a restriction that's significantly different than expecting a friend not to shit talk you or to include you in activities or something? Do you think?
I mean, I think to test this analogy, can you also use this analogy to justify even more extreme things?
To some extent. What do you mean?
Like, can you use it to justify like a man not wanting his woman to talk to other men?
No, I think talking is not the same level as like sexual activity. There's probably something a little bit more unique or special there.
Wait, is more unique or special for talking?
No, for sexual activity versus talking, I would imagine.
Okay, so you're saying that like it's like kind of reasonable to expect your partner not to fuck anyone else in a way that it's not reasonable. I don't know. It feels
so
like
like for instance, it might be. Let's say that you've got like 3 close friends and you get 5 tickets to go to Six Flags, and let's say that you invite 4 completely, totally different strangers. All of your friends in your inner circle might look at you and be like, "Wait, what the fuck? Why would you not invite us? That's really weird," you know?
Yeah, these are. I feel like you're like pointing at sort of like indications of what like what I keep wanting to say like what to expect, but there's something like if historically you invite me for dinner, you know, every week, and then you like talking with me, you tell me about all of your feelings, and then suddenly you stop doing that, you invite a stranger. I'm like, hey, wait, does this indicate that your feelings towards me have changed in some way? And it seems like reasonable to be like, can we talk about that? Can we figure it out? Like. But if there's something like I feel like you can easily think of like a poly situation that doesn't fit this. Like say you've been married for 10 years and then one of you is on a business trip and there's like beautiful woman who's just STD tested and she just like really wants to suck your dick and you're never going to see her again. Like what the fuck does that have to do with your original marriage?
Oh God. Dude, I don't know. I hate monogamy. You're making me really stress test to try to figure out what the answer would be. Because I'm trying, in my mind, I'm trying to say, like, let's say that you have those same 5 tickets to Six Flags, but it's actually in, like, a different country, and then you meet, like, 4 new people, and you go to Six Flags with them. Like, would your friends at home get upset at you? No, probably not. They'd say you should live your best life. If we're not there to take advantage of it with you, then that's fine, do your thing. But obviously with monogamy, that wouldn't apply to the sexual circumstance, huh?
Yeah, I think most treats is like a different thing.
I feel like I'm gonna. Oh God, I shouldn't talk to you about this actually, because now you're pointing my mind in such a more negative direction. When I think of monogamy people, I'm actually leaning back on that thing now more. That like for the cheating thing, the reason why people want monogamy is because they just don't want their partner to fuck anybody else. Now I'm thinking that the reason why monogamous people wouldn't want their partner to fuck anybody else ever is because they probably want to be engaged in the mutual delusion that their partner doesn't have attraction to any other person except for their partner, which is, I think, a delusion, right? Actually, and that even goes along with the red pill delusion, because red pillers say that they apply this, but they just apply it to women. They say that men should cheat in relationships because it's not cheating because that's men's natural proclivity to fuck as many people as possible. But women, when they're attached to a man, never want to fuck anybody else. So they engage in the delusion just halfway there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But to be clear, I think I can rescue monogamy. Like, I think monogamy is subpar, but also fine. Like, I think it's okay to be like, man, monogamy, like, fucking sucks. You are actually reducing agency for other people. And it's like, an attempt to control other people. But I also think it's like sometimes okay to want to control other people.
Well, that was my original point. I thought you just said that the answer to that can never be yes.
No.
Because I
I'm saying
asked
that,
you,
like,
is it ever okay to limit the agency of another party because of something that makes you feel better about yourself? And I thought you said there's almost never a case where you can limit agency of another party.
it is worse, right? Like a world in which there is greater freedom is better than a world in which there is less freedom, like basically across the board. But also a world in which I am exercising every day is better than a world in which I am not.
Mm-hmm.
Am I going around telling people that they suck for not exercising every day? No, like you can both be like, hey, I understand that you not exercising is like in line with like maybe you just don't value it as much. Maybe you're really busy doing other shit,
Mm-hmm.
and this is okay to be lower on the priority stack. Like and so I'm both saying that like exercising more is better than not exercising, and I'm also saying that you are like not necessarily more morally at fault for like not being functionally capable of integrating this into your life.
I feel like that was a really long way to just say that actually monogamy is bad, but if you're like too like stupid brain to get away from it, it's okay to be monogamous. That's what it sounds like. You just.
Well, yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I think that there's like analogies to this in my own life, and like most likely yours too. Like, I'm trying to think.
I actually live optimally at all points in time. Thank you.
You live optimally?
I do. Yeah, every microsecond
Yes,
of
you
my
do.
day. What?
I guess you do work out.
I do. Yeah, a lot. I could beat the shit out of you. Wait, how tall are you?
5'8".
Yeah, I would. Are you really that tall?
How tall are you?
Well, I'm really 5'8". You probably lie about your height. Okay, so.
You think I lie?
Like in general, or just about that particular thing?
It's like in general.
I don't know. Yeah, no. Okay, sorry, you're distracting me. So you think that people can be monogamous and just accept that, like, I'm monogamous because it's the easiest thing for me to do, even though it might not necessarily be optimal, is what you're saying essentially, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Destiny, would you care if Melina fell in love with and married another man, splitting her time between the two of you? So here, this is how my brain processes relationships, okay? And this is when I get jealous of people, okay? This is how my brain works. There are things that I want to do with other people, and there's time that I want to spend with other people. And as long as I'm able to do that, I don't care what they do in the other time. So, like, I like to hang out with Melina. I like to sleep with her. I like to be around the house. I like to travel with her, whatever. And as long as I can do that in her other time, I don't give a fuck what she does. And that's true of almost anybody. But that's true of even, like, if there's a girl that I'm talking to, this happens all the time. You talk to a girl, she's really cool, she's single, you mess around, you have fun, and then she starts dating somebody. Oh, well, that kind of sucks. But it's not that I'm like, I wish I could be monogamous with her. It's just like, oh, there are things I want to do with that person that I can't do anymore. That's usually where my brain goes to. So if I'm only like marry another person just for them, I wouldn't care as long as I can still like do things that I enjoy doing as well. That's usually how I process jealousy or not. I'm only jealous when I like lose access to somebody, or envious, or upset, or I don't know what word you use for it. But that's usually the only thing that bothers me.
That makes sense. like response to like a concrete loss. That makes sense.
Like, wait, your thing cut out for a second. What did you say?
Response to a concrete loss. That makes sense.
Oh, sure. You would not care if she had a child with another man over you. Well, that is, now we're getting into realms of unbelievableness. I don't think she could have a child with another person and still have time to like do things with me. At that point, she's probably going to be committing a significant amount of time to somebody else. That would be my guess. Wait, I just got food, 1 second. So you'd be jealous only if she left forever? Yeah, probably.
Since you're, I don't know what you're doing now, but I did want to make one point with whether or not you're listening, which is something like I think there are ways in which I fail at being good to my friends. Like I am not very warm or considerate, and I often like forget about tracking people's needs. I think this is bad, and that is like sort of kind of absolutely good if I were able to do better here.
True. You leave me on read so much. I spam you with pages of messages, and you barely respond, Ayla. Not cool.
I know. It's like the overwhelming pages of DMs are a lot for me to handle. And so it's like kind of in a world where I responded to your like mass DM walls would probably be better than a world where I didn't. But like the amount of effort it would take for me to become somebody who is like much more considerate to the needs of my friends, I think is like too great. And so I think like I am kind of absolutely failing here, but that also that my failure is acceptable.
Okay, hold on. I feel like you're okay. I'm gonna make a judgment. I feel like you're bad at answering this question, so I'm gonna push you on an answer now, okay? Because I'm so curious. How do you figure out if the effort is too great or not? What is the actual answer for that?
I think this is a really good question. I think it's like quite hard to know.
Yeah, I know,
it's
because I feel like this relates back to my other things before for like what's a reasonable boundary versus an unreasonable boundary. And you're like, well, whatever you want. And I was like, well, but there's got to be like a test for that, right? So yeah, so then for this, like, what's a reasonable amount of effort? How do you know? Yeah, I'm curious. Go.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's like a value trade-off for you, right? Like maybe, let's say hypothetically, we could know absolutely how much effort it would take in advance. Often we don't know these things. Like if you start a therapy journey with therapy, you don't know if it's going to be like 2 months or 20 years. But like say hypothetically, we know that it's going to be like a 5-year trade-off. Like I could spend 5 years of 10 hours a week working on this thing, and suddenly I would become more considerate to my friends. And the question is just which one do I value more?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's no wrong answer to that. It just depends on your value stack.
I feel like I think it gets harder too because it's pointless for me to say this, but like because all of those little values are so subjective, it gets very, very hard on a macro level. Like if you want to weigh two subjective things against each other, that's possible. So like, do I love my dog more or my cat more? Obviously your love for both of them are subjective, so it's like but I mean like you can probably figure that out, hopefully. But when it's like when you're getting to like subjective thing after subjective thing, and then it's like multivariate with all subjective things, so like I want to go through the effort to be a better friend, but the amount of effort I put in is going to be somewhat subjective. The types of activities that I do, like evaluating how I would enjoy or not enjoy those, is going to be somewhat subjective. The type of pleasure or enjoyment I would get after doing this work is going to be somewhat subjective. It feels like almost impossible to like meaningfully evaluate that thing because of the utility calculus on like all of these things. Every single variable like could theoretically be different. There's not like a concrete measurement anywhere,
Sure, but like in practice, we do make these judgments all the time, and it's like some of them are really unclear. In which case, I like advocate experimentation. Like, hey, like, why don't you just like try giving it an effort for a while and see how rapidly it changes things and how you feel afterward, and so you get more info. But other things are like really obvious. Like, let's say, like if you could spend, like I know one guy who like meditates for I don't know, ridiculous amount of time, like 6 to 8 hours a day,
Cringe.
and this makes him slightly happier in life. I'm like, clearly, I just obviously don't want to do that. I just don't give a shit. Like, I don't want to spend 8 hours of my day staring at my own stupid brain in order to become like 2% happier. Like, fuck that. Like most trade-offs are like much more obvious, and we just make them all the time, and we don't even think about them because they're so obvious.
I feel like I kind of agree with you half, or maybe this is semantic, but I feel like we actually don't ever think about these trade-offs or make them. It's all kind of like societally granted to us. So like, for instance, like I don't know how many people actually are subjectively measuring the value of living a healthy life versus how much exercise they'll do. But a lot of people will be like, I need to hit my 10,000 steps today because that's kind of what people say you should do. And the health is something that people say I should have, What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, no. I didn't know if you wanted to respond to that because sometimes I rebel.
No,
I was going to say one thing that's interesting to me. Somebody challenged me on this before, and I actually didn't have an answer. And it was saving for retirement. I don't remember if this was an on-stream convo or an off-stream convo, but I got into a discussion with somebody who didn't believe in like ever saving money for retirement ever. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, I'm just going to spend the fuck all of my money through my 20s, 30s, and 40s. And then when I'm in my 50s, 60s, 70s, I'm just going to be poor. And I'm like, that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. And he's like, why? And I'm like, well, you have to save for retirement. It's like, why would I live a worse life in my youth just so that I could live a slightly better life in my older age when I could live a way better life in my youth and then just suffer for it like later on when I'm like guaranteed to be alive and healthy now versus later on in life when I'm not even guaranteed to be healthy. And I actually didn't really have a retort for that. Other than appealing to some vague notion of like, well, maybe when you're retired and you have health issues, if you haven't saved money, you'll be in bad shape or whatever. But like, there is an undeniable give if you're saving for retirement and being responsible with your money earlier in life, because you could be having more fun every single day if you just spent like crazy,
That's a great point. He's got a great point. But yeah, I agree that like culture kind of hands people the answers to value trade-offs all the time.
Yeah.
Culture is like, hey, you should be monogamous, and this is worth the value trade-off of handling the jealousy.
Yeah.
And a lot of people just don't question this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Well, what's up? How's life going? Did you do anything fun last night or this morning?
I listened to some talk about how we're all going to die from AI between Nate and Vitalik, where Nate tried to convince Vitalik we were all going to die. It was very exciting. And then I was working on fact analysis for my kink data. So I'm like trying to decide if I should keep doing that right now or like keep talking to you.
For you said, did you say kick data or?
Kink, just the kinky
Oh,
stuff.
kink data. Gotcha. Have you figured out how to? I know that you were looking for tips on Twitter before for how to manage all of this stuff remotely. Have you figured out how to do that yet, or are you still locally hosting all your databases?
No, I'm a
Ayla.
doo-doo head. I have trouble like having people help me, and I'm not sure why. But so far, I've just been handling the data separately. I've just been taking all the cismen. My computer can run all the cismen, and it can run all the ciswomen.
I could be wrong, because you know what the fuck do I know? But I feel like your life would be significantly improved if you could figure out how to host the data remotely and then just like query databases on boxes that are so much more capable than like your laptop. I feel like that would be a significant improvement in quality of your life to be able to do this.
Yeah, but this is like people are always like, "Oh, Ayla, you should just do this simple thing," and then I'm like, "Okay, I'll do the simple thing," and then I go, and then it's like a week later, and I want to kill myself. Like I went and I tried to host my data somewhere. The thing is, I don't have enough knowledge to know what avenues are good to take, and then people keep telling me avenues that are good for them that aren't right for me. And I started learning like SQL, and then eventually I was like, I don't want to fucking learn a new language in order to just host my data.
Okay, again, take everything I say with a grain of salt, but I don't think you need to learn anything like that. There should be like a service or something with a nice configurable little graphical user interface where you can just sign up for it, get it running on a box, and just start dumping a bunch of data into it, and it should allow you to do everything you want to do. That would be my guess, but.
Do you have a recommendation for a service that does this?
All right, chat. Who's got one? I don't know. Somebody should tweet at you with it. But it's got to exist. That has to be a thing that exists.
I don't think people are doing the thing that I'm doing, like not on a large enough scale to like make a marketable service that you pay for. I mean, like maybe corporations are, but then you have to pay corporate rates. Like,
I
don't know.
There's got to be a way to do it because people have to manage like databases and shit remotely. That's got to be a thing that people want to do. It has to be.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
I'm sure there's an easy way. Like when I was trying to learn Python, the thing is people just don't understand what it's like to not know something.
Yeah,
like
true.
When I first learned Python, I was like, okay, I'm gonna learn how to code. What do? I guess I must go install the Python, and then I go type code into the box and then click run and then see what happens. And so I just went to Google and I typed Python, and then I managed to get a black box. And then I tried typing like a hello world, but it wasn't running. That's because I didn't have the knowledge to know that I needed to type into like run it in a kernel, which is like a different thing than the thing you type into. And then it's not I don't know what the term is. What's it called? An environment? I don't know. I was doing it 100% wrong, but like when you Google as a beginner, like how do I code? They don't give you the instructions for how to set up an environment. And it took me like a couple days of people telling me to set up really, really elaborate things that I just didn't have the background knowledge to know how to do. Now finally I'm using Spider and it's working good, but like most of the things that people were instructing me to do required much more knowledge than I had.
Okay, that's fair.
And so that's why I'm so just wary. People are like, oh, it's easy to host your data. Just go do this, blah, 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 blah. And then I just have done this so many times. I do something that somebody tells me to do, and then it turns into a giant, ratty nightmare of horrible, horrible me wanting to shoot myself in the face. And now I'm just so paranoid. People say, like, oh, it's easy. I don't believe you. It's not easy.
Okay, that's fair.
I did also try following ChatGPT instructions for doing this, and ChatGPT led me down a horrible rabbit hole of like tangled explosions. Yeah, anyway, so right now I'm like, okay, I could invest more effort into that, or I could just split my data and run it by cis men and cis women. And that's what I'm doing for now. And my data is still growing, so eventually I'm going to have to move out of that, but we're doing okay.
Okay, well, if that's that works for now, then do it for now, but yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Anything else?
Gotcha. Anything else, buddy? No, I'm good for now, unless you've got something else you want to chat about.
I don't understand how you talk for like 5 stupid hours, dude. You probably talk for more every day. I would hate it.
Yeah, well. Okay, well, I'll chat with you later when I have more questions or if you're bored.
Yay, okay, bye-bye.
Okay, be careful. Bye. Guys, it's 16 minutes. Are you serious? You guys think this is the run? Who else is gonna fucking bet me? Really?
I had to try it.
Little bro's about to get blasted off the edge.
I had to try it.
Oh no. Oh, he's still there.
The strat was Pearl hang in the right direction, get chests in the fortress that possibly have an obsidian up to for 5 to 10, then portal at my Pearl hang spot after landing, and then get out of the right spot. I think that's as good as I could have made it. How's that done?
You should go back and watch how you wasted the last 3 minutes of this run.
And you should go back. Look at your photos, and see how you wasted your entire life. You fucking bozo, bum fuck, dumb fat piece of shit. Fuck. Shut up, you ugly dumbass. Chunky burger. This guy is just as a. Alright, I'm leaving, man.
Did you see that Alexander Bromley knows about and responded to you? Dude is a 10 out of 10 fitness creator and the sea of bullshit and code. What does he know about me?
It just says it. Holy, that hurt, and I didn't even say anything bad then. What, was that you? Bro, that wasn't after you, that was Dono.
You watch Claw's latest schizo tweet? No. Claw's actually like psychotic.
My wife said that back to Dono's. Bro, don't talk shit. I shit back to him. It is not you. Oh, I was mean. Oh my god.
You seem stressed. You should relax and Google Australian Samoan Tunica born in 1985.
If I ever heard one. My bad, sorry, little guy. Sorry, but that was me, man. Sorry about that. I apologize.
I don't want to set the world on.
Okay, we're good. I'm done. This trope is done. It's good, okay? We don't need any more of this, okay? Old song, made new. Creepy, eerie track underneath the old song to give it a horror thing. And then later on, there's gonna be boom, boom under the old song. And then it's gonna end on like kind of an ethereal fade out. Like playing the old song with all the new instrumentation removed. Let's see what happens, okay? That's like every fucking...
I just want to start blaming your heart.
Jesus Christ, they've done it.
Let me show you how this will play out. 3, 2, 1.
Boom!
You know none of this is right.
I love
Could have had
this.
bigger Inception booms, to be fair.
I love it.
Oh, do you?
It's all anyone can talk about.
Oh, and then the slow fade out with the music playing, blah, blah, blah.
What is this?
This trope is so played out. Please stop doing it. It ruined my whole enjoyment of that trailer. Okay, question. I was driving to Miami International Airport a few days ago. And like a minute before getting to the airport, there were a whole bunch of cars parked off the side of the road that were empty, that were parked. What the fuck were people doing? The people weren't at their cars. There was no spaceship launch or anything going on. Does anybody have any idea what people... Why?
So then I was like, screw it. I'm gonna buzz off all my hair.
You look like Sid from Toy Story.
You look like Sid from Toy Story. Oh my god, Lachlan! How did you think of that?
Alright, excuse me.
What?
I literally just said that.
Said what?
Are you for real?
Okay, what's going on, guys?
Are you gonna do this?
Do what?
I made the Sid from Toy Story comment.
No, Lachlan said that. I heard him.
Pretty sure I said that. Lachlan, I literally said it. You just said it louder.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, I gotta get this. It's the Queen. Hello? Can you not?
What are you talking about?
Just let it go.
You stole my joke.
Yeah, and you don't have to be such a bitch about it.
You can't just steal my joke.
It happened once. Just let it go.
I'm not gonna let you just do that. It's not gonna happen. You're not getting away with it.
Sorry, guys, I had to take that really important call. What are we talking about?
Lachlan stole my joke about Sid. The Sid from Toy Story thing.
I think it's a bit embarrassing throwing around accusations like that.
I have proof.
How can you have proof?
Because I planted a voice recorder on the table.
That's some psycho shit.
I'm sick of this happening!
Alright, show us then.
You look like Sid from Toy Story.
You look like Sid from Toy Story. Whoa. Fuck. Caught red-handed, Lachlan. What do you have to say for yourself? I don't know. I guess I can't dispute that, can I?
About as good at stealing as a burglar with no arms.
I'm about as good at stealing as a burglar with no arms. Yes! That was even better than the first joke.
Oh my god!
Okay.
I'll hit you on the way out, Greg. Scram! Get out of here, Greg!
Okay. Last one. Did you ever see the Turn Down for What music video back in the day? Same director as EEAAO. True. That was a good-ass music video. Thanks for the $5, Tanner.
Due to an unfortunate and completely unplanned and unforeseen fireworks accident, my dog Bailey now needs a new house. And since it's the coldest time of year, I decided to make a heated floor and Wi-Fi capabilities to keep her warm on even the coldest Canadian days.
Aww. Look at this doggy. Look. Aww.
Alright, in all seriousness, this old doghouse had the floor rotting out of it and the shingles falling off, and it was really good for nothing other than firewood. So this build is going to be way over the top for a doghouse. It's honestly like pretty much just building a tiny house for a dog. But I've never really built any exterior structures before, and I have some builds coming up this year where I'm gonna be, so this is gonna be a great introductory and getting to try everything on a small scale. But now So I unplugged it and cut the sheet to size, cut it in around the door, into those wraps. My starting close up the roof, I'm gonna install these deck lights. These are pretty straightforward. I really just drilled out some evenly spaced holes.
Oof. I definitely would have used a Q screw on this. I don't like these because they tend to warp the plywood in bad weather, but Ugh, yikes.
Out some evenly spaced holes, and the light just pops itself into place, and then I connected all the wires with the easy connectors. But the roof switched out roofing nails every bottom of the roof off the and getting on. This casual everyday doghouse is now complete.
Wait, is that a thermostat inside there? Oh, look at this big... Oh, Jesus.
So the LED lights look like they're flickering here, but it's actually just the frame rate of the camera. These look completely solid in person. As for heat, on a pretty average winter day of about -6, the inside temperature of the doghouse was sitting right around 10 degrees.
You're getting covered by this guy? Wait, oh no.
Did you see the article saying that
30 minutes. Oh no.
liberals are more unhappy than conservatives? It was a bunch of different studies that came out.
It was in Atlantic Article, the whole thing on stream 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah. Hold on, let me... Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands. We're gonna watch this. I'm gonna go gym, and then I'll be back, and we'll stream tonight. I swear to God, okay? 1 second, let me wash my hands, 1 second. Ooh.
What are your thoughts off the back of that? I have this thing on stream that I say, where if I'm talking to an audience, I'm always going to talk from a pretty far left perspective. We're going to talk about systems, we're going to talk about class, we're going to talk about like what are the things that the government can do to create like a good environment for you, right? Because that's what I'm concerned about, like on a broad level. But if I'm giving advice to like an individual, I'm going to be the most hyper like anarcho-libertarian ever. Like if I'm talking to somebody like, oh, can I get some advice? Like, yeah, here's some advice. You care more about you than anybody else ever will. You're the only one that can improve your situation. Nobody's going to give you a handout. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You're going to do whatever you can like on your own to get ahead in life, and that's it, right? And I talk about this sometimes that people sometimes try to call me like hypocritical or like when I give advice to an individual, like, well, what do you mean? What aren't you going to recognize that it's not fair for this guy? Blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, sure, but to an individual, who the fuck cares, right? Like,
why is his audio so weird? I don't know. Ask him.
You can sit there and blame systems all you want and be a loser, or you can do your best to overcome it. Like that's all you could do, you know.
Now that seems so self-evidently true that you almost want to look at it as like obviously the way.
Okay, I thought this guy was gonna sound like that one mountain dude. I thought this guy was gonna sound like Swedish. Wait, what is the half-Thor guy? Where is he from? He's not Swedish, is he? Iceland? Same shit. I just looked at him. I assumed he would have that accent.
That we've just always talked about it. And it's interesting when you look down into how political groups and different tribes end up acting, you realize that that couldn't be farther from the truth. That people become so oriented in defining themselves, not just by what they think is the best approach moving forward, but specifically by what separates themselves from the other people. So if you're talking about an ideology because you think this is the thing we need to focus on, along with all this other stuff, any talk about the other stuff takes attention away from the thing that makes you distinctly different from the other group. So you're incentivized to pull yourself apart and to become more and more and more singularly minded. So you take something like layers. We have the macroscopic view, the microscopic view. In any scenario you can think of, you would never separate one from the other. It's important to understand how human beings work from like a cellular level, but we wouldn't say, well, because that's true, let's ignore all of the shit that goes on an interpersonal level. And if we're looking at the macroscopic view, when we're looking at people bounce around like specks of dust in this nebulous cloud, we wouldn't take the statistics that we pull from those large groups and then dismiss what goes on an individual level.
I would.
Just because this one thing is true. We would find a way to marry them. And that's one of the things that bothers me about these fields of study, is they rarely seem oriented towards an actual like grand unified theory of everything. They almost pretend as if these ideas have to exist at the expense of everything else. It's very strange. I mean, even when you look at physics, whether it's a tennis ball or a fucking planet, the rules that govern how they move are pretty much the same. But when you get very, very small, you find that vantage point requires a different understanding of how things work if you want to be able to know what's going on in that field. And interpersonal relationships are not any different. Your relationship is...
Wait, pause coming soon. Tiny explains why he's wrong. Chat screams true. Repeat. What do I react? Is it... I thought you guys got mad because I don't pause and react. Now you guys are saying I do too much? What is it, metal dipshit?
An individual to work or to the company you work for, that's not any different. So this was a breath of fresh air. This is kind of the duality mindset that I think attracts a lot of people to Eastern philosophies. Western society tends to be very all or nothing. We're very much this or that rather than this and that. So being able to take seemingly contradictory statements, figure out how to make them work, that is often the thing that is required to really get the big picture. Truth is not about just taking the one thing that works for you.
I am a hyper genius.
Treating that as like the only lens that you can look at things through. So this was really refreshing, and I think it's a very useful way of looking at the world.
How do you marry those two worldviews then? How do you blend those two?
You ever played video games?
Yeah.
Have you ever played League of Legends?
No.
Okay. This must be true of like sports. I would imagine. I never played like football or basketball, but I imagine that in sports, there's probably a difficulty sometimes where it's easy to blame teammates for your losses, right? I played a single-player game called StarCraft growing up, and I loved that game. It was one-on-one. If you lost, it was your fucking fault. Full stop. When you play team games, it's very difficult to figure out what's your fault or why did you lose? Was it my teammates? Did they fuck up? And you can get into a mindset where you start blaming everybody else, and what happens is you take no personal accountability. And the real mindset for improving in those games, and everybody knows this, even if they're upset at the time, you're not going to upset, they'll tell you. The real mindset for improving is all you can do is take the most responsibility for your own actions as much as you can and try to improve on that. Sometimes you might be in unwinnable games where your teammates will cause you to lose, but who cares? Find out what you can improve on and go forward. And we know that's true for games. We probably know it's true for sports. But then as soon as we come into the real world, it's like, oh, you're black, you didn't get a job? They were probably racist. Oh, you're a woman? Your application turnover? They were probably sexist. How can you expect that mindset doesn't fucking destroy a person's ability to navigate the world when they've constantly been told that classes around them are what are keeping them down? And the amount of, I feel like the amount of personal agency you have goes
It rips,
so low.
it rips the agentic person out of it.
So listening to this, you think that this is obviously rhetoric from a far right-wing conservative, and then you realize that the person espousing this is a streamer, has blue hair, is an avowed progressive, and you realize that
I do have blue hair, and I hope people keep getting mad about it. My hair is very blue, and I will keep dyeing it just so that everybody gets upset.
This type of information can be given, this pill can be given alongside the facts of all of the inequities and all of the systemic problems. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And I think that is so key, not just to political ideology, but to how we go about solving things in our life. The one thing I like about his discussion, first of all, it's absolutely true in every competitive field you go into. There is the individual's responsibility and there is the team, the organization's responsibility. Those are two different things and they both have different roles, but you can't have one without the other. They have to go together. And his discussion of strategy, this isn't about recognizing what is or isn't fair. This isn't about a search for justice or what makes you feel better. It's about fucking strategy, because when you're on a team, the goal is to win. The goal is to get the right answer. And that means you have a system that is made, that is designed by the coaches and the people involved that are coming up with the methods to organize the resources they have, that they are all set up for success, but the individuals also have to come ready to play. And when you go through team sports, it's why team sports are so valuable in school. It's because, guys, and I've said it 100 times, we do not have young kids put on pads and run into each other on a field in front of hundreds of their friends and family because we think it's really funny to watch. We do it because team sports at that level is a massive character builder. It teaches you how to hold yourself accountable and go through really hard shit in the service of the group. So those two things go together. They're not different. For the group to function, You are accountable to be the best that you can be. You are not to be the weak link. Now, if we're on the outside and we're trying to identify problems on different levels, the group versus the individual, there might be a systemic problem where the coach sucks. There might be bad plays being ran. The field you play on might be really shitty. The sun might be in your eyes. Who the fuck knows? But you as an individual don't have control over that. The elements designed to reinforce those systems, the way you go about that, that's entirely different than you getting...
Oh, somebody pointed this out in chat. It was true. I think this clip, I think, got posted to TikTok by Brain Rot Politics, and everybody in the comment section was disagreeing so much. That thing about like controlling for your own personal agency. Holy shit, people were super mad on TikTok. What the fuck?
Shit together. And no matter what shitty team you play for, no matter what god-awful system you were born into, every single time you get a better result when you just take accountability for yourself. So from the competitive aspect, I think that's absolutely huge. And importantly, knowing that the focus you give on what is fair is entirely different on the thing that will get you forward. A lot of people think progress and justice is the same thing. It absolutely the fuck is not. I mean, sometimes it can overlap, but they can also be very, very exclusive to each other. That's one of the oldest tropes in storytelling, is the man who was wronged and who doesn't just seek out recompense for what he lost, but is out to light himself on fire just so that he can burn everything down with him. That search for justice, that internal sense of satisfaction from balancing the scales, will cause people to stew. It will cause them
Wow, Wes,
to
thanks for
become
getting 5 tier 1
inactive. It will cause
subs.
them to destroy their own lives, not because it's going to take them to a better place, but because it feels good. It's cathartic to sit down and say, well, I'm not going to do anything, but fuck it, who cares? The system's rigged anyways.
And you can have a world in which you want to have the driven individual agency, personal sovereignty, all of that shit, but you also happen to hold this political view that doesn't really seem to work, and it seems to be a lot of friction going on.
So I'm going to push back against Chris a little bit here, and
oh,
he's an
Chris
excellent
getting
interviewer.
shit
That's
on.
one of the reasons
Oh,
he's blown up
man.
so much. It's no surprise.
Absolutely time for destruction for this this British clown that thought he could come and hack it in the United States, and now fellow U.S. citizens finally giving him the pushback he needs.
I don't know if I have American brain and I just hear a British accent and I think they have a IQ of 300, but I've listened to him live.
That is
I've
a
listened to
significant
him speak.
problem.
He's very good at staying present with the conversation. I had to stop doing interviews because I have an attention span of 19 seconds, and if people talk too long, I start twiddling with my thumbs and I forget what I was doing. He is extremely engaged, and he adds questions that fuel the conversation. It sets the other person up to just hit a home run over the fence. So it's really cool to watch. So I'm not entirely sure if he is saying this because he thinks it's hard or difficult to reconcile those things, or if that's just something for Destiny to sink his teeth into to kind of flesh out his ideas a bit more. But responding to this, I think it's not only that they can be reconciled, I don't see an actual representation of how real life works that doesn't involve those things being reconciled. That doesn't make sense to me, because any system that is sufficiently complex can be looked at from multiple different angles, and it's not just like a spectrum of potential solutions, but like I said, it's layers. So when you're zoomed in very, very close, that's going to look very different than when you're zoomed out very far away, and the picture that paints is going to be different, and the types of tools that you use to solve problems are going to be different, and the truth of one doesn't somehow invalidate the other. So this dynamic of you as an individual responsible for yourself in service of this group as a whole, I mean, the team analogy, it doesn't get any better than that. What is a nation if it's not a team, if it's not something that should have an organization to set it up for success, knowing that the engagement of fully fleshed out, fully capable, self-actualized human beings is actually how you get the best result given those things. And we get this kind of chicken or the egg, right? Because those strong individuals come out of a system that produces those strong individuals. But those individuals also have to come out and reinforce that system for the next generation. So it's easy to play chicken or the egg and say, well, I didn't come out of that system. I wasn't given those tools. But here's the thing. If you wait for the system to turn, if you wait for that giant wheel to turn in your favor, for all of the injustices and inequities to smooth out, then there's never a reason for anybody to do anything. The only way that that wheel gets turned is if everybody starts from the assumption that it starts with me. And it's not just me overcoming the odds to become a millionaire. That's not it. The way that you create change is you influence the people closest to you, not on TikTok, not on social media. Start with yourself, your friends, and family. If you can influence them and in turn get action from them, you've had a massive fucking win. You don't do that by jumping up 10 income brackets. You do that by showing that you as an individual can start here and linearly predictably, reliably move forward over time and improve your lot in life. It doesn't matter if it's by 5%. If you set the example to other people that you can create a strategy and improve fucking anything, it doesn't have to be a massive win. Just show that you can reliably improve. That is the most influential, contagious shit in the world. And that is how you get this grassroots movement of building strong communities where before there weren't any.
There is friction. I don't know how to explain it, but there is a way. There's got to be a way to do it. You have no outline with this. I know, but like, so for instance, right? I've been taking the gym very, very, very seriously for the past like 6-7 months. I've been taking it pretty seriously for the past 2 years, but very seriously for the past 6-7 months. Good man. Okay. When I go to the gym, okay, it's hard. Okay, and it's hard to progress, and I'm probably starting off at a lower level of muscle, and I'm probably taking a little bit longer to progress my lifts than I would otherwise. And when I go to the gym, 2 things have to exist in my mind at the same time. One is, okay, progress is going to be a little bit slower than me. Okay, I know that. I understand it. Okay, I accept that, but I still have to try as hard as I can. Those 2 things can't counteract each other. And if you're not careful, the problem is that, like, in a way, 308T for me, is it nanoliters per decigram or what the fuck, whatever it is, right? 308 for me is like the liberal mindset. And being as big as possible is the conservative mindset, right? If I let that 308 number define me, why the fuck should I even bother going to the gym? I'm never going to be as big as I could have been if I would have started lifting at 15. I'm never going to be as big as a guy willing to do TRT. I'm never going to be as big as a guy that's just natty, more testosterone than me. Fuck it, why should I waste my time? But if I go to the conservative route, right? Okay, well, you know, it's taking me 6 months of grinding to get my squat up to like 195. Like another guy would be at like 315 by now, right? I'm a fucking weak piece of shit. Why the fuck am I like, you know, I'm trying every day. I'm just going to add 5 pounds to the bar. I'm going to injure myself like every 2 months, right? That's like the conservative mindset. It's like, fuck, I don't care about this simic shit. I'm going to work as hard as possible. And it's funny because in a way, through my kind of like lifting history, I've dealt with both of these, right? On the conservative mindset, one is like, I don't know how many people realize, like pushing yourself in the gym is actually really easy. The hard thing is the discipline to control your meals, your sleep, and the routine. That's the really hard part. It's really easy to go to the gym and work out till you get injured. I can do that all day. And I've done that before. It's like, fuck it, 10 more pounds on the bar. Fuck, I just fucking snap my shit. Fuck, I injure my shoulder. Fuck me, you know? And then on the liberal side, it's also where it's like, fuck me, my T is low anyway. Do I really need to be shredded, right? I got a lot of fucking money. I fuck a lot of women. I'm really successful online. Who the fuck cares if I have low T and I don't work? Yeah, right? So I don't know how I do it. I manage to for most things in my life somehow.
Because I'm built different.
Those 2 things out. Where it's like, I'm going to work as hard as I possibly can because I want to be the best version of myself. And I recognize that how good I can be as myself might be controlled by some environmental factors. But like, there's the environmental factors are saying that I can exist in this range. But in this range, the conservative or personal factors are going to determine where in this range I exist.
It's all on you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's a beautiful way of putting it, and that's why I get so frustrated on so much of the discussion around everything.
It is a beautiful way of putting it. Thank you.
To fucking
True.
dating, talking about women do this, men do this. It doesn't recognize.
Good video
that
suggestion,
everybody exists
Jacob.
in their own
Thank you so
strata with
much.
their own immediate range that they can move around in. No matter where you are, it is in your best interest and it is within your power to move around within that strata. So looking at what like girls at clubs, you know, that like wealthy local business owners and fucking media personalities go to, like how they're scouting for dick at the club has nothing to do with like all of the women that you might engage with at work, at school, in your neighborhood, at community functions, and so on. So understanding the strata that you're in. And again, this goes back to strategy. Everything about what he's saying, if you notice, it's solely oriented around how do I win? This is the mind of a gamer. He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, oh, I have this problem. I have this fucking complex shit that's like impossible and most people suck at. Well, I'm going to sit here and fucking obsess over it until I figure out how to game it.
Oh, wait. Does anybody have the... Where is it? They targeted gamers. Gamers. We're a group of people who will sit for hours, days, even weeks on end, performing some of the hardest, most mentally demanding tasks over and over and over, all for nothing more than a little digital token saying we did. We'll punish ourselves doing things others would consider torture because we think it's fun. We'll spend most, if not all of our free time, min-maxing the stats of a fictional character, all to draw out a single extra point of damage per second. Many of us have made careers out of doing just these things, slogging through the grind all day, the same quest over and over, hundreds of times, to the point where we know every little detail, such that some have attained such gamer nirvana that they can literally play these games blindfolded. Do these people have any idea how many controllers have been smashed, systems overheated, disks and carts destroyed in frustration, all to later be referred to as bragging rights? These people honestly think this is a battle that they can win. They take our media. We're already building a new one without them. They take our devs. Gamers aren't shy about throwing their money elsewhere or even making the games ourselves. They think calling us racist, misogynistic, rape apologists is going to change us. We've been called worse things by prepubescent 10-year-olds with a shitty headset. They pick to fight against a group that's already grown desensitized to their strategies and methods, who enjoy the battle of attrition they've threatened us with, who take it as a challenge when they tell us we no longer matter. Our obsession with proving that we can after being told we can't. Our obsession with proving that we can after being told that we can't is so deeply ingrained from years of dealing with big brothers and sisters and friends laughing at how pathetic we used to be that proving you people wrong has become a very real need, a honed reflex. Gamers are competitive, hardcore by nature. We love a challenge. The worst thing you did in all of this was to challenge us. You're not special. You're not original. You're not the first. This is just another boss fight. They targeted gamers. Anybody else getting some chills?
I'm gonna figure
What
out
was this written in response to? I think it was in response to when Gamergate people felt like video games were under attack by feminists.
the handle is, and I'm gonna crack this motherfucker. If you start with that perspective that the answer, getting the right answer is the most important thing, and you start chipping away, then eventually you start to come up with solutions, and then they snowball. And that's the beautiful thing. And once again, it's very different than looking at the macroscopic level where you see the actual obstructions and the unfairness and the things that are stacked against you, because once you start obsessing on those, that limits your ability to do anything at all. And most people, it causes just massive fucking inaction. So he's defining, and this is painting with a broad brush, but he's talking about
Wait, it predates Gamergate? It was from an old video? Wait, really? I thought I originally saw that posted in the... I thought it was in the Kotaku in Action subreddit. I thought that was posted around the Gamergate time when, like, Anita Sarkeesian and people were coming after gamers. Am I wrong? I could be wrong, maybe. Oh, Eridu gifted subs. Fuck, how many? I missed it. Thank you. Eridu, thank you. Yeah, this might have been in response to something Brianna Wu said, maybe.
Conservatives as being more action-oriented, not willing to look at obstacles. It's on you. Very broadly, obviously.
The Reddit post links a source. Yeah, it is a Kotaku in Action thing. Oh, yeah, it is. It's, look at all the awards. Feminists did it to scientists. They did it to sports. The gamers were the first group that really fought back. They like to win. They were not the right group to pick a fight with. Oh, this is that Christina Summers.
That was the perfect group to pick a fight with.
Was it? I think haven't I talked to her before? Or there was I don't remember, or some other old lady about, that was really, I mean old lady, an older person. If I said old man, it'd be okay. I spoke to a mature woman once about sex-related stuff, and I think she thought I was going to be way more on her side than I actually was. I don't remember if it was her or not. Okay, sorry. What's up, JD?
What's good, man? Yo, we need to have a talk, bro.
What are we talking about? Yeah, what up?
Bro, we gotta get Rumble lit. Wait, here. Actually, I'm gonna show myself. I want your chat to see me, because I need the cloud, if that's okay.
Dude, I can. No problem, dude. I'll clout you up. Hold on.
Please clout me out.
Listen, I will always help you. I love to see young black men make money, okay?
That's love.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, Destiny. We gotta get.
Oh, wait. I can't see anything. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, watch stream? Oh, you're on some weird shit. Hold on. Wait, I gotta restart my Discord. Hold on one second.
Wait, here. I'll stop being a weirdo. Here.
No. I just mean my camera shit has worked. Hold on one sec. Give me a sec. Hold on. I'll be back.
What's up, Destiny?
Hi, what's up?
You see me now?
Yeah, I can see. I could see you before, but okay.
Yo, yeah. I just didn't want to be a weirdo and have it be like you have to watch the stream. Yo, first thing first, everybody in the chat, y'all know what to do, man. I feel like your chat shouldn't even. I feel like I don't even have to tell your chat what to spam anymore. They should just automatically know. So, go on and spam that for me, chat, real quick. But listen, Destiny, bro, we need to talk.
What's up?
We need to get Rumble lit, bro. We need to get Rumble lit, man.
What
like,
okay.
Even though Rumble gave me a fat bag and everything, I don't want to be one of these niggas that get lazy and complacent and just like, you know, get the bag and then like fucking teeter off. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to put my foot on the gas. Like I want people to be like, bro, Rumble's lit. I'm like, I know it's lit. Like we're getting it lit.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm actually kind of disappointed in you, Destiny.
Why are you disappointed in me?
Cause like you're not showing the Rumble chat no love.
Well, it's not right now. So I double stream for a while, and then I'll cut my stream off, and then I'll go exclusive to Rumble. So it's hard to talk to like all three of my fucking chats running at once. But usually when I cut it and I'm just talking and I'm just streaming on Rumble, I usually pay them a little bit more attention. But
yeah, okay.
I saw you spamming earlier in there, and I told you to fuck off. I didn't know it was you initially.
Oh yeah, not Jadion's.
Yeah.
I burn her accounts on everything Twitch. But yeah, man, like I really like. I feel like Rumble has so much. Rumble is ass, bro. Chat. I literally just got. I've been for the last 4 hours. Like, bro, this is the thing that's crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, I got a bag and I'm still on calls for 4 hours with tech people at Rumble trying to make my stream better.
Mm-hmm.
They tell me maybe if you switch over from Streamlabs OBS to OBS, you know, it will be better. So I literally for the last 2 hours switched all my shit from Streamlabs OBS to OBS just to get the delay down an extra 3 seconds. And guess what happened?
What?
It didn't do shit.
Yeah, switching from OBS to OBS Streamlabs shouldn't affect the delay at all. Hold on, do you have the DVR feature turned on?
I turned it on, bro. I've done.
Well, hold on. Well, because if you have the DVR feature on,
oh no, I turned it off.
You turned it off. Okay. What is the delay on Rumble then for you with the?
Bro, the delay is like straight up like 6 seconds. Like actually, I have a unlisted stream going on right now, and the delay is like 6 seconds.
What's my? Hold on, let me check. I'm curious what my delay is. Let me check. DVR
Your
feature
delay
on.
Oh no, I turned it off.
You turned it off. Wait, did you just say something, or was that you talking in here?
Wow, Jay, sounds like a great platform.
Oh.
I'm not gonna lie, it is. I know it sounds like I'm shitting on it.
What's my?
The only reason I'm shitting on it right now is because it's like little things that can really get it over the edge. Like I'm really confident in Rumble, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of funny because it's like, I feel like, not to undersell how difficult some things are, but I feel like Rumble has gotten a lot of really difficult things out of the way, and then some of the easier things are where they need to make big progress on. So for instance, like building out all of their infrastructure is really impressive, right? Kick runs off of the IVS platform from AWS, right? Kick runs their shit off of Twitch's servers, essentially, right? Amazon servers.
Yeah.
Rumble runs all their shit themselves. Rumble also has all of their own advertising stuff built out. That's a really hard thing to do, and it's really impressive they've done that. So that's like a hard thing to do that almost nobody can do. But then like their GUIs kind of suck. Their user interface, their user experience is not that great right now, right? And it feels like that's probably like the easier thing to build. So yeah, I think that once they get a couple of these things like kicking more, I shouldn't say kicking. Once they get these things rolling a little bit more, it'll probably be a lot better for them. Yeah.
Well, here, I'm gonna do a quick, I'm gonna do a quick delay, okay? So.
Okay.
I'll go right here. Let me make sure YouTube is live. Damn, I'm not gonna lie. Do you have ultra low latency on your YouTube setup?
I think I just have it set to low latency because I stream at 1440p. I can't do ultra low.
Yeah, that's why. Because Chris was talking about how, like your shit was the same as Rumble, or yours was actually a little bit faster on Rumble than it was on YouTube. But then the guy was like, he probably just has his YouTube set. Because on YouTube, my shit's like boom, 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 boom. Like there's a bunch of little things, like the chat moving slow for me and stuff like that. Like I have ADHD, so if I'm not seeing fucking W's and L's every single second, I'm thinking like, you know, I'm falling off. You feel me?
Sure. Yeah.
So I need to see that shit. But it's like so many little things. So the reason why I came in here, bro, is like, you know, you signed this deal and stuff. I know you slutted yourself out to everybody. You know, you're on YouTube, Kick, probably Tumblr, and you're on Rumble as well. But it's like, bro, I'm telling you, Destiny, we could really get some shit jumping, bro. We could be like pioneers for Rumble to where niggas in your chat that want to start streaming, they're gonna, you know, switch over and start streaming on Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Yeah, that's possible. You know what I think is one of the biggest hurdles on some of these platforms?
What's up?
One thing that Twitch really excels in, and one thing that YouTube kind of excels in, is communities between creators. Like, if I go on Twitch and I make it to like a reasonably big size, there's a lot of other creators that I can collab with. I think that's pretty true of YouTube as well. I feel like for newer kind of like these blossoming, growing platforms or whatever that are buying talent from other places, one of the issues they have is they'll get like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 big creators, but they're all in such distinctly different communities. You end up getting no crossover at all. So like, for instance, if I'm on YouTube, I feel like I can reach out and chill with like other YouTubers, but on Rumble, are there like Rumble creators that are like collaborating with each other?
Fuck no. It's like, I don't know. These Rumble niggas have egos. The only Rumble dude, I guess, that like would do stuff with other people is Sneeko, you know? Steven Crowder's not gonna stop his show to collab.
Yeah, a
with
little bit,
somebody.
but like, to be clear, I wouldn't count Sneeko or like you or me, because we didn't meet on Rumble, right? We met on YouTube.
Yeah, we all met on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like, without
So it's
YouTube,
like-
yeah, does that crossover exist? You know?
Exactly. I feel that. Wow.
But I don't know like what the solution is to get, because you know this, right? That if two different people get 100 viewers each and they collab, for some reason now they're both getting like 350 viewers each, right? Like, you're like creating like new, collaboration is so important. But it feels like on a lot of these alternative media platforms, people that are brought over as bought talent are very siloed off. They're not actually doing anything. I think that if I was buying talent for these platforms, I feel like part of the contracts that I would write in for people like you or me is that, like, if you're going to be a part of this platform, like for one of your streams a month, even, you have to like do some sort of like 2-hour collaborative video or project, even if it's just a stream, even like what we're doing with like another Rumble creator, just so that it encourages people to kind of like move around on the website a little bit more to get like some kind of viewer velocity, jumping from channel to channel to investigate stuff, you know?
No, facts. Like, I was gonna do something with Steve Will Do It. Like, I want to do like a charity stream where like we did like an IRL stream and just went out, you know, maybe give it to homeless people and stuff like that. You know, because you can't post Steve on YouTube, so that would be like something that's Rumble exclusive.
Yeah,
and that would be dope.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think those types of events would be really good. And then it was cool that you guys got to do the UFC thing. UFC or boxing? What was it?
Yeah, it was UFC.
That was cool for you guys, but it didn't really do anything for the platform, right? Like, what would have been cooler is them spending that money on some sort of collaborative event. For politics, it could be like hosting a fucking debate panel with like 4 or 5 Rumble creators. It could be hosting something like that. Yeah.
You see, I don't agree with that because I feel like the importance of me doing that UFC thing is like to show niggas like, oh, it's not just all about politics on Rumble. I feel
Sure,
like
wait, don't misunderstand. It doesn't have to be a political thing. It could be like hosting a boxing event. It could be hosting some like fucking like an obstacle course. Just doing something to get like Rumble creators together to like, this is a Rumble event and these are Rumble creators. Because right now it feels like these are YouTube creators on Rumble, right? It doesn't feel like we're like Rumble people, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. You know, I'm just trying to bring like how I built my platform over to Rumble, but then again, you know, I guess I can't, you know, maybe you can't use the same tricks all the time. You know what I mean? So I guess I gotta kind of look at it at your perspective. Yo, I'm gonna ask your chat, Destiny. Yo, chat, what do you guys think about Rumble? Like, your honest opinions. Like, I want to see what you guys have to say. Rumble itself could set up events. I do agree with that. Jadion's thighs, goddamn. I am a thick boy.
I think it's hard asking people what they want when it comes to like software development, because a lot of people just a lot of people just have no idea. Like, people will talk about like, oh, I don't like it because of the this or that or that or that, but like, compare something like YouTube and Twitch. YouTube has been superior to Twitch technologically insofar as streams go for years, really. Higher data rate, DVR, more features for VOD archiving, like just full stop. But people don't use YouTube because of the tech. I think they use Twitch because of the community, you know? Like, you want to see your streamers that all interact with each other in a certain way. And I think when you look on Twitch, I think that is, like, it's very rare that there is a siloed, like in their own world, large creator. It's like OTK, it's offline TV, it's like the Poggers community, the WL community, right? Even Aiden and everybody were like, had other people on their streams and stuff. Like, it's all like hugely collaborative, you know?
Yeah. No, fact. And that's what, like, you know, that's where I got my jump off with streaming, is like the WL community when I was on Twitch.
Yeah.
Like, but
before you
from
harass
Twitch,
Pokemon. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I fucking you know, I was averaging like 20K on Twitch before I got banned.
Damn.
And like for 20K on Twitch is crazy.
Wait.
Now, like,
when did you get banned?
I got banned January 13th, 2022.
Have you tried to appeal?
Bro, I made an appeal back in like December, and what are we in? March?
April.
April. Yeah, we're in April now.
I bet that if you appeal in a month or two, I bet they'll unban you.
I have my appeal out there. They haven't even looked at it yet.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, well, that's maybe they'll unban you. They should. They should unban you because they've been unbanning people like crazy recently. So.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna stream there. So if they do unban me, I'll just like play video games with my niggas. You know?
Yeah, but you could also, at the very least, the important thing is you can collaborate with Twitch people because it sucks right now that like you and me can't talk to like XQC when he's streaming because we're banned. Like that's like super shit, you know.
Well, even if we could talk to him, I don't think we would understand him.
Unfortunately, I've got a big history with French Canadians, so I can understand their
understand?
language. Yeah, I know what they mean. I know what they're saying. They're just kind of wild. But again, the collaborating thing is nice.
Bro, it's just like, you know, I'm really like, I'm you know, Chris the CEO. Like, it's like I'm really trying to get onto him. Like, I think it's ridiculous because it's cool, you know, free speech and stuff like that. But bro, people aren't trying to see the F slur and, you know, hard R's and all that in the chat. You know what I mean? That just ruins the experience.
Yeah, the reality is that like as much as people talk about free speech and blah blah blah, like some form of moderation is probably good. Like there are old clips. I don't know if Sneeko reacts to it anymore, but there are old clips when Sneeko jumped over and it's like his whole chat is like W Hitler, W Hitler, W Hitler, and he's like, okay guys, you gotta chill, okay?
Yeah, like that's just lame. You know what I mean? Like when I'm on YouTube, these motherfuckers be funny as fuck. Like we watched this one video of this Transformer. He was a TikToker, and he was trying to meet a 13-year-old boy, right? And
Okay.
he was sending nudes to the quote-unquote 13-year-old boy, and so the pred catchers, they sent him like a contract for Fubu, and you know that brand's not even out no more. They're like, yo, we want you to do a brand collaboration with Fubu. Would you like to meet up for a meeting? They met up with him, and they were showing him the contract. Then they flipped the page, and they showed his dick print, like his dick pic that he sent to them, and like they
Jesus.
exposed him. So my chat, these motherfuckers are the funniest people in the world on YouTube. Like instead of saying like just like transphobic stuff, they were like, it's in trouble, or it's going to jail, or it's over. Like it was just like, you know, they were just making stupid ass puns. You know what I mean? It was like so stupid, but like that's way funnier than them just saying like, you know, transphobic stuff. You know what I mean? Like, bro, that shit's hilarious.
Okay, yeah, that's maybe. I know
you
what
don't
you mean.
think that's funny?
I know what you mean. Well, I mean, it's like it's kind of transphobic, right?
No, it is. Don't get me wrong. It is It is, but like at least like it's like they're putting some. You know what? It's not. It's okay. I don't know how to.
I know what you mean. That's not good. But it's like, let's say there was like a black person, and instead of them saying like, oh, like they didn't just call him the N-word, they just called him like an ape or a dog. It's kind of like the same thing. But I mean, it's an improvement, I guess. Better than being super bad. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Sure thing.
Yeah, you feel me?
Yeah, I feel
It's not. It's not. It's like at least a little subtlety to it.
Sure. It's an improvement. Okay.
What would you have to do? Because I know your shit's like mainly YouTube. Like, do you think you will fall off if you like completely streamed on Rumble?
I've worked really hard to build a separate community. So no, like I've got like my own website where I do a ton of stuff on. So I don't think I would ever completely fall off. But it would depend on my success would then be very, very, very closely coupled with how successful Rumble is, right? To where like if Rumble's able to like grow viewership on the site and everything, then it would be good for me. But if they don't, then I would probably start to slowly fade away. Yeah.
The crazy thing about it, niggas don't realize, but like, you know, like Rumble has like 60,
Million.
70 million monthly users.
Yeah,
So
there's
it's
a
like-
lot of people here, but how sectioned off are they, right? Like, are people that are watching that Steve guy or Steven Crowder, like, or Donald Trump Jr. when they stream or whatever, like when they stop streaming, are those, the problem is you want users to stay on the site. You can't have it so that when the guy turns the stream off, people just leave. And that's why the collaborative stuff is so important, right? Because you want it when I quit streaming, people are like, okay, well, is that other guy on Rumble, is he streaming? Like, go on the site and check, and then maybe you start looking for like other Rumble creators, you know?
Yeah, I'm not trying to collab with like Steven Crowder.
Sure.
I would do something with Donald Trump Jr. though. You know, his son loves my videos.
Donald, Barron or whatever.
Well, Donald Trump Jr.'s son, because when I was at the UFC event,
Oh, his
they
son,
both
okay,
came
okay.
up to me, and he was like, "Hey man, my son's a huge fan, and I dapped up his son. He was a cool dude."
Mhm.
It's crazy because his son likes my videos, and Joe Biden's grandson likes my videos.
Damn, dude,
So
you're
it's
like healing the world, man.
That's what I'm saying. I should run for president, I think.
Absolutely.
What do you guys think, Chad? You think I would be a W president? I think I'll be a W president, in all honesty. I feel like my policies are sound and fair, and I'm black. So it's like if you like appease me, you're racist automatically.
True. And listen, if you liked Obama,
I don't know. When I was in the second grade was when Obama was running for president, and like my class, like our teacher did a thing where they let us vote, right? So
Okay.
you could either vote for John McClane or you could vote for Obama. And at the end, like it was like a week later, the teacher, she would like, it was the day before the election, the teacher would let us know like who won, right? So I voted for John McClane, and fucking I was the only black kid in the class that voted for John McClane. And like I just remember the way my teacher looked at me. She was like, and Obama won, and I remember being pissed.
oh man.
I was like, what the fuck?
Did she shame you for your vote? That could have been the first time you got to experience cancel culture, dude.
Nah, she didn't shame me, but like, it was crazy because it was Miss Rogers. I'll never forget her name. It was John McClane, right?
John McCain, but close enough.
Oh, McCain. My bad.
You voted
McCain.
for him, dude.
I voted for him.
You voted for
Hey,
him.
yeah. Wait, hold up, Destiny. You said I never voted. I did vote in
You
the
did
fucking
vote.
second grade.
True. My bad.
I voted. in
Fake
the second
news.
grade. Fake news, bro. But yeah, man, bro. I need you. I really think you're an integral part. I really do. I think you're like super important, and the only way we could get other people to come on is like we got to make it look lit, and we can't get it lit, but we got to work together.
Okay. Yeah, well, just let me know, okay? Who are you boxing? That's the question then. In the Rumble sponsored boxing event.
Shit, what's up, Destiny?
Wait, how tall are you?
How tall are you?
5'8"?
I'm 5'7".
Oh shit.
You know, but when I send on my money, I'm 6'6".
Oh yeah? It's a lot of $1
Yeah.
bills.
Damn. Who? You know what? You know who I talked to today?
Who?
I talked to Mizkif.
Oh yeah? How'd that go?
Talked to him for like an hour. It was a good conversation. It was a good conversation. You know, I won't talk too much about it, but like I told him, I was like, yo, man, I don't hold no ill will to you anymore. I was like, you know.
Oh wait, were you guys like fighting? I had no idea.
It wasn't that we were fighting, but like I just didn't like him. You know.
Okay. Oh wait, is this because like the Poggers community and the WL community like hate each other or something?
Bro, it's not even that, man. It's just like, it was just a lot of little things, and it was just like, I was like, bro, fuck this dude. Then I realized, man, like life's too short to be like fuck people. You know what I mean? It's just, it is what it is. Like I don't know if you saw me like going out. I like was going up against Jake Paul because he was like sneak dissing me.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Last time you heard, you mentioned it, that he made a comment about you basically, and you started tweeting about it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and I'm not gonna lie, I really went like nuclear on him. Like, you know, I didn't have to go that nuclear on him. Like, I did go for some low blows. So if I ever do run into him, I have to expect it to be on site. And like, I'm not gonna be like a dumbass and be like, oh, I could take him and stuff. Like, no, he would definitely beat my ass.
You think he
But,
would
like,
fight you if he saw you? No.
I'm not gonna lie. I threw some low blows.
Oh shit. Okay.
Like some low blows. I can't even cap. Like I went below the belt.
Damn.
But you know, you can't take back what you said.
Well, shit. Be careful, dude.
I know it's a doggy dog world out here.
Yeah. Are there any events that you think you would want Rumble to do? Like if you could think of like, or what do you think in terms of like Rumble improving itself as a site or the community or the user experience or whatever? What do you think?
Well, some of the things I want to do is, you know, I want to go to more UFC events. I think live streaming those would be lit. That's just me personally. And then Dana White, he said that he wants me to come out to some of those. You know that slap thing he has?
Did they? Oh, like the slapping contest or whatever?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Slapping contest. Like I just want to, me personally, I want to bring more IRL stuff. That's like my thing I want to bring. And then events that Rumble could do. See, I really don't think Rumble needs to do events because it's like, what events does YouTube do or what events does Twitch do?
They don't, but they don't have to fight for discovery. They were already there first, so they've already got it.
But it's like, do you think events would get Rumble jumping? Like, in your opinion?
I don't know, would it? I mean, like, imagine if hypothetically, I think this is out of budget and probably $2,000 right now, but like, imagine if there was like a Rumble creator clash, and you got to see like, this is really grand, but like, this would be unbelievable. But like, imagine if you have like Trump Jr. boxing Steven Crowder, right? Like, that would be, even for non-political people, that would be a really fucking funny event to watch. Or imagine, yeah, you know, like, there's a lot of stuff you could theoretically do. But I mean, it's kind of grand, but something to get more like collaborator interflow between each other. But
yeah, I feel like I think the main thing is that like they need to fix their interface. I feel like the interface is totally outdated. I think it needs to be more smooth.
Yeah, you need emotes and stuff too. Would be good, right?
Yeah, I don't even think you could drop emojis. Actually, no, because I remember one time my chat was just spamming the monkey emoji. So they could definitely drop emojis in there.
Oh, and Twitch does do events. That's right. Twitch has Twitch Rivals. They've done that for several years now.
What's that?
It's like giant grand gaming events where Twitch has tournaments where they invite a whole bunch of different creators from the platform to go and do it.
Really? What? I don't think YouTube does anything.
They used to. Remember a long time ago? Didn't they have like the YouTube like year-end recap or whatever? And I think like 3 or 4 years ago, they got blown up so fucking hard over one. It was like the most downvoted video ever.
But that wasn't an event. That was just like a video.
Sure, yeah, I know, but it was some kind of collaboration. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I always wanted to be a part of a YouTube rewind, but then like they ended it right when I started popping off.
Oh no, that sucks.
I know. Like, man, that shit pissed me off, bro. Like, I fucking love YouTube, but yeah, I definitely think you're right. I think I'll talk to Chris about that. Like, maybe more events and stuff. Yeah. What else going on, man? What's been going on with you, bro?
Just streaming and memeing. I'm finally home for like 2 or 3 weeks now before I travel next. So I've got like, I just want to like churn out like a ton of streaming hours, basically. Yeah.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I have so much respect for you, Destiny. You know, I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but like the respect's there. I feel like you're making me a better content creator in a way.
How is that?
Like, bro, I get like inspiration from others, and like, you know, even though you're in a whole different sphere, it's like I could take things away from you that's like I think can make me a better creator.
Oh, well, thanks. I feel like I'm like one of the laziest motherfuckers in the world. So if I inspire you somehow, good job.
Nah, bro, man. There's like, bro, you do a lot, man. You do a lot.
Sure.
You do a lot. Like you bring people together. You're just like a fucking like a honeycomb. Like you just let everybody come, and it's like they could be the weirdest motherfuckers, but it's like, you know what? I'll give them a voice. Are you like that because Twitch banned you?
No, I think one of the unique things about my platform is I've always been willing to generally talk to most people, or the range of people I'll talk to is way wider than most, especially people on the left too. So yeah, that's always been a benefit of mine. But then like there's pros and cons. Obviously, I've got crazy wacky people like Mr. Girl and Lav who try to destroy my life with false sexual coercion allegations. But then I get to talk to people like you or like other crazy people that pop up that otherwise probably wouldn't be in these parts of the internet, right? Like that arguably like the whole Red Pill arc I went on was because I wanted to talk to Sneeko and everything. So yeah.
Would you consider me Red Pill?
I don't know. I haven't heard you talk about any of that type of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really talk about that stuff. I was just talking to my chat about yesterday. I feel like men create whores.
Yeah, do you?
I really do. Because it's like, if a girl gives her body to a man, I feel like that's way more for her than it is for a guy. You know what I mean? And it's like, let's say that guy lays with that girl, but then like, you know, he gets that post-nut clarity and he dips. Then like, it's going to hurt her. And then she's just going to be like, oh, I'm just give it to somebody else and it's not going to matter. But it's like, and so I think guys create whores. I put the onus on guys, me personally.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Like, I be talking like, I feel like I hate how in today's society it's always like, oh, you're not a real man unless you're like sleeping with a bunch of women or you're da-da-da, and I feel like that's like that's like objectifying so much, you know? And it's like, I really don't fuck with that. Like I'm trying to get like you, man. Like I want to find the one. Like I just want to find my girl, and it's just like we just chill and do our thing.
True.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. These hoes don't take me serious, Destiny.
Yeah.
I think I'm just too goofy.
Maybe. Well. What do you got on the agenda for today?
Shit, bro. I was supposed to do so much, but I've been just working on the streaming shit all day.
Where do you if you ever have random tech questions on OBS, I think I know more about that than almost anybody else. You can always shoot me a DM if you're like trying to fix something or whatever. I could have saved you on the going through OBS Streamlabs versus normal OBS isn't going to affect your latency at all. Like I would have been able to tell you that to save you that headache. But
I'm a guy though. I kind of like the. Actually, do you know how to dual stream on the regular OBS? Because I noticed you can't do it.
yeah, there's a plugin called Multi RTMP that I use. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Someone sent me the link to that, so I just gotta download it and I'm good.
You download the executable for it, you install it, and then there'll be an option on OBS to enter other streaming platform information. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fire. Okay. What do you like? Would you ever run for office?
No.
Do you feel like you have an effect on politics?
Yeah, I think so, right? I sure my people vote a certain way, and people probably do things based on what I say and everything. Probably a little bit, yeah.
Really? Yo, chat, do you guys like agree with Destiny's political takes? Like pretty much like what he votes for, you will vote for?
Yeah, I think in general they should. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be here, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
They're all going to say no to fucking troll, but they all believe me.
President, yes, no, somewhat, not at all, I do, hell no. No. Would you, not a coat. Damn. So like, what, do you just have motherfuckers like hate watching you?
Some people do, but these guys are trolling you right now, so don't take them seriously.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. For me being a troll, I'm hella gullible.
Yeah, you get one guy a lot?
Yeah. Wait. What does that mean?
One guy in the chat triggers the fuck out of you. And then you spend the whole chat like, you motherfucker, just talking to one guy.
Well, they just be saying shit.
They do be saying shit.
And it's like they think they're slick. And I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen a couple people say things, but it's just like, you know what? I don't want to kill the vibe.
Yeah.
I don't want to kill the vibe. How was that panel yesterday? It looked kind of boring.
It was okay.
What happened?
Nothing too exciting. It was pretty boring. It was just a discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you? Oh, my bad. Repeat what you said. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, it was just a discussion on like cancel culture adjacent stuff, which is always kind of boring now because it's been discussed to death. But yeah.
I feel that.
Did I see
like
what?
I feel like you shouldn't be canceled unless you're an EDP.
What's EDP?
You don't know who EDP is?
Nope.
Wow, you are really a boomer.
Yep.
He's the black guy who tried to meet up with that little girl, but he lied and said, "Oh, I was just trying to give her a cupcake."
Well, did he want to give her a cupcake?
If by cupcake you mean his uncircumcised penis, then yeah, he definitely wanted to give that 13-year-old.
Damn. How old was he? Was he like 14 or 15 or?
No, this nigga's like fucking 40.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably not good then.
You know, bro, there's no way you haven't heard like EDP. Like everybody knows the EDP 445.
What is ED? Is EDP like a name or?
Eat that pussy 445. Like that's what it stands for.
Oh, that was his name?
That was his name. Eat that pussy 445. But everybody call him EDP 445.
Yikes. That's pretty creepy.
You've never heard of this?
No, but I don't fucking know. Listen, that sounds like some Zoomer internet shit. Okay.
Bro.
Not there's anything wrong with it. But it doesn't sound like People are saying he's a big, long-time YouTuber.
Everybody in your chat heard of it.
Okay, well,
never heard of him? Brian, how?
I don't know. How many subs does he have?
I mean, he only had like 2 million, but like...
I only talk to people with at least 4 million subs, okay? Yeah, I don't know shit about that guy. That's a nobody, all right?
Bro, but this shit was so big. Like, everybody on YouTube knows about this.
People are saying I watched the video. Did I watch the video? Maybe I didn't. I just don't remember the name.
It was that fat black guy. And he was like, please don't call the cops. Please, please.
You'd probably recognize him if you looked him up. Oh my god, you're gonna make me... EDP. EDP is inspirational.
EDP 445.
Shakespeare. do it. Like, it's just not right.
What do you? I just don't know, dude. I must have missed this whole fucking. I must have missed this whole thing. I'm
You
so
missed
sorry.
it. Oh, bro, your views would have been popping.
Damn.
Anything I put with him, fucking million. Just get a million.
Yeah. You were milking the cow, dude. Nice.
I just be eating off my man. That shit crazy. Nah, I was gonna ask you earlier. I was gonna say, did you hear about that prankster? He did a one prank where he was jacking off in front of a Starbucks barista, and then he got in trouble for that. He got a little bit canceled for that, but not too many people posted
Just
about it.
a little bit canceled. Okay.
Yeah, he just got a little bit canceled for that one. Like, a couple YouTubers made videos on it, but they didn't really go too deep into it.
Mhm.
But then he did another video recently that like a bunch of blogs posted where he what did he do? He went up to a homeless guy and was like, "Yo,
Wait, is this the one we talked about yesterday with the cheeseburger guy?
Oh, did we talk about this yesterday?
Yeah, you, me, and Abba. Abba was in here too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he ate the food in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
I always figure that a lot of these videos are kind of set up. I just like assume that for a lot of things, and it seems like that one was set up. So I mean,
He did say it was set up.
Yeah.
He did say that.
So I don't know if like, yeah, I don't know. I like, even if they're set up, it's probably not the greatest, because it's like, what if people go out and start trying to do this? Like, because you probably get some young YouTubers that try to do this and they don't know it's set up, and then they go and they do some really dumb shit and they get in a lot of trouble. It's probably not good. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think about stuff like that?
I don't know. I feel like the funniest pranks are when like the joke's on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little bit. You know what? There used to be a really funny. I know you must have heard of this. There's like a YouTube channel where they do like super family friendly pranks, but they're generally like really funny. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Talking about the Roman Atwood?
No. It'll be some shit. It's got like goofy music. It looks like it's made in like the fucking 2000s or something, right? But it'll be some shit where like somebody walks up to somebody and like hands them a big box that they need help with, and then like as soon as they hand them the box, they like a twin will step in a totally different outfit or whatever, and it'll just be, and the guy will be like super confused. Oh, it's Just for Laughs, that channel.
Oh my gosh, they be having like the laugh track and shit.
Yeah, it's kind of lame, but like at least like those, like nobody's getting like fucked over. Some of them are pretty funny, I think, but they're obviously, these are like ultra family friendly, like very innocent types of pranks. Impractical
Yeah.
Jokers is a pretty funny channel. I don't know if you think their shit is funny or not though, but that's usually them having to do like really goofy shit to make themselves look bad. Yeah.
That's I don't know. Did you ever? I don't know if you watched my series with Nico, but we did a series called The Biggest Menace.
Is this the one? I saw part of it. Is this the one where you had to go in front of an audience and pretend that you were a white supremacist?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw. I think I watched that episode. Yeah.
What did you think about that one?
That was pretty funny.
You liked it?
Yeah.
It was just so funny because like I always just be like fucking being the most racist person. Like I'll just be like, you fucking niggers. Like so, like when he set that up for me and like I figured it out, like when I was on the stage, I was like, oh bro, this is easy.
Yeah, you can be racist all day. Fuck it.
Oh bro, man, black people just know how to fucking be racist, bro. Like it's so easy.
Yeah, well, I'm glad for that for you.
Nah, yeah, we're trying to pitch it to Netflix and stuff. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. It's a good concept for a show, I think, right? I feel like it's also, not to take anything away from you guys, but I think there have been other people that have done similar things, right? Where you're like challenging a guy while you're traveling to like up the ante on things you have to make the other guy do, basically.
Yeah, you need to watch the last episode. Like the last, like I'm not gonna lie, it ended like a fucking movie.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, you and your chat would love it. Like I promise you.
Okay, fuck it. We'll watch
It's
it
on
tonight,
Netflix.
okay? When I come back from the gym, we'll watch it. All right.
I did 6 million views in a day.
Hmm.
Fucking. And I think our whole series together, it did 50 million views in total.
That's awesome. It's got to be the best. The best feeling in the world has to be when you do high effort content, which usually isn't as rewarding, but then you also get like huge fucking viewership off it. That's got to be like the best like union of cool shit, you know?
Bro, it was so nerve wracking because we started all the way back in June of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And then we finished filming in like October. Well, actually, no, we didn't finish filming until fucking January of 2023. And then the edit wasn't completely done until the end of March. So It was like just a year of sitting on it, and we spent $1 million in total.
Damn.
And it was like
$1 million on Jesus. That sounds like a lot of money.
It was like $1 million on our flights, on the setup, on this and that. You know, like
for 5 episodes.
7 episodes in total, or 8 episodes in total.
Jesus, what do you think most of that money went to?
Bro, man, like so like some of the things, like when we tried to do it, it didn't work. So we did it again. Like we tried to get him to go into the sneak into the WWE ring in Washington. Didn't work. So then we had to fly over to fucking Scotland, and we had to do it in Scotland. And it was, and then when I don't know if you've seen the first, well, you haven't seen it, but in the first episode, he had me put up a picture of myself, of like he had someone paint me as the Mona Lisa, and I had to go inside the Louvre in Paris and put my painting next to the Mona Lisa.
Jesus.
And the first time we tried to do it, they noticed the painting, so they didn't let me through. So we flew all the way to Paris for nothing. So we go back home. He comes with a whole new plan. He tells me to fly back out. So we fly back out, and then we do it all again. But the plan works this time, and I get to put the painting up, and then I get arrested. And yeah, man, it was just flights, food, setup. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it was probably like 1.5 million. It was a lot.
Damn.
We didn't make a return at all.
Yeah.
But like, just the fact that everybody enjoyed it, and like they
For-
want like a part 2.
For projects like that, do you like find investors for that, or are you guys fronting the money on your own completely?
No. We couldn't get a sponsor.
Damn. So you guys paid all of that out of pocket.
All of that out of pocket.
Damn.
Yeah, we did not get a single sponsor for it.
Doesn't YouTube like work with creators for shit? Like they used to a long time ago. Do you remember? Fuck, is this before your time, or am I making this up? Wasn't there a time when there were like YouTube stars that were like getting movie deals for like exclusive for YouTube movies? Did Jake Paul and Logan Paul do this shit? Am I making this up?
Logan Paul made one movie. I think it was called The Thinning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought there was
That's
like
a
YouTube
movie,
Red show. Didn't Vsauce had like a Mind something series for like a YouTube Red series? I thought that.
Yeah.
Oh, and like
Vsauce
PewDiePie
had one. PewDiePie had one. Liza Koshy had this show. Like multiple people had it, but like.
Did they just give up on it?
Not even that. Like they're whack. You know what I mean? Like they're corporate friendly. Like bro, we're over here fucking getting arrested. We're using remote control balls during PGA tours on Rory McIlroy. Sneaking into events, putting pictures next to Mona. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
sure, I probably wouldn't get the okay from corporate, right?
Exactly. Like, YouTube would have been shitting bricks. But, like, after we did it and it showed, you know, even YouTube commented, they were like, oh, man, so sad to see the series ends. Like, I know so many people had, like, their eyes on it. You know what I mean? But, yeah, so we and Nico, we decided not to worry about a sponsor because we were like, okay, doing it our way, like whenever we go to negotiating with like these streaming services or whatever, we can just like be like, listen, we fucking did it our way, and we have the results here, so y'all just have to trust us. You feel me?
Yeah. Do you think you'd do it again if you couldn't get a sponsor for it?
Do it like a season 2?
Yeah, if you couldn't get a sponsor, would you guys go out of pocket again?
Oh, bro, we would so easily get a sponsor. It wouldn't even be funny how easy we could get one.
Oh, okay.
Like not like, 'cause bro, like people are pussy. Like they have to, like all these corporate heads, they have to see shit.
They have to
you know
see
what I
the
mean?
concept, yeah. So if you've got a successful season 1, then they'll greenlight you for
Exactly. Oh my gosh, there was this one. Oh fuck. Ah man, it's such a good example. But there's like there's so many different things where like they do something and then like they show them and then it's like, okay, yeah, you can do whatever. Like even with FaZe, like all the people they would sign is like Snoop Dogg. Like they think, oh, if we get Snoop Dogg, that'll be lit, and everybody will like be like, oh, FaZe is on top.
Yeah.
But it's like, no offense, but like no one gives a fuck about Snoop Dogg. You know what I mean?
Or they could, but they didn't even like utilize him well. Like it was like he would turn on a stream every now and then and just sit in front like smoking weed and like playing a game for like 6 hours and then go away. And it's like, what the fuck was the point of this? Like, yeah, corporations need to do a much better job at like utilizing talent that they buy rather than just expecting that like it's the 90s or 80s and you can just like buy a big name and throw them somewhere and people are automatically going to get hype. Like a lot of the time those celebrity acquisitions are just like cringe as fuck and nothing actually comes from it.
You know what's crazy? FaZe, all they would do with their big people, you know the first thing they would do with every single one of them?
What?
They would make an announcement video, right? So they'll be like FaZe, Snoop Dogg, FaZe Bronny, FaZe Offset, FaZe Lil Yachty.
Mhm.
And then the first video that they would do with them is a What's in the Box challenge. Like, look it up right now. Look up FaZe What's in the Box challenge. They would do that with them, and they would never do another video with them again.
Yeah.
And these people are just eating up their stocks. It's the funniest shit.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah.
And all those videos that they did.
Oh my god, and it's funny too because when I look at this, you can see the disconnect in market so much, right? So like, crazy What's in the Box. This is a video with FaZe Banks, and it got 5 million views, probably because he's like more community relevant. And then they're buying Snoop Dogg, and they're like, oh, I bet that dude's gonna do crazy, and it does 3 million views. It does less than fucking Banks, right? Because they're misappropriating their budget so much, and they're just buying talent that their fan base like just doesn't care that much about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did it with Lil Yachty. They did it with Offset. It was just the same shit.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. 3 million is still good. 3 million is okay, but I mean, it's funny that like, who's more popular society-wise, like FaZe Banks or fucking Snoop Dogg, right? You'd expect that like Snoop Dogg would do crazy crazy views or whatever, right? But
bro, if I have Snoop Dogg on call, I'm fucking doing a hotbox session with him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing.
You got to do something. You
funny
got to do
like
something
that.
better than that, though, because I feel like everything, like Snoop Dogg smokes weed. Here it is. It's got to be. You got to use him in some fucking. You know what you know what I would want to see actually? If you did a thing with Snoop Dogg, you know what would be the funniest fucking thing in the world is if you said, we're gonna see if you can survive with 1 week, okay? 1 week in a house or some shit. You got to bring the best fucking weed you've got. You bring Snoop Dogg to the house. You get him everything he needs. And then you take the weed from him and you see what he's like after 1 week with no drugs on a day-to-day basis. And if he can go without like losing his shit on somebody, he gets like some stupid fucking prize at the end or something. That would be interesting. I feel like so many things I've seen with Snoop Dogg is like, here's Snoop Dogg, he's got crazy weed, he smokes us out, and then it's like, okay, whatever. I want to see Snoop Dogg with no weed for 1 week. Yeah, what?
I would do one of those Jubilee videos, right, where I get 6 people,
Mhm.
with one of those guesters, and so it'll be me, Snoop Dogg, and like another host, right?
Yeah.
And we have to guess the high person. So we have to guess who's high out of all the people. And it's like, that's what his expertise. It's like, yo, Snoop, man, who's high? And it's like, and like, you know, like one of those Jubilee ones. Cause then like those things, it gets everybody involved. They're going to be like, ooh, his eyes are red, but he's acting goofy or da 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 da. Like shit like, bro, you know what I want to do so fucking bad? And like everybody's fucking like, they're so pussy about it. I've given this idea to so many people.
Yeah.
They don't want to do it. Tell me what you think about this.
Telling you, yeah.
Guess the minor.
Doesn't Aiden Ross play that game on a stream every night? When he hops on Omegle? Yeah.
But you get 6 people, right?
Yeah.
5 of them, they're over the age, but they all look young.
Yeah.
But one of them's a minor, okay? If you figure out who the minor is,
and if you want to do it like ultra edgy, if you want to make this 20 million times edgy, the final thing is when you've narrowed it down to like 1 or 2 people left, when you feel confident, right? For however many people are left, you get $50,000 per person. You start with 5, however many are left, $50,000 per person. So if you think you eliminate the first one, you can start with 4. Then what you do is you got to touch the boob of every single person there, and then they tell you afterwards if you eliminated the minor or not.
That would be fucking okay.
That would be crazy. That finale would be wild. Oh
that's
shit.
Okay. That would
be
that's
too much
crazy.
Fun. It was crazy. But the stakes.
What I would do is fucking like, if let's say you don't guess the minor and the minor stayed, there's gonna be a police officer right next door, and you're like right there. You're gonna get arrested, and then you're gonna be labeled as a registered sex offender.
Okay, how is your thing less extreme? You might as well touch the boob if you're gonna get the sex offender label. You might as well touch the boob then.
Well,
Fuck
like
it.
not like you won't like literally be registered as a sex offender, but like he'll like arrest you, and then everybody in the comment section will just call you a sex offender. You fucking pedo. Like you know what I mean? Like it'll just be like a meme for the eternity where they'll be like, Jadion's a fucking pedo, like da 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 da. And then when new people come, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? Jadion's a pedo? Oh my gosh, what did he do? And they're gonna like look up Jadion allegations.
Jesus.
Oh man.
You'd have on that one, you'd have like your normal announcer lady, like kind of reading everything off, but then for the very last round, it would be like guest narrated by Chris Hansen, and he'd come in to read like the last results to see if you fucked up or not.
could. Oh, that would be joke. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I've gave that idea to so many people. They all pass on it.
Yeah,
so.
no shit. Guess the minor.
I'm gonna get my assistant to find me 5 young-looking people.
Yeah.
And 1 actual minor. And I'm not gonna be a pussy, cause I could have the minor be like a boy, but I'm gonna have the minor be a girl. And if she wins, like I'll pay for her first semester of college.
Oh, that'd be cute.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you know, I'm a EDP, but you get to go to college.
Yeah.
On me for your first semester. Would you be a judge with me?
Fuck no. I get called enough of I get called a pedophile all the time for random fucking debates I've had and shit. I don't need that. I don't need that on my
Destiny.
conscience. Okay.
Come on, bro. Don't be a pussy. Chat. Tell Destiny if you want him to do it. Yes or no.
Fuck no.
Bro, I need your brains. I feel like I don't know. I feel like you could definitely pick out a minor.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh boy.
Steven.
What's up?
You gotta do this, bro. Listen, I can be on your side. I can sniff out. I'll be honest with Tinder. There's been a lot of girls that are questionably aged, and I've been doing so fucking well deciphering who's what and who's not. And I swear to God, this would be good. This would be good. I can just team up together. It'd be great.
Okay, guys.
Didn't Redfall have an idea like this or something? Or is it like Asians or whatever? Guess the Asian. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, like their nationality or whatever? What kind of Asian they are? Or?
Yeah, like the offline TV people.
I don't know. Did he? Maybe he did. I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. We could do it with like kids and shit. Steven, do you remember what I talked to you about in chat yesterday about the love thing?
Oh, yeah. What's up?
Do you think it's possible to be in love with the? You know, you gotta be with me, homie. You can be in love with the chick within a year. Like,
Wait.
sorry, not a year.
How'd you say my? Wait, how'd you say my name?
Gideon.
Oh, you said Gideon. Okay, what's good? What's your name?
What's up, Darius? What's up? What you
What's up,
doing?
Darius? Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, no, nothing good. What's good? What's good? Yo, first off, I can say nigga, right?
Why are you doing this?
I mean,
I'm half black. I'm half black, but like you can, like, you're not gonna be offended, right?
I mean, you already said it.
But like, if let's just say I'm just like seeing you in public, I see you in the streets of like, I'm from Silver Spring, Maryland. I don't know, it's fucking rough out there. But like, if I see you over there and I say, yo, what's up, my nigga? And I throw up bananas. This all looks racist, but I promise you it's not. But I go ahead and I dap you up. Are you gonna be offended? Or like confused?
I mean, I might be a little confused or like, oh damn, because I wouldn't expect that you half black, but like, I'm not gonna press. I'm not gonna press you like.
You really? I think I look how I was looking at some like, you know, like Logic, right? Like Logic, people think he like looks mostly white, but I think a lot of people he looks black. Like if you look at like his nose shape and a little bit of his chin, he looks black. You don't think?
I never really like did like a deep dive on Logic. I need to look at it more.
Okay, we'll do that later. But Steven though, so I'll be honest, I've been arguing with Irrelevant back and forth. He thinks I think you can fall in love within a 30-day span with somebody because there's rubrics, right? You commented back at me and you said obsession is much different than love. Well, you said what I'm talking about is obsession, but I don't think it's obsession.
But I mean, like, could you theoretically fall in love with somebody in 30 days? Like, I mean, like, if you spend enough time together, if you like super clicked, yeah, you could probably develop like the early stages. It just depends on like, I guess, how you define love. Because some people would say like, well, love is like the feeling you get when you want to build like a real relationship with somebody and put the effort in and blah, blah, blah. You probably can't figure that out in 30 days. But like, if you're spending a lot of time with somebody early on, you could probably figure out if you've got some kind of like notion there. Yeah, for sure. Are you talking about a 19-year-old right now?
Dude, she graduated 7 months ago. I didn't even fucking know. I found that out yesterday, bro. That's fucking crazy. But regardless, like, we've been hanging out, like, literally, like, every day. And, like, here's the thing. Is, like, my thing is that whenever you're with a girl, okay, you're with a girl, and you're like, wow, this girl is a little kooky, she's a little crazy, she got, like, kind of, like, some depression issues, you know, she might be BPD. You see those things, right? Like, I know you fucked with girls with BPD, you know what I'm talking about. You look at those things, and you're like, wow, this sucks. But, like, if I see a lot of girls with that, right? I'm usually like, oh, boring, not interested. I don't want to be in a relationship with this person. But with this person, I see their BPD, I see their, you know, illnesses, their issues, and I'm like, wow, I just want to work through that and figure it out with them. And I think that would be what would make me in love with them rather than like infatuated or, okay, why am I getting called Pedro Pascal? First off, I'll take Pedro Pascal any day, but I don't look like a fucking pedophile. But anyway, like, would you agree that that's love, what I'm describing?
I mean, it can be. I don't know the inner machinations of your mind. It could be, or it could just be you being obsessed with some new person.
But just with my, I mean, I guess even if I'm obsessed with them, I could say like, oh yeah, well they have BPD and I don't really like that or whatever, right? Like I can be obsessed with like sushi, right? Oh, I don't want to say her name too much because I don't want to get in trouble. But like, you know, like. And like I understand these issues exist, but I'm not going to date her again for right now, right? But we'll still talk, we'll be cool, blah 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 blah. But like with another person, they can have those things. I could be like, wow, I could date this person long term, and be like, blah 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 blah. So that would mean just why can't you just agree that I'm in love with this person? Can you just say it's irrelevant? Gets fucking duckered.
Well, why do you? Is this the Hannah girl?
Don't worry about what girl it is, bro. Dude, I literally okay. First off, I cried on my stream like.
Yeah, I saw. We watched you cry. Yeah, it was pretty.
Okay, I only cried because I listen. There was a whole bunch of amalgamation of things. It wasn't just because like of Hannah. Everyone in my chat keeps saying Hannah getting piped right now. I've literally unironically had people call me and post like and literally play a clip of a pipe on my phone, and it's like oh it's me Hannah. How are you doing? And it's not funny. It's like it's fucked up, and it's like okay this is like a little bit bothersome, but it's like everything else. Like I've noticed since I've been doing this like Tinder content and I've been like fucking all these chicks, bringing them around. I'm like accidentally making people upset. Like one girl got called fat by Nico Sam, who you should ban in your chat. Like, and then she literally she told me I'm a narcissistic, egotistical, like god complex guy, and then she blocked me on everything and said she was gonna expose me at some point. And this is like a local girl, and I'm like, not. It wasn't my fault that Nico Sam did that. It's not my fucking like I don't fucking control my chat like all the time. I'm fucking trying to focus on content, but like I don't know like what was I even talking about?
Yeah, listen, you got Hannah. I'm sure you two will have a great future together. Have you talked to her? Are you like dating her? Have you asked her if she wants to go out?
We're just talking, dude. It's like I don't want to be too fast. I'm just,
Well,
but I am saying.
But you're saying
I
you love her. Isn't that pretty fast?
Yeah, and it's been conflicting because like on my stream I'm telling people that I love her and everything like that, and then people go and send her clips and stuff like that, and they're on her Insta, and it gets like really fucking it gets really weird and parasocial.
Well, isn't that
so
kind of like doesn't that usually come after the dating thing?
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can date. You can say you love them first. Like, you don't think you can? You can't say you love someone before you're dating. Like, well, okay, what do you think is dating?
Like you're in a monogamous relationship with each other. You're like going on regular dates. You're making plans to like further. You've got like some commitment, and you're looking forward to like a future relationship.
And then you would say I love you when you have that set up, because I don't have that. I just think we're just hanging out every now and then, and I really like her company. And then like I like her relative. Like I want to be able to like build that. I would like if she said I'm gonna move in tomorrow, I'd be like okay.
Okay.
So you would say I'm in love.
You're something, all right.
Oh my god, dude. I can't because here's the dude. Irrelevant's gonna like. Irrelevant keeps cooking me on his fucking streams. I just don't know what the fuck to do about it. Okay, I'll look into this. I'll figure it out. Whatever Irrelevant comes back, we'll come back here and I'll have him give his argument and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Good luck, buddy.
Goodbye.
Wow. Sorry, that was Darius. He's a.
Sometimes I meet fucking girls and I want to say like I love you, but like I like feel like it'll be really weird, so I just hold it in. So I guess I kind of see what he means by that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Would that be weird though? Like it's like I feel like sex is like such a passionate thing. I don't think it would be weird.
I don't know. Try it sometime. See what happens.
Have you ever done that?
I mean, to girls that I'm in love with, but not just random people I'm fucking. I don't think.
Like, what if it's like maybe what if it's like you're not fucking, you're like making love? I feel like if you're making love, it's okay to say I love you.
Okay.
You're not answering my question. You're just saying okay.
I don't think I would to a girl that I wasn't like dating, like in some type of relationship with. I don't think I would just say that. But that's
okay.
Just...
Okay. You don't have to say it, but like, do you think it?
No.
That's cat.
Well, what do you want me to say? Damn. No.
You don't think it?
No, not usually. I'm sorry. But I'm a bit older too. Like maybe if I was still like 22, maybe I'd feel that way with every new girl I was with, maybe. Or a new girl I'm with, maybe maybe it'd be more likely to feel that. But since I'm older and battle hardened. Maybe.
How many bodies do you have, Destiny?
Like in my closet or my backyard?
Yeah, your backyard.
I don't know, dude. I just do my thing, okay? I just stream and I meme, you know?
Bro, why don't you play Skyrim? Can you like switch up the game one day?
Because those types of games need like I have to like think a lot while I'm playing them, and usually I just do this stuff while I'm like playing other stuff in the background. So like I can play this, and then later tonight I could be watching your.
More entertaining.
Yeah, but it's not. They're not here watching me to play the game. They're here for, whatever video we're like watching, right?
What video were you watching before I came in here?
Some weightlifter guy agreeing with basically everything I have to say. Some God's gift to man.
Did you on like Skyrim? I fucking love Skyrim. Oh my gosh, it's one of my favorite games.
Yeah, you ever been to the Love Box?
The Love Box, what's that?
I don't know. Fuck. What's the name of the? Isn't there some site where you find a whole bunch of like nudie mods?
Oh no, I was on console, so I can. I mean, I could do that, but like I was on console, so I didn't know how to mod.
Oh, Lover's
I have
Lab.
over
My bad.
2,000 hours. No, same. I want to replay it, but like I genuinely just can't replay it because it was like so amazing. Wow, chat. What was your guys' favorite like mission? I'm not gonna lie, the vampire one was really fun. I love it. Actually, the vampire one was amazing. The werewolf one was good, but that assassin one, when you go down the assassin arc, that shit was so fucking amazing. Oh my gosh. Like, there's so many good shit. Fuck, Dark Brotherhood. Oh my gosh.
Wow, the Dark
Easily
Brotherhood.
the assassin same. I think the assassin one was like I remember when like you go to the girl's coffin and like, oh my god, I'm like fanboy. That shit was amazing. I would say assassin, vampire, then werewolf. I feel like werewolf is low-key overrated.
Ooh.
That's just me though. Thieves Guild for me. I did. Oblivion's better.
Ooh.
That's crazy. Skyrim boring.
True.
Skyrim is Destiny. I'm not gonna lie. You would have 30,000 people watching you live if you play Skyrim.
No, I would not. Nobody wants to watch those games.
They literally your whole chat here.
They're
if
fun to
chat
play, but nobody
spams-
wants to watch people play them.
If chat spams yes throughout the entire chat, would you play it?
No.
All right, here, Destiny. How much do I have to pay? Here, how much would I have to pay you to like play me in a video game?
Play you in a video game? We can like play. What do you want to play?
What do you play sports games?
No, God, fuck no. You really gonna do me like that?
There's this boxing game on PC. It's called Undisputed. Like we could like throw hands. Either that or what's a game that we could play against each other? That's like maybe not sports, but like something that's like 1v1. Red Dead Redemption. I'll fucking stand on this to the end of time. Red Dead Redemption 1 is better than Red Dead Redemption 2.
Wow.
I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Big claims being made.
Have you even played any of them?
I've heard and seen a lot of like Red Dead Redemption 2, obviously, right? That was a huge game.
Yeah, but like Red Dead Redemption 1 like had a way better story than Red Dead Redemption 2.
Ooh.
Like I'm not gonna lie, people overrate the fuck out of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Damn.
Like that's just me keeping it in a buck. Like I be seeing people say like Red Dead Redemption 2 made me cry and this and that. And it's like, bro, it was a great game. Don't get me wrong, but like Red Dead Redemption 1, like the fact it's like John Marston has to go after his whole gang, and then it's like and then he finally gets his quote unquote freedom. Then them fucking bitch ass marshals come and kill him, and then his son Jack has to come back and kill that bitch ass marshal. Oh my. It is Red Dead Redemption. Where was the redemption in Red Dead Redemption 2? There was no redemption in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Wait, what do you mean? The whole main storyline had to do with the guy redeeming himself because of the shit that happened at the beginning of the game, right?
No.
Really?
He wasn't redeemed. Literally, all it is Arthur just doing whatever fucking Dutch tells him to do.
Yeah, but like, isn't he trying to like atone for basically what had happened like prior to like the start of the game?
Okay, something bad happened at Blackwater, right? So like
Yeah.
they have to like basically restart, and then they're
And that's the reason why he's like starting a new life and like trying to get out of like whatever he used to be involved in before, right?
No, but that's the thing though. They're not trying to get out of what they were before. Like they're doing the thing that they still do to get money, so they can fucking like leave to Fiji or something.
Sure, but like, but the goal is to try to escape that life. That's like the theme of the game, right? It's like I need to like
yeah, technically, okay. Well, it's not escape that life. It's more escape the law.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've never played this game. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm so sorry. I don't know what Blackwater
Yeah. But it's like there's no there's redemption if you go like the good route. Like, you know, you do pretty much like
Sure. No, I don't know anything about. I just made all of that up. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry. I'm completely.
No, like you were pretty spot on, but like
that's good. Okay.
Red Dead Redemption 1 has more redemption because it's like John having to go back into his past to fucking like he has to atone from his past in order to be with his family. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like that's redemption. And then it's like at the end he doesn't even get his redemption. And then it's like his son kills the guy that kills his dad, but like he doesn't get no redemption. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Yeah. What do you want, Nina?
Do you guys want some amazing Destiny merch? Go
What?
to store.destiny.gg for some amazing Destiny merch.
Good job. Good plug, buddy.
There's
Thanks.
no way you got merch, Destiny.
Yeah, of course I do. What do you mean?
I gotta cop this. Do you have any professional Raw Dogger merch?
Professional Raw Dogger merch? No, we're waiting for that to get in.
Well, no, that's my merch.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't.
You have Go Touch Grass, Emo Plushie, the DGG. What does DGG stand for?
Destiny.gg is my website.
Oh, okay. Been shooting for 7 hours. What can you talk about for 7 hours?
True. I need to go do my gym shit too. Any other final closing thoughts for us?
Final closing thoughts. What knowledge would I like to bestow on your chat? Yo, chat, how many of you guys want to be content creators? How many of you guys want to be content creators in here?
They're too busy watching my content to go make their own, so.
Nope, not me. God, no, not me. Heck no, I do. Me. I just say for all the people that want to be content creators, man, just go on and just start. You know, that's all I would say. Just start. You know, you don't fucking need the best camera. You don't need the best have decent audio. Decent audio is always good, but like just start. That's all I would say, man. I feel like someone in here needs to hear that. There's someone in here procrastinating, talking about they need the A7S III camera with the 18 by 55 millimeter lens and stuff like that. Like, no, you don't need that.
No.
Start.
True. Content is king.
Content is king. You do. He changed up on the mic fast. No, facts. I'm not gonna lie. You can't have no ass mic.
Well, like the thing is that like you can get by on an okay USB mic, but don't have like a fucking like a SteelSeries headset that you're like screeching into. But like if you have like a normal whatever fucking like $80 to $100 USB mic and a setup close up to your face, it probably sounds fine.
Unless you're Tyler 1. If you're Tyler 1, then you can use your headphones set.
Sure.
But if you're not Tyler 1, like don't do that shit. God. You're right, Morgan.
What did Morgan say?
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot. All right, chat, man. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go run and do some errands. I need you guys to do me one huge favor, bro. Destiny has how many likes do you have so far on this stream? Destiny has only 1.2. Okay, here. I'm not leaving until Destiny gets 2,000 likes.
Well, now people aren't gonna like it because they want you to stay, right?
Bro, your chat hates me.
You think so? Not my YouTube chat.
Bro, like Destiny stream right now, bro. Get Destiny to it's at 1.3. Get him to 2,000 likes, bro. Help your man's out. Okay, it's at 1.4. Get to 1.5. Let's get to 1.5. Oh, it's at 1.6. Okay, chat. Oh, bro, let's get to 1.8. Let's get to 1.8. Let's get to 1.8. 1.8. 1.8. 1.8. Okay, let's get. Oh, damn, 2,000. Oh, that was actually too easy. Should we just go for the 3 bomb?
2,000 is good. Well, because I'm about to cut my stream, so it's.
Are you gonna end it, or are you gonna like?
No, I'll end it. I'll come back in an hour and a half.
Damn. Damn, they just did 2,000 like nothing.
Yeah, well.
Wow. All right, here, chat. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy a piece of Destiny's merch.
Wow,
and
thanks.
then I'm gonna let him pick one of you guys to give it out randomly. Okay.
You know what you should do here, okay? I'll give you $1 million. I'll sponsor your whole next event, okay? Buy like a DGG hat or like a plushie and go get Donald Trump to hold it and get a picture, okay?
Do you like Donald Trump?
Fuck no, but it'd be really funny to get a picture of it.
Yo, be honest. Would you have took a picture with him if you had the opportunity?
I feel like I would have had to, yeah, I think. Because it's,
like,
it's
okay,
Donald Trump. It's a fucking
cannot
president of the
like
United
him, stuff
States,
like
right?
Hey, bro, like, if anyone says that, oh, I would never ask Donald Trump for a picture, like, you're a fucking loser. Like, he's a former president.
Yeah, I think I'd have to, yeah.
I should make my picture with him into merch, huh?
Maybe, yeah.
I wish I could vote. But I'm a felon.
Really? Now you are?
I met Donald Trump at the UFC event, chat.
Oh, yeah. I know he was there. I've seen Sneeko post a picture on his story like 4 times.
That was such a good night. And we went out to the club.
Nice.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. You know I threw up that night?
Oh, I'm sorry. What, did you drink too much?
No, actually, it's because I didn't eat nothing before.
Oh, sure.
So I just get there and like Noak's there and they have their like happy dads and shit. I'm fucking what's it called? Shotgunning with Steve, and like I'm on an empty stomach and I'm like, fuck, I gotta throw up. So I go with the security to the bathroom and I'm just fucking puking profusely.
Mhm.
And the guy in the bathroom, he's like, yo man, if you're throwing up, like you have to go, like you can't be throwing up in the club. And like the security was like, he's not even drunk. And they're like, I'm like, yeah, I'm not even, and I'm like still throwing up. And then like he just like looked at us, and then like it was like a long ass line in the bathroom.
Mhm.
I just felt like hella awkward, so I just like washed my hands and left. I felt so disgusted with myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But you know, it'd be like that.
It do be like that sometimes, yeah.
Yo, Destiny, bro, you have a great workout, man. Everybody in chat right now, bro. Right now. W's, like the fucking. I want you guys to go crazy, like fuck his shit up, man. Make his stream lag. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Love you, boys. Like always. Yo, Destiny, I want to meet you in real life, bro.
Yeah, whenever you're down on Miami Beach. Yeah.
Let's do an IRL stream. Ooh, what would you want to do?
I have no fucking idea.
Let's do a workout stream.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's do it.
I'm being for real. I'm being for real.
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I will. Yeah.
All right, say less. W's in the chat right now. Y'all go crazy. Keep on liking the stream, man. Chat, y'all be safe. I'm outies.
Cake's gonna get mad at the box. Uh-oh. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I will be back in within 2 hours. I think I should be okay. Might do exclusive Rumble stream tonight. We'll say. Turn on links. I don't know how they got turned off. Sounds like the bear probably did it. The bear does a lot of weird things in chat sometimes, guys. I don't know why he does what he does. But he do be doing things sometimes. Damn, 3 shots? Bro, this weapon sucks. I'm not gonna be able to kill these dudes. Unmute links. Oh shit, you just asked that, sorry. Wait. Boom. Oh, and the crit. That's exactly what I needed, baby. All right, I love you guys. I'll be back in hopefully within 2 hours. YouTube error died. Is she streaming? Whoops. AMA with 3 cute girls.
If you're grading someone you know, you kind of know them and you're on like hugging terms with them, like offer the sidearm first and see where it goes. Like don't necessarily assume that you could just like throw your arms open and like especially if it's a shorter chick, like
just go for the bear hug immediately. Okay, have fun guys, rip on.